This is the complete audiobook of the Bhakti-Yoga Handbook. Chapter 1. The Secret of Bhakti Yoga. There are various kinds of yoga, such as karma yoga, based on purifying our activities for the higher good, jnana yoga, based on acquiring spiritual knowledge and insight to differentiate between what is matter and spirit, raja yoga or astanga yoga, the mystical, eightfold process of yoga meant for raising our life airs to the top of the head and then reach moksha by leaving the body in this way, and Bhakti Yoga, attaining union with God through love and devotion. From these yoga systems, additional systems have also developed. But these four basic forms of yoga are all discussed in the primary and essential Vedic text of the Bhagavad Gita. But out of all of them, Lord Krishna specifically directs us toward engaging in Bhakti Yoga, love and devotion toward Him. So, why is this so special? Bhakti Yoga is the devotional service performed for Lord Krishna or one of his avatars such as Lord Vishnu, Lord Ramachandra, Vamanadeva, etc. Lord Krishna explains that work done as a sacrifice for Vishnu has to be performed, otherwise work binds one to this material world. Therefore, O son of Kunti, perform your prescribed duties for his satisfaction, and in that way you will always remain unattached and free from bondage. Bhagavad Gita 3.9. This means free from karma, which is an important point in our spiritual progress. Sri Krishna goes on to relate that those who know me as the Supreme Lord, as the governing principle of the material manifestation, who know me as the one underlying all the demigods, and as the one sustaining all sacrifices, can, with steadfast mind, understand and know me even at the time of death. Bhagavad Gita 7.3. And whoever at the time of death quits his body, remembering me alone, at once attains my nature. Of this there is no doubt. Whatever state of being one remembers when he quits his body, that state he will attain without fail. Therefore, Arjuna, you should always think of me in the form of Krishna, and at the same time carry out your prescribed duty. With your activities dedicated to me and your mind and intelligence fixed on me, you will attain me without doubt. Bhagavad Gita 8.57. In this way, we can begin to understand that devotional service ultimately brings us to the level of being able to see Lord Krishna directly. It is by this method that numerous other saintly sages and yogis have come to be able to directly see the Lord. The point to remember is that the more spiritual we become, the more we can perceive that which is spiritual, the more purified our consciousness is, or the higher the vibrational level upon which our consciousness functions, the more we can see and enter into that higher level of existence or reality. It awakens our transcendental senses that exist within us. So the process of continued service to Krishna and his devotees will bring about the purification which will allow us to enter into Krishna's domain, even within this very lifetime, if we are fortunate enough. As Lord Krishna further relates, the form which you are seeing with your transcendental eyes cannot be understood simply by studying the Vedas, nor by undergoing serious penances, nor by charity, nor by worship. It is not by these means that one can see me as I am. My dear Arjuna, only by undivided devotional service can I be understood as I am, standing before you, and can thus be seen directly. Only in this way can you enter into the mysteries of my understanding. One who is engaged in my pure devotional service, free from the contaminations of previous activities and from mental speculation, who is friendly to every living entity, certainly comes to me. Bhagavad Gita 11.5, 3.355. Can understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead as He is only by devotional service. And when one is in full consciousness of the Supreme Lord by such devotion, he can enter into the kingdom of God. Bhagavad Gita 18.55. Lord Krishna also explains in the Bhagavata Purana that the residents of both heaven and hell want to take a human birth on earth, since such a human life provides the best facility to achieve transcendental knowledge and love of God. Neither heavenly nor hellish bodies provide the efficient means for such opportunity. This is the fortunate nature of life on this earth planet and in these human bodies, which we often take so much for granted. Furthermore, Lord Krishna describes in the Bhagavata Purana the highest level of happiness that can be attained when we have a taste for serving Him. He says that if you fix your consciousness on him, giving up your material desires, you will share a happiness with him that cannot be experienced in any way by those who remain engaged in merely trying to gratify the senses. If you do not desire anything of this world, and have achieved peace through controlling the senses, and if your consciousness is equipoised in all situations, and when your mind is satisfied in him, you will find happiness wherever you go. Bull, November 14th, 1213. If, or when, you are without any desire for personal gratification, and when the mind is attached to him, peaceful and without false ego, merciful to all living beings, and when your consciousness is not affected by the prospects for gratifying the senses, then you can find a happiness that cannot be known or achieved by those who lack such qualities. But November 14th, 17. In other words, this is beyond anything that a common man may experience. With the explanations that follow, we can understand that a separate endeavor for engaging in the mystic yoga tradition is not needed. Whatever spiritual goals you may wish to attain can be acquired simply by engaging in devotional service to the Supreme. Sri Krishna explains this. One who can control his senses by practicing the regulated principles of freedom can obtain the complete mercy of the Lord and thus become free from all attachment and aversion. Bhagavad Gita 2.64. And of all yogis, he who always abides in me with great faith, worshipping me in transcendental loving service, is most intimately united with me in yoga and is the highest of all. Bhagavad Gita 6.47. He who meditates on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his mind constantly engaged in remembering me, undeviated from the path, he, O Parther, is sure to reach me. One who, at the time of death, fixes his life air between his eyebrows, and in full devotion engages himself in remembering the Supreme Lord, will certainly attain to the Supreme Personality. Bhagavad Gita 8.8. After attaining me, the great souls, who are yogis in devotion, never return to this temporary world which is full of miseries because they have attained the highest perfection. Bhagavad Gita 8.15. This is the powerful effect of the process of thinking and dedicating your activities to Lord Krishna. However, the same result can also be acquired by proper association with those who are spiritually advanced. In this regard, the Supreme Lord personally told Uddhava that it is by associating with his pure devotees that you can destroy your desires for the objects that can gratify the senses. It is this purifying association that can bring the Lord under the control of such a devotee. You may perform the Ashtanga Yoga system, engage in philosophical analysis of the elements of material nature, or practice non-violence and other ordinary principles of piety. Like dig wells, give in charity, plant trees, or other public welfare activities. You may even chant the Vedas, perform penances, take up the renounced order of life, worship the demigods, chant confidential mantras, or visit the holy places. But all such activities cannot bring him under your control. Back December 1st, 11.2. Even though you may engage with great endeavor in the mystic yoga system, or philosophical speculation, or charity, vows, penances, rituals, or even studying the Vedas and teaching the Vedic mantras to others, still you cannot achieve him by these means alone. Bag, December 9th, 11. However, by example we can see that as the residents of Vrindavana, headed by the gopis, cowherd girls devoted to Krishna, were always completely attached to him with the deepest love, they could not find any other comfort or happiness in their separation from him when Krishna's uncle Akrura took him and Balarama to Mathura. All of the nights in which the gopis spent with Krishna in Vrindavana went by like a moment. And now, bereft of his association, the gopis felt those same nights drag on forever, as if each night were a day of Brahma. Just as the great sages in yoga trance merge into self-realization, just like the river merging into the ocean, and are thus oblivious to any material names and forms, in the same way the gopis of Vrindava were so completely attached and absorbed in thought of him that they did not think of their own bodies, or of anything of this world, not even of their future. Their complete consciousness was simply absorbed in Krishna. Though they were not completely aware of his actual position, by their thoughts and association with him, they all attained him, the supreme absolute truth. Therefore, as Lord Krishna goes on to explain in the Bhagavata Purana, abandon the Vedic mantras as well as the procedures in the supplementary Vedic literature and all their injunctions. Simply take shelter of me alone, for I am the Supreme Personality of Godhead situated within the heart of all conditioned souls. Take shelter of me wholeheartedly, and by my grace be free from fear in all circumstances. Bihag, December 9th, 1115. An example of such fearlessness for devotees on the path of spiritual progress is related as follows. Those who are yogis learn how to control their lives so that they pass away from this world at the right moment and in the right consciousness, so that they will not take birth in this world again. However, Lord Krishna explains this and concludes that, for his devotees, there is no reason to be overly concerned about such things. According to the Vedas, there are two ways of passing from this world. One in light and one in darkness. When one passes in light, he does not come back, but when one passes in darkness, he returns. Bhagavad Gita 8.26. Those who know the Supreme Brahman pass away from the world during the influence of the fiery god in the light, at an auspicious moment during the fortnight of the moon and the 6 months when the sun travels in the north. The mystic who passes away from this world during the smoke, the night, the moonless fortnight, or in the 6 months when the sun passes to the south, or who reaches the moon planet, again comes back. Bhagavad Gita 8.2425. However, the devotees who know these two paths, O Arjuna, are never bewildered. Therefore, be always fixed in devotion. Thus, for a devotee who is always thinking of Krishna, there is no reason for any other endeavor or concern in the performance of one's spiritual progress. Krishna further clarifies in the Bhagavata Purana that whatever mystic perfections can be achieved by good birth, herbs, austerities, and mantras can all be achieved by devotional service to him. Indeed, one cannot achieve the actual perfection of yoga by any other means. November 15th, 34. Everything that can be attained through fruitive or karmic activities, penance, knowledge, detachment, mystic yoga, charity, religious duties, or any other means of perfecting life can be easily achieved by his devotee simply through loving service to him. If for some reason his devotee desires to be promoted to heaven or attain liberation or a residence in his abode, such benedictions are easily achieved. BHKA, November 20th, 32-33. A similar point is reiterated by the Lord in his form as Kapila Deva when he explains that because his devotee is completely absorbed in thought of him, he does not desire such benedictions as going to the higher planetary systems, like Satilaloka, nor any of the 8 mystic powers obtained from yoga, nor does he desire to be liberated into the kingdom of God. However, the devotee nonetheless enjoys all offered benedictions even in this life, even without asking for them. Bhag, March 25th, 37. In conclusion, everything that can be accomplished by separate endeavors in other processes are not left out of the path of devotion to the Lord. A person who accepts the path of devotional service is not bereft of the results derived from studying the Vedas, performing austere sacrifices, giving charity, or pursuing philosophical and fruitive activities. At the end, he reaches the supreme abode. Bhagavad Gita 8.28. This is the secret of the potency of Bhakti Yoga. Furthermore, Bhakti Yoga is not a dry system of philosophy and solitude, but it is the ecstatic way of chanting the Lord's holy names, dancing in bliss, and associating with other devotees and taking Krishna prasada, spiritual food that has been offered to Sri Krishna. It is a process of learning to serve the Supreme Being in a multitude of ways, whether through music, the arts, or even technology, through the use of our natural talents and proclivities, and using them all in his service, and to attract others to this process by sharing what we know and do. It is a life of ever-increasing pleasure as we uplift our consciousness to perceive and even interact with the spiritual dimension, which ultimately brings us to the point of entering the spiritual world and even reciprocating directly with the Supreme Being. This is the goal. It is like entering into the mood of the spiritual world, which then brings us into the spiritual strata. This system is not new, but has brought many others to the perfectional platform as well. Chapter 2. Understanding the Essentials. At the temple or at home. It may be easier to follow a disciplined lifestyle for regulated yoga practice of any kind while living or staying in an ashrama, but Bhakti Yogi can easily be adopted wherever you may be. So, I will be pointing out some of the differences of what to do between practicing in an ashrama or at home as we go through this book. For example, if you are living at home, you may not be able to have time to do everything that is outlined in the morning program, as described later. You will follow what is called the family schedule. It will be up to you to decide what is best for you to do and how much you can include. I remember staying with one advanced devotee at his home ashrama, and he would go through the main parts of the morning program in about a half hour, including a short Mangalarati while worshipping his deity, then do Tulasi Puja and then Guru Puja. Then he would spend more time on his japa meditation, and then have a class or a reading from scripture sometime later. So he would pack a lot into his morning very quickly, and then have plenty of time later in the day for many other things. So those of you at home will also have to arrange a morning practice that best fits your schedule and needs, based on what is described later in this book. Then, during those days when you have more time, like on the weekends, you can increase the practices, or even go to the temple to follow the program there. One thing also is to decrease your time that is spent on television or games and what could be called useless actions. Do not waste time, especially on temporary materialistic pursuits, which we are trying to free ourselves from, and then use more time for activities in Bhakti Yoga and spiritual development. It is a common occurrence that as you begin to get a higher taste from your spiritual practices, you will naturally lose your taste for lower temporary sensual happiness. The basic process. The most basic thing is to rise early enough in the morning to incorporate the essential parts of the morning program and the chanting of your japa mediation, consisting of chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra on your beads. If you cannot always finish your chanting in the morning, you can wait until later or end your day with the remaining amount of japa. The main thing is to be regulated, follow your schedule every day. This chanting is also important in the form of sankirtana, getting together with other bhaktas or devotees and chanting Hare Krishna and other devotional songs and mantras in a group, which can certainly enliven us. So we should do both, our japa meditation and then from time to time getting together with others to sing and chant together in a group, which is called sankirtana. In the temple ashrama you can do this daily. The next most important part is to take some time every day to read some of the Shastra, scripture like Bhagavad Gita or Srimad Bhagavatam, to increase your spiritual knowledge and understanding and to remain conversant in the topic so you can train yourself and talk to others about the philosophy. This is also Jnana Yoga, the acquisition of spiritual knowledge. This in itself also incorporates getting the proper association. Rather than taking time for television and radio or other forms of entertainment or talking gossip with others, which often gives unwanted thoughts and association with the improper and unnecessary images and violence and sexual innuendos that are displayed or discussed on television, and are but distractions from what we are trying to accomplish, we should instead take the time to read Shastra, which will give us additional clarity on the importance and value of using our time for spiritual pursuits. The next most important thing is to allow ourselves to have the best association, which is the company of other bhaktis and spiritual practitioners, who are perhaps far more experienced and knowledgeable in Bhakti Yoga than we are. We can discuss the philosophy with them or talk about our difficulties and ask advice for what is best for us. Plus, it is always good to be around those who are enlivened and enthusiastic in the process, which often helps us to be more enthusiastic as well and gives us the opportunity and ideas for doing service or engaging in activities that help ourselves and others. New bhaktas or devotees can and should go to the temple regularly to get association with other and more advanced devotees, or go to home programs where others gather. It is good to put your questions to them for practical answers and go to the classes as well. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu emphasized association as part of the means of sustaining one's progress. The root cause of devotional service to Lord Krishna is association with devotees. Even when one's dormant love for Krishna awakens, association with devotees is still most essential. Katakirma Katarita Mita Madhya Lila 22.83. So, chanting Hare Krishna in japa meditation and in sankirtana, reading Shastra and getting the right association are key to continuing our practice of Bhakti Yoga. The next most important thing to understand is the regulative principles. The regulative principles. When we become more serious about making progress on the path, we also incorporate into our lives the regulative principles. There are 4, which include 1. No meat eating, 2. No gambling, 3. No unnecessary sex, and 4. No intoxication. These are the 4 no's, but they can also be accepted as the 4 yeses. Why? Because they allow us to develop much more rapidly than if we did not follow them, and help us avoid the bad habits, both physically and mentally, that keep us distracted by that internal conversation that goes on in our mind that always tempts us to indulge in the common everyday addictions that keep us bound to materialistic life. And that is from which we want to free ourselves. You cannot be free when your mind is entangled by these habitual thought patterns. You cannot make spiritual development while still bound by the common materialistic habits that are outlined by these 4 regulative principles. If you think you can, then you are just a pretender. Now, you may not be able to follow all of these at first, but it is best to know what the proper standard is and then work your way toward that as best as you can. And if you continue to chant the Maha Mantra and read Shastra as we have discussed, and as your consciousness becomes increasingly spiritualized and you add proper association with other bhaktas, the material life and the bad habits that go with it will soon lose their attraction. Believe me, that is what happened to me. When I first started going to the temple, I decided to chant merely 4 rounds of japa on my beads every day. I was still smoking cigarettes to a small degree at the time, primarily due to bad association in the form of friends who did the same, and then I would go to the temple on Sundays. It was before I ever joined the ashrama, but once I started chanting regularly, I felt an inner strength or power come over me, and I decided to direct that toward quitting smoking. Using the power I got from chanting, I was able to overcome the desire to smoke, and I never looked back. The low desire for smoking was replaced by a higher happiness and strength from chanting Hare Krishna. So, if you take this seriously, it will also work for you. But you have to be serious, and then your life will progress in a completely new way, and you can reach a higher potential that you may never have known you had. Then so many bad habits can be overcome, not because you have to work at it, but because they simply lose their attraction. They simply become useless. Or you could say you simply outgrow them and you reach a new level of life and existence. To explain these regulative principles a little more, no meat eating means to increase our mercy and kindness toward others. It means to give ourselves the facility to recognize that all species of life have souls, and to free us from the cruel practice of animal slaughter and the karma that is rapidly accumulated from engaging in it, whether it is killing animals for the pleasure of the tongue, or buying the meat, or cooking or eating it. You cannot say you have compassion for others if you still have a taste for eating them. Thus, the next step is to take up a vegetarian lifestyle. This frees you from the degrading karma of supporting the cruel animal-killing business, or eating them, and lifts you to a healthier state of being by eating more fruits and vegetables. This also lifts you to a loftier consciousness by being free from all of the low energy that comes from eating animals that are slaughtered in a state of fear, and the intoxicating drugs that are often found within meat, along with all of the harmful bacteria that usually accompanies the slaughtering process, which is ingested by those who eat such meat. Not only that, but you will find that as you give up meat and its byproducts, your taste will change, and you often find yourself appreciating various fruits and vegetables that you never knew or thought you would like. This has happened to many people I have talked to about this. There are many other advantages of a balanced vegetarian lifestyle. No gambling means to become free from gambling itself, and such games of chance and the losses they often cause, and the anxiety and frustration that follows. It also means to be free from unnecessary speculation about trying to make fast money in questionable businesses or investments. This also means to be content through an honest, even if meager, occupation. This frees the mind from so much unnecessary and unwanted trouble from trying to figure out how to get more money, or more anything by hook or by crook. This generally creates more trouble in the long run than if you simply lived an honest life, being content with what you have through a trustworthy and upstanding way of life. Peace of mind is what we want, especially when traversing the spiritual path, and being free from gambling certainly helps us in this way. However, this does not mean that we have to be poor. If we are single students living in the ashrama, such matters should not affect us. But if we are householders raising a family, then we should also not be in anxiety over debt and the cost of living. We will still need to have an occupation, but it should be an honest and respectable occupation. Plus, one thing I have always said, you also cannot use your desire for spiritual pursuits as an excuse to give up the family responsibilities you have already accepted. But if you are still single, without many responsibilities or obligations, and you have a strong desire to engage in spiritual practice, then nothing should hold you back from engaging in serious spiritual practice. But make that decision before accepting a wife and children and all that goes with it. No unnecessary sex means to reach a higher standard of cleanliness, both physically and mentally. It means to keep ourselves free from always looking at others for the potential of sex life and how to arrange for it, or how to exploit others for our own pleasure. Becoming free from that is such a liberation from the most common preoccupation of the mind. It is more of an habitual thought pattern than an actual physical need. However, it is not wrong to get married and have a family with children, but the constant preoccupation with sex will keep you busy accomplishing little else than trying to meet the demands of the mind and genitals. They can pull you in any direction if you are not careful. It is like working so hard for so little, and then in the end, having practically nothing to show for it. It is better to be happy with one wife and raise a decent family than to continue to try to play the field, so to speak, and continually end up spending lots of money or engaged in so much intrigue to satisfy you mind and senses, which is, compared to pouring gasoline on a fire, which actually only gets bigger and more out of control. Trying to satisfy your mind and senses in this way is like that. They are never satisfied. They only want more, though they may slowly get worn out from the repetition of one habit or another, but will only devise other means, desires for seeking satisfaction in other ways. This never ends, except by acquiring a higher taste, which is the happiness of the soul, which is your real identity, beyond the mind and senses. Thus, giving the soul the attention it is seeking is the means for attaining true happiness. Then you can actually attain a state of contentment, not otherwise. Once you are happy on the spiritual platform, it overwhelms whatever happiness you could get on the material or sensual platform. Then all the sensual happiness you could acquire begins to look insignificant and even distasteful or downright disgusting. But you have to clean your mind and consciousness to reach that stage. You have to take it seriously and work at it. It can be done. And when it happens, you can know a bliss which knows no bounds. It is waiting for you. That is why we follow these 4 regulative principles. No intoxication is easy to understand. It means no drugs like heroin or cocaine or other substances like psychedelics or alcoholic beverages like wine, whiskey, beer, etc. It also means no tobacco or cigarettes, and nothing that causes any form of mental imbalance. The point is that when a person becomes even a little intoxicated, you lose your discrimination between right and wrong, good and bad, and you begin to feel that if it sounds good or feels good, why not do it? Then you begin to succumb to all the ideas that we have mentioned above in regard to the other principles we have described. Then you lose your mental balance and spiritual perspective, and you drop back into the bad habits we are trying to overcome. An intoxicant means it is toxic, it is a poison in more ways than one. Becoming free from intoxicants helps us become free from being a slave of our mind and senses, which take complete control over us when we are intoxicated. Intoxicants make you do things that you otherwise would not do, leaving you often feeling sorry later for what you have done. So we can help ourselves be free from that by remaining free from intoxicants and keeping our minds steady and fixed on the spiritual goal we are pursuing within the process of Bhakti Yoga. In previous times, long ago, there were different forms of austerities that were done to attain spiritual advancement, But these 4 principles are the main austerities in this age of Kali Yuga, the age of quarrel, confusion, lethargy, and corruption. But following these principles correctly, along with our spiritual practice, will propel one into the happiness of the freedom from material consciousness and the slavery to our mind and senses that such consciousness causes. It also greatly assists us in our spiritual development and the happiness that follows. So conform to these principles, or at least try as best you can, and keep working on it, and with the following spiritual practices that we will outline, you will soon be moving forward on the spiritual path in leaps and bounds. Chapter 3. Starting our day. In practicing Bhakti Yoga, we can incorporate some aspect of it in all parts of our day. It is just a matter of learning how to do that, but the most important thing is how we start the day. As anyone knows, how our day begins can make a difference in how the rest of the day proceeds. So the point is to make the day filled, as much as possible, with various ways of devoting our thoughts and activities in our devotion to God. This keeps us connected and united with God, which is the whole goal of yoga, as much as possible. The easy part of Bhakti Yoga is that we do not have to remain in a motionless form of meditation, but can actually be engaged in all kinds of activity, while still focused on our connection with the Supreme. This may take some practice, nothing is accomplished overnight, but this is how we can begin, and it all starts in the early morning. The Sacred Brahma Muhurta Hour. Some may question why, especially in the ashramas, it is recommended that everyone rise early and start their spiritual activities and attend the Mangala Arati, auspicious Arati ceremony, about an hour and a half before sunrise. This is explained in the Srimad Bhagavatam, March 20th, 46. The time early in the morning, 1.5 hours before sunrise, is called Brahma Muhurta. During this Brahma Muhurta, spiritual activities are recommended. Spiritual activities performed early in the morning have a greater effect than in any other part of the day. In the Archana Padati it is also described, every 24 minutes is equal to 1 danda. 2 dandas or 48 minutes is equal to 1 muhurta. In the day and the night together there are a total of 30 muhurtas. In the last portion of the night, the time beginning 2 muhurtas before the rise of the sun, up to the rise of the sun, or 1 hour and 36 minutes before the rise of the sun, is called Arunodaya. Of these 2 muhurtas, the first muhurta is called the Brahma Muhurta. This Brahma Muhurta is the most auspicious time for devotees seeking success in spiritual realization. Offering obeisances. So when we awake, we first offer our obeisances to our Guru and Lord Krishna, or our Ishtadevata, our personal deity, to show our gratitude for being able to start another day of service to them and for their blessings of having another day. Then we get up and straighten up our bed and make our way to take our morning bath. Bathing. It is recommended that any time you sleep for more than an hour, a quick shower should be taken for cleanliness. So when we get up in the morning, a quick cold or cool shower is recommended. I say cool because in some places, to take a cold shower, the water is so cold it can jeopardize one's health if you are going to be lathering yourself with soap for a complete scrub down, which you need from time to time. So this means that first you evacuate if possible, pass water, then brush your teeth, and then you finish with a shower. Do not take a shower and then brush your teeth because then you are considered unclean again. The mouth is also filled with germs and should be cleaned before your shower. After drying off, we get dressed and then go to mark our bodies with tilaka, pronounced tilok, described next. Putting on tilaka. The tilaka markings on the body indicate that it is a temple of the Lord, so when we see each other with tilaka on, it helps us recognize that we are not simply persons, but our body is the original temple of God, in which we exist along with the Paramatma, Supersoul. In the Uttarakanda of the Padma Purana, Lord Shiva says to Parvati that in the middle of the V of the Vaishnava Tilaka mark, there is a space, and in that space reside Lakshmi and Narayana. Therefore, the body that is decorated with tilaka should be considered a temple of Lord Vishnu. The Padma Purana also states, Vama Parshve Stito Brahma, Dakshin Cha Sadashiva, Madhye Vishnu Vishaniat, Tasmanyan Lepayet. On the left side of the tilaka Lord Brahma is situated, and on the right side is Sadashiva, but one should know that in the middle dwells Lord Vishnu. Therefore one should not smear the middle section. In applying tilaka on ourselves, we first pour a little water into our left palm, then take some special clay called gopichandana, mud from Dwaraka if we can get it, and mix it with the water to make a paste in our left palm. Then take your ring finger from your right hand and dip it into the paste and apply it to the forehead. Start just at the bridge of the nose, then bring your finger with the paste upward to the hairline, making 2 vertical lines. You may have to do this more than once to get it right. Then apply the tilaka to the nose in a downward movement, from the bridge of the nose down about 2/3 of the length of your nose, ending in a point. When marking tilaka, we can refer to the following mantra from the Uttarakanda of the Padma Purana. In accordance with the above-mentioned mantra, one should apply the gopichandana with the ball of the ring finger tip to make the tilaka marks on the 12 parts of the body. According to the Brahmanda Purana, one should not use the fingernail to make the space in the middle of the tilaka dot. One should use the finger tip or place a thin damp cloth over the finger and make the space with that. Thus, when the tilaka is applied, the following mantras should be chanted. The forehead, Om Keshavaya Namaha. The belly, Om Narayanya Namaha. The chest, Om Madhavaya Namaha. The throat, Om Govindaya Namaha. The right side of the waist, Om Vishnave Namaha. The right upper arm, Om Madhusudanadaya Namaha. The right shoulder, Om Trivikramaya Namaha. The left side of the waist, Om Vamanaya Namaha. The left upper arm, Om Shridharaya Namaha. The left shoulder, Om Rishikeshaya Namaha. The upper back, Om Padmanabhaya Namaha. The lower back, Om Damodaraya Namaha. Finally, after washing one's hand, whatever water is left should be wiped on the top of the head, in the region of the shika, tuft of hair, with the mantra Om Vasudevayam Namaha. In the Padma Purana it is stated, the marking of tilaka, which begins from the root of the nose and extends up to the hairline, which has a space in it and is very beautiful, is known as Urdhva Pundra, tilaka. One should know it to be a temple of Lord Hari, Vishnu. The Padma Purana also mentions that the tilaka marking should only extend 3/4 of the way down the nose, from the root of the nose, which is located between the eyebrows. The space in the middle of the tilaka should begin from between the eyebrows and extend up to the hairline. The marking on the nose and forehead should be connected. That is a perfect tilaka marking. Going to the temple program or starting our program at home. Now when we are dressed with tilaka, we go to the temple to observe Mangala Arati or to get darshan of the deities. When we do not live in an ashram but live at home, we may have to walk or drive to the temple. In some cases we may live a distance from any temple, so we may go to our own temple room where we serve the deities in what is most suitable for us. Maybe we have our own arati with our family, or go to have a little kirtana, or simply greet our own deities if we have some, and chant our japa meditation in front of them. In the temple, we will observe or even help serve the deities that have been ritually installed, which means they get full worship with many items, food offerings, and are newly dressed every day, and so on. But if we are practicing bhakti yoga at home, then we may alter or arrange a program or serve our deities according to what we can handle. Instead of serving in the temple for the day, which we would do if we are living full-time in the temple ashrama, we may have to go to work at our job in order to support our family. So then we adjust our morning program so we can accomplish the most needful things to do, which may be first chanting our japa meditation, which is also like polishing our consciousness, so we are protected throughout the day from whatever challenges may take place as we interact with varieties of people and situations. Doing our sadhana or spiritual practice is like arming ourselves with a spiritual armor so we can remain peaceful throughout the day no matter what life may throw at us. If we can rise early and then chant the Hare Krishna mantra in our japa meditation for a certain number of rounds, and then perhaps read some from the Srimad Bhagavatam, it will fix our consciousness in a way which will help us stay peaceful, and in a spiritual awareness. It will keep us focused on what really matters in life. We can also arrange to have a sacred space and environment in our home, such as a prayer room or temple room, and then take some of that atmosphere with us wherever we go when we leave home. If we do live at home and get up early, or if we live in the temple ashrama, these are the basic parts of the morning program that we can attend or perform. So, first is Mangala Arati, which is the most auspicious arati of the day, when the deities are worshipped with a variety of items, such as incense, ghee lamp, water conch, a cloth or napkin, a flower, a yak-tail fan, and a peacock feather fan. If we live at home, maybe we can arrange to do this for our home deities if we have them. Then there is Tulasi Puja, then time for chanting japa, then greeting the deities after they are newly dressed, then Guru Puja, then class in Srimad Bhagavatam, and then breakfast of sacred prasada food. The importance and meaning of these will be explained in the following chapters. All of the songs and mantras for these functions are described and provided in the next chapter as well. However, not all Vedic or Hindu temples will follow the same program as we have outlined here. Some have rituals or a schedule that are quite different. So we are explaining what is most likely to be found at the Krishna temples, and there are many, where the process of Bhakti-Yoga is followed. Hatha Yoga and Pranayama. There are many kinds of yoga, or steps of the yoga system, and they can be combined for heightening the effects of one with the other. With Bhakti Yoga, we also use Mantra Yoga, with it by our chanting of mantras, and Jnana Yoga with our cultivation of spiritual knowledge by our study of sacred texts, and even Karma Yoga by dedicating our activities toward God. All of these forms of yoga are included in this process of Bhakti Yoga, but there is also no harm in taking a little time during our day, and when we have the space, to do some Hatha Yoga or Pranayama breathing exercises. Doing Hatha Yoga exercises will certainly help keep our body loose, limber, and in shape, which also can help us in our activities of devotional service. There is never any harm in taking care of our health, and we need that no matter what we do. It is better to keep one's health intact and live simply and easily than to ignore it and face the consequences of premature disease later on. By observing a vegetarian diet, keeping a regulated lifestyle, and getting exercise by dancing during the kirtanas, and getting other forms of exercise by our devotional activities, usually keeps us quite healthy, and our chanting, when done properly, automatically provides the proper breathing exercises. So we may not need much else, but adding a few minutes of Hatha Yoga and Pranayama exercises, or even something as simple as the Surya Namaskar to our daily program, can certainly help. Furthermore, many people like to learn yoga, which to most means Hatha Yoga, so being able to teach this can also attract people to attend such classes, which can then lead into discussions on, for example, Bhagavad Gita or the process of Mantra Yoga, or adding Bhakti Yoga to what they are already doing, so there is no harm in adding this to your day if time allows. Chapter 4. Standard songs used in the Hare Krishna temples. As we participate or engage in the typical morning program followed in many Krishna temples, especially those of ISKCON, these are the standard mantras and songs used therein. Obeisances to Srila beheaded Swami Prabhupada, said upon entering the temple room by his disciples and sung during many arati ceremonies. I offer my respectful obeisances unto His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who is very dear to Lord Krishna, having taken shelter at his lotus feet. Our respectful obeisances are unto you, O spiritual master, servant of Sarasvati Goswami. You are kindly preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya Deva and delivering the Western countries, which are filled with impersonalism and voidism. SRI Gurvashtaka. Glories of the Spiritual Master, sung for early morning Mangala Arati by Srila Vishwanatha Chakravarti Thakura. 1. The Spiritual Master is receiving benediction from the ocean of mercy. Just as a cloud pours water on a forest fire to extinguish it, so the Spiritual Master delivers the materially afflicted world by extinguishing the blazing fire of material existence. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master, who is an ocean of auspicious qualities. Chanting the holy name, dancing in ecstasy, singing, and playing musical instruments, the spiritual master is always gladdened by the Sankirtana movement of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, because he is relishing the mellows of pure devotion within his mind. Sometimes his hair stands on end, he feels quivering in his body, and tears flow from his eyes like waves. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master. C3. The spiritual master is always engaged in the temple worship of Sri Sri Radha and Krishna. He also engages his disciples in such worship. They dress the deities in beautiful clothes and ornaments, clean their temple, and perform other similar worship of the Lord. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master. The spiritual master is always offering Krishna 4 kinds of delicious food, analyzed as that which is licked, chewed, drunk, and sucked. When the spiritual master sees that the devotees are satisfied by eating Bhagavat Prasada, he is satisfied. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master. The spiritual master is always eager to hear and chant about the unlimited conjugal pastimes of Radhika and Madhava, and their qualities, names, and forms. The spiritual master aspires to relish these at every moment. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master. The spiritual master is very dear because he is expert in assisting the gopis, who at different times make different tasteful arrangements for the perfection of Radha and Krishna's conjugal loving affairs within the groves of Vrindavana. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master. 7. The spiritual master is to be honored as much as the Supreme Lord, because he is the most confidential servitor of the Lord. This is acknowledged in all revealed scriptures and followed by all authorities. Therefore I offer my humble obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master, who is a bona fide representative of Sri Hari, Krishna. 8. By the mercy of the spiritual master one receives the benediction of Krishna. Without the grace of the spiritual master, one cannot make any advancement. Therefore, I should always remember and praise the spiritual master. At least 3 times a day, I should offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of my spiritual master. Que eteor estais teor mina dum. 9. That person who very attentively recites this Ashtakam, 8 verses during the Brahma Muhurta, is sure to achieve direct service to the lotus feet of Sri Krishna, the very life and soul of Vrindavana, Vrindavana Nata, upon attaining his Vastu Siddhi, or pure spiritual form. Additional prayers sung during Mangala Arati. I offer my obeisances unto the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, along with his associates, Lord Nityananda, Sri Advaita Acharya, Gadatara, Srivasa, and all the devotees of the Lord. This mantra is very important and is known as the Panchatattva Mahamantra. In order to derive the full benefit of chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, we must first take shelter of Sri Chaitanya Mahamantra, and then chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra that will be very effective. So this mantra is sung in most kirtanas before singing Hare Krishna, as well as before chanting Japa. The Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare, Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama, Rama, Hare, Hare. Translation. O Lord Krishna, O energy of the Lord, please engage me in your devotional service. This is a simple call to the Lord and his energies. It should be chanted exactly like a small child crying for its mother. The transcendental sound vibration of this mantra is the essence of all the Vedas and non-different from Lord Krishna personally. In the temples, this mantra is sung during some portion of almost all kirtanas, Premadave or pranam prayers. Someone says these prayers after the arati, while everyone joins in with the jaya at the end of each line. This is a very basic rendition, while additional lines and obeisances to other personalities and holy places can be said as well. I offer my obeisances to Lord Narasimha, who gives joy to Prahlada Maharaja and whose nails are like chisels on the stone-like chest of the demon Hiranyakashipu. Lord Narasimha is here and also there. Wherever I go, Lord Narasimha is there. He is in the heart and is outside as well. I surrender to Lord Narasimha, the origin of all things and the supreme refuge. O Keshava, O Lord of the universe! O Lord Hari, who have assumed the form of half man, half lion, all glories to you! Just as one can easily crush a wasp between one's fingernails, so in the same way the body of the wasp-like demon Hiranyakashipu has been ripped apart by the wonderful pointed nails on your beautiful lotus hands. This first mantra is when we offer obeisances to Srimati Tulasi Devi. Srila Prabhupada explains that the Tulasi tree is a pure devotee of Krishna in the body of a plant. Worship of the Tulasi plant is very important in devotional service. I offer my repeated obeisances unto Vrinda, Srimati Tulasi Devi, who is very dear to Lord Keshava. O Goddess, you bestow devotional service to Lord Krishna and possess the highest truth. The following is the song sung during the Tulasi Arati. O Tulasi, beloved of Krishna, I bow before you again and again. My desire is to obtain the service of Sri Sri Radha Krishna. Whoever takes shelter of you has his wishes fulfilled. Bestowing your mercy on him, you make him a resident of Vrindavana. My desire is that you will also grant me a residence in the pleasure groves of Sri Vrindavana Dharma. Thus, within my vision, I will always behold the beautiful pastimes of Radha and Krishna. I beg you to make me a follower of the cowherd damsels of Raha. Please give me the privilege of devotional service and make me your own maidservant. This very fallen and lowly servant of Krishna prays, may I always swim in the love of Sri Radha and Govinda. After the Arati, devotees circumambulate the Tulasi plant while singing the following prayer. By the circumambulation of Srimati Tulasi Devi, all the sins that one may have committed are destroyed at every step, even the sin of killing a Brahmin. The 10 offences in chanting the holy names. The general order of prayers in many temples is that after the Tulasi Puja, the 10 offences in chanting Hare Krishna Japa are recited, usually together with whoever is at the morning program. 1. To blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated their lives to the propagation of the holy names of the Lord. 2. To consider the names of the demigods like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma to be equal to or independent of the name of Lord Vishnu. 3. To disobey the orders of the spiritual master. 4. To blaspheme the Vedic literature or literature in pursuance of the Vedic version. 5. To consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna as imagination. 6. To give mundane interpretation of the holy name of the Lord. 7. To commit sinful activities on the strength of chanting the holy names of the Lord. 8. To consider the chanting of Hare Krishna as one of the auspicious ritualistic activities which are offered in the Vedas as fruitive activities, karma kanda. 9. To instruct a faithless person about the glories of the holy name. 10. To not have complete faith in the chanting of the holy names, and to maintain material attachments even after understanding so many instructions on this matter. It is also offensive to be inattentive while chanting. Anyone who claims to be a Vaishnava must carefully guard against these 10 offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success, Krishna Prema. Now let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnavas, devotees of the Lord. They are just like desire trees who can fulfill the desires of everyone, and they are full of compassion for the fallen conditioned souls. SHRI Vaishnava Pranam. Obeisances to fellow devotees, often said after the early Aratis and before doing japa. I offer my respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnavas, devotees of the Lord. They are just like desire trees who can fulfill the desires of everyone, and they are full of compassion for the fallen conditioned souls. SRI Shikshastaka by Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu did not do much writing, but was widely renowned as a scholar in his youth. Nonetheless, he did leave these 8 verses known as Shikshastaka. These explain the essence of his mission and the philosophy of devotional service to Lord Krishna. See the article on Lord Caitanya to learn more about him. Glory to the Sri Krishna Sankirtana, congregational chanting of the Lord's holy names, which cleanses the heart of all the dust accumulated for years and extinguishes the fire of conditional life, of repeated birth and death. That Sankirtana movement is the prime benediction for humanity at large because it spreads the rays of the benediction moon. It is the life of all transcendental knowledge. It increases the ocean of transcendental bliss, and it enables us to fully taste the nectar for which we are always anxious. O my Lord, your holy name alone can render all benediction to living beings, and thus you have hundreds and millions of names, like Krishna and Govinda. In these transcendental names, you have invested all your transcendental energies. There are not even hard and fast rules for chanting these names. O my Lord, out of kindness, you enable us to easily approach you by your holy names, but I am so unfortunate that I have no attraction for them. One should chant the holy name of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than the straw in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige, and should be ready to offer all respect to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the holy name of the Lord constantly. O Almighty Lord, I have no desire to accumulate wealth, nor do I desire beautiful women, nor do I want any number of followers. I only want your causeless devotional service, birth after birth. O son of Maharaja Nande, I am your eternal servitor, yet somehow or other I have fallen into the ocean of birth and death. Please pick me up from this ocean of death and place me as one of the atoms at your lotus feet. O my Lord, when will my eyes be decorated with tears of love flowing constantly when I chant your holy name? When will my voice choke up, and when will the hairs of my body stand on end at the recitation of your name? O Govinda, feeling your separation, I am considering a moment to be like 12 years or more. Tears are flowing from my eyes like torrents of rain, and I am feeling all vacant in the world in your absence. I know no one but Krishna as my Lord, and he shall remain so even if he handles me roughly by his embrace, or makes me broken-hearted by not being present before me. He is completely free to do anything and everything, for he is always my worshipful Lord unconditionally. Jaya, Radha, Madhava. Sung before morning class. Written by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura. Krishna is the lover of Radha. He displays many amorous pastimes in the groves of Vrindavana. He is the lover of the cowherd maidens of Vraja, the holder of the great hill named Govardhana, the beloved son of Mother Yashoda, the delighter of the inhabitants of Vraja, and he wanders in the forests along the banks of the river Yamuna. Srila Prabhupada was very fond of this song and sang it just before his lectures. In Allahabad and Gorakhpur, Srila Prabhupada fell into a trance after singing the first 2 lines, and after some time he came back into external consciousness and said, "Now just chant Hare Krishna." Srila Prabhupada said that this song is a picture of Vrindavana. Everything is there: Srila Prabhupada, Radhana, Yashoda, and all the cowherd boys. Mantras chanted before class. Before reciting this Srimad Bhagavatam, which is the very means of conquest, one should offer respectful obeisances unto the personality of Godhead, Narayana, unto Nara Narayana Rishi, the supermost human being, unto Mother Sarasvati, the goddess of learning, and unto Srila Vyasadeva, the author. Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2.4. Sri Krishna, the personality of Godhead, who is the Paramatma in everyone's heart and the benefactor of the truthful devotee, cleanses desire for material enjoyment from the heart of the devotee who has developed the urge to hear his messages, which are in themselves virtuous when properly heard and chanted. Srimad Bhagavatam, January 2nd, 1777. By regular attendance in classes on the Bhagavatam and by rendering service to the pure devotee, all that is troublesome to the heart is almost completely destroyed, and loving service unto the personality of Godhead, who is praised with transcendental songs, is established as an irrevocable fact. Back to January 2nd, 18. Mantra chanted before class commentary. Shri Guru Pranama. I was born in the darkest of ignorance, and my spiritual master opened my eyes with the torch of knowledge. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. Sri Rupa Pranama. When will Kurila Rupa Goswami Prabhupada, who has established within this material world the mission to fulfill the desire of Lord Chaitanya, give me shelter under his lotus feet? Mangala Kurana. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of my spiritual master and unto the feet of all Vaishnavas. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of Srila Rupa Goswami along with his elder brother Sanatana Goswami, as well as Raghunatha Dasa and Raghunatha Bhatta, Gopala Bhatta and Srila Jiva Goswami. I offer my respectful obeisances to Lord Krishna Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda along with Advaita Acharya, Godadara, Srivasa and other associates. I offer my respectful obeisances to Srimati Radharani and Sri Krishna along with their associates Sri Lalita and Vishaka. Sri Krishna Pranama. O my dear Krishna, you are the friend of the distressed and the source of creation. You are the master of the gopis and the lover of Radharani. I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. Sri Radha Pranama. I offer my respects to Radharani, whose bodily complexion is like molten gold and who is the queen of Vrindavana. You are the daughter of King Vrishabhanu, and you are very dear to Lord Krishna. Sri Vaishnava Pranama. I offer my respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord who can fulfill the desires of everyone, just like desire trees, and who are full of compassion for the fallen souls. I offer my obeisances to Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita, Gadadara, Srivasa, and all others in the line of devotion. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the 6 Gosvamis, namely Sri Rupa Goswami, Sri Sanatana Goswami, Sri Raghunatha Data Goswami, Sri Raghuna Dasa Goswami, Sri Jiva Goswami, and Sri Gopala Bhatta Goswami, who were engaged in chanting the holy names of the Lord and bowing down in a scheduled measurement. In this way, they utilized their valuable lives, and in executing these devotional activities, they conquered overeating and sleeping, and were always meek and humble, enchanted by remembering the transcendental qualities of the Lord. Verse 7. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the 6 Gosvamis, namely Sri Rupa Goswami, Sri Sanatana Goswami, Sri Raghunatha Bhatta Goswami, Sri Raghunatha Dasa Goswami, Sri Gopala Bhatta Goswami, who were sometimes on the bank of the Radhakunda lake or the shores of the Yamuna, and sometimes at Vamsivata. There they appeared just like madmen in the full ecstasy of love for Krishna, exhibiting different transcendental symptoms in their bodies, and they were merged in the ecstasy of Krishna consciousness. Verse 8. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the 6 Gosvamis, namely Sri Rupa Goswami, Sri Sanatana Goswami, Sri Raghunatha Bhatta Goswami, Sri Raghunatha Dasa Goswami, Sri Gopala Bhatta Goswami, who were chanting very loudly everywhere in Vrindavana, shouting, Queen of Vrindavana, Radhahana, O Lalita, O son of Nanda Maharaja, where are you all now? Are you just on the hill of Govardhana, or are you under the trees on the bank of the Yamuna? Where are these? Were their moods in executing Krishna consciousness. Gatana recited before reading Karishna book. O Lord Krishna, please protect me and maintain me. O Lord Rama, descendant of King Raghu, please protect me. O Krishna, O Keshava, killer of the Keshi demon, please maintain me. Nama Sankirtana by Srila Narottama Dasa Thakura. 1. O Lord Hari, O Lord Krishna, I offer my obeisances to you, who are known as Hari, Yadava, Madhava, and Keshava. 2. O Gopala, Govinda, Rama, Sri Madhusudana, Giridhari, Gopinatha, and Madanamahana. Kapkala, Godavuda. 2. Jiro Atmuda, Mohuna. Kapkala and Mohuna. 3. All glories to Sri Chaitanya and Nityanand. All glories to Sri Advaita Acharya and his consort, Sri Sita Thakurani. All glories to Lord Hari, To the spiritual master, the Vaishnavas, Srimad Bhagavatam and Srimad Bhagavad Gita. 4. All glories to Sri Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, Raghunatha Bhatta Goswami, Sri Jiva Goswami, Gopala Bhatta Goswami, and Raghunatha Dasa Goswami. 5. I offer my obeisances to the feet of these 6 Goswamis. Bowing to them destroys all obstacles to devotion and fulfills all spiritual desires. 6. I am the servant of that person who is a servant of these 6 Goswamis. The dust of their lotus feet is my 5 kinds of foods. 7. This is my desire, that birth after birth I may live with those devotees who serve the lotus feet of these 6 Goswamis. 8. When these 6 Goswamis lived in Vraha, they revealed the lost holy places and explained the eternal pastimes of Radha and Krishna. 9. Just shout the names of Lord Hari in great ecstasy and worship the transcendental realm of Vrindavana while absorbing your mind in meditation upon the divine feet of the spiritual master and the Vaishnavas. 10. Desiring to serve the lotus feet of Sri Guru and the Vaishnavas, Narottama Dasa sings this Sankirtana of the holy names of Lord Hari. Gora Arati, the Evening Arati Song, by Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakura. All glories to the beautiful Arati ceremony of Lord Chaitanya. This Gaura Arati is taking place in a grove on the banks of the Jahnavi and is attracting the minds of all living entities in the universe. On Lord Chaitanya's right side is Lord Nityananda, and on his left side is Sri Gadadhara. Nearby stand Sri Advaita, and Srivasa Thakura is holding an umbrella over Lord Chaitanya's head. Lord Chaitanya has sat down on a jewelled throne, and the demigods, headed by Lord Brahma, perform the Arati ceremony. Narahari Sarakara and other associates of Lord Chaitanya fanned him with chamaras, and devotees headed by Sanjaya Pandita, Mukunda Datta and Vasu Ghosha sing sweet kirtana. Conch shells, bells and karatalas resound, and the mridangas play very sweetly. This kirtana music is supremely sweet and relishable to hear. The brilliance of Lord Chaitanya's face conquers millions upon millions of moons, and the garland of forest flowers around his neck shines. Lord Shiva, Sukadeva Goswami, and Narada Muni are all there, and their voices are choked with the ecstasy of transcendental love. Thus, Thakura Bhaktivinoda envisions the glory of Lord Sri Chaitanya. SHRI Damodarashtaka. Sung every morning during the month of Kartika, October to November, found in the Padma Purana of Krishna Dvaipayana Vyasa, spoken by Satyavrata Muni in a conversation with Narada Muni and Sonaka Rasi. In the month of Kartika, one should worship Lord Damodara and daily recite the prayer known as Damodarastaka, which has been spoken by the sage Satyavrata and which attracts Lord Damodara. Sri Hari Bhakti Vilasa, February 16th, 198. 1. To the Supreme Lord, whose form is the embodiment of eternal existence, knowledge and bliss, whose shark-shaped earrings are swinging to and fro, who is beautifully shining in the divine realm of Gokula, who, due to the offence of breaking the pot of yogurt that his mother was churning into butter and then stealing the butter that was kept hanging from a swing, is quickly running from the wooden grinding mortar in fear of Mother Yasoda, but who has been caught from behind by her who ran after him with greater speed. To that Supreme Lord Sri Damodara I offer my humble obeisances. Seeing the whipping stick in his mother's hand, he is crying and rubbing his eyes again and again with his 2 lotus hands. His eyes are filled with fear, and the necklace of pearls around his neck, which is marked with 3 lines like a conch shell, is shaking because of his quick breathing due to crying. To this Supreme Lord Sri Damodara, whose belly is bound not with ropes but with his mother's pure love, I offer my humble obeisances. Seeking childhood pastimes as this, he is drowning the inhabitants of Gokula in pools of ecstasy and is revealing to those devotees who are absorbed in knowledge of his supreme majesty and opulence that he is only conquered by devotees whose pure love is imbued with intimacy and is free from all conceptions of awe and reverence. With great love I again offer my obeisances to Lord Damodara hundreds and hundreds of times. O Lord, although you are able to give all kinds of benedictions, I do not pray to you for the boon of impersonal liberation, nor the highest liberation of eternal life in Vaikuntha, nor any other boon, which may be obtained by executing the 9 processes of bhakti. O Lord, I simply wish that this form of yours as Bala Gopala in Vrindavana may ever be manifest in my heart, for what is the use to me of any other boon besides this? O Lord, your lotus face, which is encircled by locks of soft black hair tinged with red, is kissed again and again by Mother Yasoda. And your lips are reddish like the bimba fruit. May this beautiful vision of your lotus face be ever manifest in my heart. Thousands and thousands of other benedictions are of no use to me. O Supreme Godhead, I offer my obeisances unto you. O Damodara, O Ananta, O Vishnu, O Master, O my Lord, be pleased upon me. By showering your glance of mercy upon me, deliver this poor ignorant fool who is immersed in an ocean of worldly sorrows and become visible to my eyes. 7th, O Lord Damodara, just as the 2 sons of Kuvera Managriva and Nalakuvera were delivered from the curse of Narada and made into great devotees by you in your form as a baby tied with rope to a wooden grinding mortar, in the same way please give to me your own prema bhakti. I only long for this and have no desire for any kind of liberation. 8. O Lord Damodara, I first of all offer my obeisances to the brilliantly effulgent rope which binds your belly. I then offer my obeisances to your belly, which is the abode of the entire universe. I humbly bow down to your most beloved Srimati Radharani, and I offer all obeisances to you, the Supreme Lord, who displays unlimited pastimes. Separshada Vagvaraha Janita Vilapapa. Lamentation due to separation from the Lord and his associates. Sung on the disappearance days of saints. 1. He who brought the treasure of divine love, and who was filled with compassion and mercy. Where has such a personality as Srinivasa Acharya gone? 2. Where are my Svarupa Damodara and Rupa Goswami? Where is Sanatana? Where is Raghunatha Dasa, the saviour of the fallen? 3. Where are my Raghunatha Bhatta and Gopala Bhatta? And where is Krishnadasa Kavirahaja? Where did Lord Gauranga, the great dancer, suddenly go? 4. I will smash my head against the rock and enter into the fire. Where will I find Lord Gauranga, the reservoir of all wonderful qualities? 5. Being unable to obtain the association of Lord Gauranga, accompanied by all of these devotees in whose association he performed his pastimes, Narottama Das simply weeps. SHRI. Verses in glorification of Lord Jagannatha. Sometimes in great happiness Lord Jagannatha makes a loud concert with his flute in the groves on the banks of the Yamuna. He is like a bumblebee tasting the beautiful lotus-like faces of the cowherd damsels of Vraja, and great personalities such as Lakshmi, Shiva, Brahma, Indra and Ganesh worship his lotus feet. May that Jagannatha Swami be the object of my vision. In his left hand Lord Jagannatha holds a flute, on his head he wears peacock feathers, and on his hips he wears fine yellow silken cloth. From the corners of his eyes he bestows sidelong glances upon his loving devotees, and he always reveals himself through his pastimes in his divine abode of Vrindavana. May that Jagannatha Swami be the object of my vision. C3. On the shore of the great ocean, within a large palace atop the brilliant golden Nilachala hill, Lord Jagannatha resides with his powerful brother Balabhadra and his sister Subhadra, who stands between them. May that Jagannatha Swami, who bestows the opportunity for devotional service upon all godly souls, be the object of my vision. Lord Jagannatha is an ocean of mercy and is as beautiful as a row of blackish rain clouds. He is the storehouse of bliss for Lakshmi and Saraswati, and his face resembles a spotless, full-blown lotus. The best of demigods and sages worship him, and the Upanishads sing his glories. May that Jagannatha Swami be the object of my vision. When Lord Jagannatha moves along the road on his Ratayata car, at every step large assemblies of Brahmanas loudly chant prayers and sing songs for his pleasure. Hearing their hymns, Lord Jagannatha becomes very favourably disposed toward them. He is the ocean of mercy and the true friend of all the worlds. May that Jagannatha Swami, along with his consort Lakshmi, who was born from the ocean of nectar, be the object of my vision. Lord Jagannatha, whose eyes resemble full-blown lotus petals, is the ornament of Lord Brahma's head. He resides on Nilachala hill with his lotus feet placed on the heads of Anantadeva. Overwhelmed by the mellows of love, he joyfully embraces Srimati Radharani's body, which is like a cool pond. May that Jagannatha Swami be the object of my vision. 7. I do not pray for a kingdom, nor for gold, rubies, or wealth. I do not ask for a beautiful wife as desired by all men. I simply pray that Jagannatha Swami, whose glories Lord Shiva always sings, may be the constant object of my vision. O Lord of the demigods, please quickly remove this useless material existence I am undergoing. O Lord of the Yadus, please destroy this vast, shoreless ocean of sins. Ah, this is certain. Lord Jagannatha bestows his lotus feet upon those who feel themselves fallen and have no shelter in this world but him. May that Jagannatha Swami be the object of my vision. Guruveva by Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakura. Gurudeva, by a drop of your mercy make this servant of yours more humble than a blade of grass. Give me strength to bear all trials and troubles, and free me from all desires for personal honour. O Lord and Master, invest me with the power to properly honour all living beings. Only then will I sing the holy name in great ecstasy, and will all me offences cease. C3. O Lord and Master, when will this devotee be blessed by obtaining your mercy? I am low, fallen, and devoid of all strength and intelligence. Please make me your beloved servant. When I examine myself, I find nothing of value. Your mercy is therefore essential to me. If you are not merciful, I will constantly weep, and I will not maintain my life any longer. S.A. Varana Sagora Padme Perth. A prayer to the lotus feet of Sri Gauranga. From Prathana by Srila Narottama Dasa Thakura. This is a song composed by Narottama Dasa Thakura. He prays to Lord Chaitanya, My dear Lord, please be merciful to me, because who can be more merciful than your Lordship within these three worlds? Actually, this is a fact. Not only Narottama Dasa Thakura, but Rupa Goswami also prayed to Lord Chaitanya in this way. At the time of the first meeting of Lord Chaitanya and Rupa Goswami at Prayag PA, Allahabad, Srila Goswami said, My dear Lord, you are the most munificent of all incarnations, because you are distributing love of Krishna, Krishna consciousness. When Krishna was personally present, he simply asked us to surrender, but he did not distribute himself so easily. He made conditions. First of all, you surrender. But this incarnation, Lord Chaitanya, although Krishna himself makes no such condition, he simply distributes. Take love of Krishna. Therefore, Lord Chaitanya is approved as the most munificent incarnation. Narottama Dasa Thakura says, Please be merciful to me. You are so magnanimous because you have seen the fallen souls of this age, and you are very much compassionate to them. But you should know also that I am the most fallen. No one is more greatly fallen than me. Patita Pavana Hetu Tava Avatara. Your incarnation is just to reclaim the conditioned fallen souls, but I assure you that you will not find a greater fallen soul than me. Therefore my claim is first. Then he prays to Lord Nityananda. He says, Ha ha Prabhu Nityananda Premananda Sukhi. My dear Lord Nityananda, you are always joyful in spiritual bliss. Since you always appear very happy, I have come to you because I am most unhappy. If you kindly put your glance over me, I may also become happy. Then he prays to Advaita Prabhu, Doya Koro Sita Pati Advaita Gosai. Advaita Prabhu's wife's name was Sita, therefore he is sometimes addressed as Sitapati. Thus Narottama Dasa Thakura prays, My dear Advaita Prabhu, husband of Sita, you are so kind, please be kind to me. You are kind to me naturally. Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda will also be kind to me. Actually, Advaita Prabhu invited Lord Chaitanya to come down and appear in this material world. When Advaita Prabhu saw that the fallen souls were all engaged simply in sense gratificatory processes, not understanding Krishna consciousness, he felt very much compassionate toward the fallen souls, and he also felt himself incapable of claiming them all. He therefore prayed to Lord Krishna, Please come yourself. Without your personal presence, it is not possible to deliver these fallen souls. Thus, by his invitation, Lord Chaitanya appeared. Naturally, Narottama Dasa Thakura prays to Advaita Prabhu. If you will be kind to me, naturally Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda also will be kind to me. Then he prays to the Goswamis. Haha Swarup Santana Rupa Raghunatha. Swarup refers to Swarupa Damodara, the personal secretary of Lord Chaitanya. He was always with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and immediately arranged for whatever Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted. Two personal attendants, Swarupa Damodara and Govinda, were always constantly with Lord Chaitanya. Therefore, Narottama Dasa Thakura also prays to Swarupa Damodara and then to the 6 Goswamis, the next disciples of Lord Chaitanya. Sri Rupa Goswami, Sri Sanatana Goswami, Sri Bhatta Raghunatha Goswami, Sri Gopal Bhatta Goswami, and Srila Goswami, and Sri Raghunatha Dasa Goswami. These 6 Goswamis were directly instructed by Lord Chaitanya to spread this movement of Krishna consciousness. Narottama Dasa Thakura also prays for their mercy. After the 6 Goswamis, the next Acharya was Srinivas Acharya. Actually, Narottama Dasa Thakura was in the disciplic succession after Srinivas Acharya and was almost his contemporary, and Narottama Dasa's personal friend was Ramachandra Chakravarti. Therefore he prays, I always desire the company of Ramachandra. He desires a devotee's company. The whole process is that we should always pray for the mercy of the superior acharyas and keep company with pure devotees. Then it will be easier for us to advance in Krishna consciousness and receive the mercy of Lord Chaitanya and Lord Krishna. This is the sum and substance of this song, sung by Narottama Dasa Thakura. Part 2. A deeper look into the basic essence. Chapter 5. On Shanti Hare Krishna. Although Hare Krishna has become a household word, practically nobody knows what it means. Is it merely a repetitious incantation designed to hypnotize its practitioners? Is it a form of escapism? Or is it a genuine meditation that can actually summon higher awareness? As recorded on his first LP in late 1966, Srila Prabhupada illuminates the inner meaning of the Hare Krishna mantra as follows. The transcendental vibration established by the chanting of Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ha / Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Rama Hare Ha is the sublime method for reviving our transcendental consciousness. As living spiritual souls, we are all originally Krishna-conscious entities, but due to our association with matter from time immemorial, our consciousness is now adulterated by the material atmosphere. The material atmosphere in which we are now living is called Maya, or illusion. Maya means that which is not. And what is this illusion? The illusion is that we are all trying to be lords of material nature, while actually we are under the grip of her stringent laws. When a servant artificially tries to imitate the all-powerful master, he is said to be in illusion. We are trying to exploit the resources of material nature, but actually we are becoming more and more entangled in her complexities. Therefore, although we are engaged in a hard struggle to conquer nature, we are ever more dependent on her. This illusory struggle against material nature can be stopped at once by revival of our eternal Krishna consciousness. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare. Hare is the transcendental process for reviving this original, pure consciousness. By chanting this transcendental vibration, we can cleanse away all misgivings within our hearts. The basic principle of all such misgivings is the false consciousness that I am the Lord of all I survey. Krishna consciousness is not an artificial imposition on the mind. This consciousness is the original, natural energy of the living entity. When we hear this transcendental vibration, this consciousness is revived. This simplest method of meditation is recommended for this age. By practical experience also, one can perceive that by chanting this Maha Mantra, or the great chanting for deliverance, one can at once feel a transcendental ecstasy coming through from the spiritual strata. In the material concept of life, we are busy in the matter of sense gratification, as if we were in the lower animal stage. A little elevated from this status of sense gratification, one is engaged in mental speculation for the purpose of getting out of the material clutches. A little elevated from this speculative status, when one is intelligent enough, one tries to find out the supreme cause of all causes, within and without. And when one is factually on the plane of spiritual understanding, surpassing the stages of sense, mind, and intelligence, he is then on the transcendental plane. This chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra is enacted from the spiritual platform, and thus this sound vibration surpasses all lower strata of consciousness, namely sensual, mental, and intellectual. There is no need, therefore, to understand the language of the mantra, nor is there any need for mental speculation, nor any intellectual adjustment for chanting this Maha Mantra. It is automatic from the spiritual platform, and as such, anyone can take part in the chanting without any previous qualification. In a more advanced stage, of course, one is not expected to commit offences on the grounds of spiritual understanding. In the beginning, there may not be the presence of all transcendental ecstasies, which are 8 in number. These are 1. Being stopped as though dumb, 2. Perspiration, 3. Standing up of hairs on the body, 4. Dislocation of voice, 5. Trembling, and 6. Fading of the body, 7. Crying in ecstasy, and 8. Trance. But there is no doubt that chanting for a while can take one immediately to the spiritual platform, and one shows the first symptom of this in the urge to dance along with the chanting of the mantra. We have seen this practically. Even a child can take part in the chanting and dancing. Of course, for one who is too entangled in material life, it takes a little more time to come to the standard point. But even such a materially engrossed man is raised to the spiritual platform very quickly. When the mantra is chanted by a pure devotee of the Lord in love, it has the greatest efficacy on hearers, and as such, this chanting should be heard from the lips of a pure devotee of the Lord, so that immediate effects can be achieved. As far as possible, chanting from the lips of non-devotees should be avoided, just as milk touched by the lips of a serpent has poisonous effects. As Srila Prabhupada continues, the word Hara is the form of addressing the energy of the Lord, and the words Krishna and Rama are forms of addressing the Lord himself. Both Krishna and Rama mean the supreme pleasure, and Hara is the supreme pleasure energy of the Lord, changed to Hare in the vocative. The supreme pleasure energy of the Lord helps us to reach the Lord. The material energy, called Maya, is also one of the multi-energies of the Lord, and we, the living entities, are also the energy, marginal energy, of the Lord. The living entities are described as superior to material energy. When the superior energy is in contact with the inferior energy, an incompatible situation arises. But when the superior marginal energy is in contact with the superior energy, Hara, it is established in its happy, normal condition. These 3 words, namely Hare, Krishna, and Rama, are the transcendental seeds of the Maha Mantra. The chanting is a spiritual call for the Lord and his energy to give protection to the conditioned soul. This chanting is exactly like the genuine cry of a child for its mother's presence. Mother Hara helps the devotee achieve the Lord Father's grace, and the Lord reveals himself to the devotee who chants this mantra sincerely. No other means of spiritual realization is as effective in this age of quarrel and hypocrisy as the chanting of the Maha Mantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare / Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Shosh, Hare A-un, Hare Hahe. As it is explained in the Srimad Bhagavatam, December 3rd, 51, My dear king, although Kali Yuga is full of faults, there is still one good quality about this age. It is that simply by chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, one can become free from material bondage and be promoted to the transcendental kingdom.
How to chant Hare Krishna.
There are a few basic ways to chant mantras. The primary way that is prescribed in this age is through kirtana or sankirtana, which is loud group or congregational chanting where a main singer leads the chanting and melody while the rest of the group sings in refrain following the leader. This can be done with the use of mridanga drums and karatala hand cymbals and other instruments. However, simple tunes are best so that it does not become complicated and everyone can join in. The more people that join in, the more powerful it becomes. The most important mantra to chant in this age of Kali Yuga, as recommended in various Vedic literature, is the Hare Krishna mantra, which is a formula consisting of the Lord's names. A few such verses are as follows. Chant the holy names, chant the holy names, chant the holy names. In this age of quarrel and confusion, Kali Yuga, there is no other way, there is no other way, there is no other way. Naraya Purana. Hey Krishna, Krishna, hey, 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 hey. These 16 names, composed of 32 syllables, are the only means to counteract the evil effects of Kali Yuga. In all the Vedas it is seen that to cross the ocean of nescience, there is no alternative to the chanting of the holy name, Kali Santarana Upanishad. This indicates that for this age of Kali Yuga, chanting the holy names of Krishna is the Yuga Dharma, or recommended process for spiritual advancement in this age. The other primary way of chanting is through japa, or quiet chanting for one's own concentration and benefit. In japa, the names must be pronounced distinctly and accurately, and then you simply listen. That is the meditation. Sometimes people begin to mumble to the point that no one can understand what they are saying. If no one else can understand it, then how can Krishna hear his own names from this sort of chanting? And in our chanting, we should have the attitude that we are calling for him to accept our service. And part of that service is to chant his names nicely and clearly. We should also make sure we chant the whole mantra, and not leave out words, nor talk while we are chanting japa, or reading while chanting. Our minds should be simply focused on the chanting for it to have deep effects on our consciousness. The nice thing about chanting is that there are no hard and fast rules for chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. One can chant anywhere, anytime, in any situation. In fact, the Caitanya Charitamrita describes that chanting the holy name at any time or place, even during sleep or while eating, brings one all perfection. Caitanya Charitamrita, Antya-lila 20.18. However, there are different stages of chanting. The first stage of chanting is the offensive stage, when we often still hold on to our attachments, have little taste for chanting, and are working at clearing our mind of unwanted things. The second stage is offenseless chanting, after we have made a little progress and are starting to get a taste for the holy names. Then is the third or pure stage of chanting, which is when the chanting becomes extremely powerful. This is when we have a strong taste or attraction for the Lord's holy names and can become absorbed in the hearing and chanting of them. The proper way to chant is to give up all of our internal thoughts. The fact is, it is almost impossible to meditate on the void and empty our mind of all thinking. Our mind is always being pulled here and there by something. But the chanting process is easy because we simply concentrate on the mantra. However, our meditation on the mantra will be most effective if we can avoid the internal dialogue we always have within our mind. We should not be chanting while we make plans for the day or while focusing our attention on other things. The Mahamantra is the supreme in the incarnation of sound. Therefore, we must chant with complete respect and veneration. We must give the mantra our full attention. Otherwise, the chanting is considered offensive. The process is to simply chant and hear. That is all. If we can do that, then we will make rapid progress and quickly attain the second stage of chanting, which is the offenseless stage. As one progresses through the second stage, a person begins to get a taste for the chanting and begins to feel the nectar of joy and bliss within the names. As a person enters the third or pure stage of chanting, the layers of ignorance that keeps one from realizing their spiritual identity are peeled away. At the fullest point, one gains direct perception of their spiritual identity and relationship with God, and is immediately liberated while still in the material body. The Lord reveals himself to such a sincere devotee, and the devotee relishes the taste of transcendental life. As Srila Rupa Goswami states in his Sri Upadesamrita, text 7, everything about Krishna is spiritually sweet, such as his names, qualities, and activities. But one who suffers from the disease of ignorance cannot taste this sweetness. Yet by chanting the names every day, a person can destroy this disease and relish the natural sweetness of Krishna's name. The Hare Krishna mantra is said to contain everything for both material and spiritual well-being. So if one chants Hare Krishna with material desires, he can attain these, though that is not the goal. And if one wants mukti, or liberation from the material world, he can also get that. Then again, if one chants the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, understanding that Radha and Krishna are personally present there enjoying intimate pastimes in Vrindavana, then one can attain their eternal loving service. Ultimately, the content of the mantra cannot be separated from the sadhaka's or practitioner's mentality. Both have a part to play at what will be attained through the use of it. The essential state of mind that one should have while chanting the Maha Mantra is described by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself in the third verse of his Sixthastaka prayers. One should chant the holy name of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than the straw in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige, and should be ready to offer all respect to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the holy name of the Lord constantly. The names of God come directly from the spiritual world, Vaikuntha, which means the place of no anxiety. Therefore, the more we are absorbed in Kunta, or anxiety caused by material pursuits, the longer it will take for us to reach the Vaikuntha platform. But the more we associate with the Vaikuntha vibration of the Maha Mantra, the sooner we will progress to the stage of experiencing the ecstasy that comes from awakening our transcendental love for the Supreme. The Caitanya Charitamrita confirms that bodily transformations of spiritual ecstasy, such as trembling, perspiration, a faltering voice, and tears, may manifest when one's spiritual love for the Lord is actually awakened. Caitanya Charitamrita, Adi Leela 8.27. To begin progressing on the path of chanting the Maha Mantra, it is prescribed that the practitioner chant on beads called Japamala, similar to a rosary. This consists of 108 beads with one extra head bead, which is larger than the others. This represents the 108 Upanishads, or, as described elsewhere, Krishna in the form of the head bead, surrounded by 108 of his most advanced devotees, the gopis of Vrindavana. You may be able to purchase a set of japa beads at certain import shops or temples. If you cannot find them anywhere, you can also make them. Simply go to a crafts shop and purchase 108 beads of the same size and one larger bead of your choice for the Krishna bead. Also get a length of durable nylon cord. String the 108 beads with a knot in between each one and bring the two ends of the cord through one hole of the Krishna bead and out the other side, where you tie the two ends of the cord together in a firm knot. Then cut the remaining lengths of the cord so you have a small tassel. Now you have got your own set of beads for japa meditation, also called japa mala. It is also best to keep our beads in a bead bag, a cloth bag with a strap that goes around our neck and hangs over our stomach so we can easily access our beads when we want. This also helps keeps the beads clean. The bag should also be kept clean or washed or even replaced when necessary. One chants the Hare Krishna mantra once on each bead while holding the beads between your thumb and middle finger. Chant from the head bead all the way around the 108 beads. This is one round, or one mala. Then, without chanting on the Krishna bead, turn the beads around in your hand and go in the opposite direction and chant another round, chanting on each bead. One should set a certain amount of time each day, preferably in the morning, to peacefully sit down or walk and chant the particular number of rounds you have set for yourself. One may chant 2 rounds, 4 rounds, or whatever one can do. For those who are serious, it is prescribed that they chant a total of at least 16 rounds every day. With a little practice, this normally takes about 2 hours. Initiated bhaktas need to chant at least 16 rounds. 2 rounds will take about 15 minutes. But one should set a fixed number of rounds to chant every day. Then one can also spend some time reading Bhagavad Gita or Srimad Bhagavatam to enhance his or her spiritual development. A daily program of chanting and reading will produce definite results very quickly. As with any form of meditation, it is best to do your chanting in the early morning when it is quiet and peaceful, and before your mind starts with the activities of the day. However, you can do it any time, or even at a few different times, such as in the morning and again in the evening, to put things back into perspective, especially if you have had a busy or difficult day. When you are ready to use the mantra, it does not hurt to calm the mind through the basic steps of preparation for meditation that have already been described, such as sitting quietly and settling the mind, maybe do a few pranayama breathing techniques, and so on. This is, after all, steps for preparing to attain deeper levels of awareness and consciousness, although this may not be necessary. Then take your japa beads and begin intently chanting the Hare Krishna mantra. When the mind is calm and focused, it especially will be able to concentrate on the vibrations of the mantra. As you chant it with your voice, it is received through the ear and considered by the intelligence. From there, it goes deeper into the consciousness. Let no other thoughts enter the mind, so that the mantra is all there is. Dive deep into the sound of your chanting and feel the vibration of the holy names and the divine energy they emit. As you become regulated at this, doing it every day, changes will begin to manifest in your consciousness that may be imperceptible at first, while other changes begin that will be noticeable from the start. You will often notice an internal energy within you that was not there before. Amongst other things, you may feel more sure of your own position and purpose in life, and a closer affinity with God and all beings. Of course, this is just the beginning, so if you do this regularly, deeper insights and realizations will occur as your consciousness acquires more clarity and purification. This short description does not include that you could also get a real taste for the nectar within the Lord's holy names themselves, as you can begin to perceive a reciprocation between yourself and the Lord in His names every time you begin to chant. This takes on a whole different and deeper side of spiritual growth that more closely links one to God, which, after all, is the whole purpose of any sort of yoga or religion. Chapter 6. The Panchatattva Mantra. One of the other important mantras we chant and sing is that of the Panchatattva Mantra, which is Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gara Bhakta Prinda. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the most recent avatar of Lord Krishna, is always accompanied by his plenary expansion of Sri Nityananda Prabhu, an expansion of Lord Balarama, Lord Krishna's brother, Sri Advaita Prabhu, the expansion or incarnation of Mahavishnu, his internal potency Sri Gadadhara Prabhu, and his marginal potency of Srivasa Prabhu. When we see a painting of them, Sri Chaitanya is in the midst of them as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Together, they are the Panchatattva, or God and his 4 main energies. Therefore, when we say this mantra, our obeisances to him is complete. It is also known that Sri Chaitanya does not accept any of our offences, and you cannot make fast progress in Bhakti Yoga when you are chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra offensively. So to help us avoid that condition when we are chanting japa on our beads, before we chant each round of the Maha Mantra, we first invoke the mercy of Lord Chaitanya by chanting this Panchatattva Mantra. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is known as Maha Vadanyavatara, the most magnanimous incarnation, for he does not consider the offences of the fallen souls. Therefore we first take shelter of him through this mantra, Panchatattva Mantra, and then chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. This becomes most effective. WHS Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Fry Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, February 27, 1486 to 1534 AD, was born in Navadvipa, Bengal, on a full moon night during a lunar eclipse. It is typical for people to bathe in the Ganges during an eclipse and chant the Lord's holy names for spiritual purification. So, everyone in the area was chanting the holy names when he was born. His parents, Yaganatha Mistra and Sachi Devi, gave him the name of Vishvambara, meaning the support of the universe, because astrologers had predicted his superhuman qualities and that he would deliver the people of the world. He was also nicknamed Nimai because he had been born under a Nima tree. During his childhood he exhibited extraordinary qualities, even having philosophical discussions with his mother. While growing, his brilliant intelligence began to become apparent. While still a child, he mastered Sanskrit and logic to the point of defeating local pundits and established the truth of his spiritual and Vedic philosophy. He became so well known that many logicians of various religious and philosophical persuasions began to fear his presence and refused to debate with him. Thus, Sri Chaitanya established the authority of the Vaishnava tradition through the process of debate and logic. Then, when Sri Chaitanya went to Gaya on the pretext to perform ceremonies for the anniversary of his father's death, he received Vaishnava initiation from Ishvarapuri. Thereafter, he lost all interest in debate and simply absorbed himself in chanting and singing the names of Lord Krishna in devotional ecstasy. Upon returning to Navadvipa, he gathered a following with whom he would engage in congregational singing of the Lord's holy name. Thus, he started the first Sankirtana, congregational devotional singing, movement, and established the importance of chanting the names of God in this age as the most elevated of spiritual processes and the prime means for liberation from material attachments. At first, his chanting with people was for the few participants who were a part of his group, but then Sri Chaitanya ordered that the ecstasy of love of God be distributed to all people of the area. He gave no recognition for the privileges of caste, or for position, or type of philosophy a person had, or yogic asceticism. He only emphasized the devotional chanting of the Lord equals S holy names, using the Hare Krishna mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare/Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, which can bring out the natural loving sentiments for God. It was at the age of 24 when he shaved his head and took the order of sannyasa, the renounced stage of life, when he accepted the name of Krishna Chaitanya from Kashava Bharati during the initiation. He then spent 4 years travelling through South India and also visited Vrindavana and Varanasi. During this time, he also gave special instructions to Rupa and Sanatana Goswamis, who then also spread the glories of the divine love for Radha and Krishna. They settled in Vrindavana, where they spent their years in writing many books elaborating the instructions of Lord Chaitanya and the glories of bhakti for Radha and Krishna. They also revealed the places where Radha and Krishna performed many varied pastimes in that land of Vrindavana, which have remained special spots where devotees can become absorbed in the bliss of love of Sri Sri Radha and Krishna. Lord Chaitanya spent his remaining years in Jagannath Puri. During this time, he was absorbed in ecstatic devotion to Krishna in the loving mood of Radharani, in which he would lose all external consciousness. He freely distributed the divine nectar of this love for Krishna to everyone and anyone, day and night. Even his presence, or mere touch, could transform everyone that came near him into the same devotional mood. He remained like this until he finally left our vision at the age of 48. Lord Chaitanya is considered and was established by Vedic scripture as the most recent incarnation of God. The Lord always descends to establish the codes of religion. This is confirmed in Bhagavad Gita 4.68, where Lord Krishna explains that although he is unborn and the Lord of all living beings, he still descends in his spiritual form in order to re-establish the proper religious principles and annihilate the miscreants whenever there is a decline of religion and a rise in irreligious activity. Though there are many incarnations or avatars of God, all incarnations are known and predicted in the Vedic literature. Each avatara performs many wonderful pastimes, but In Kali Yuga, the Lord descends in the form of his own devotee as Sri Chaitanya in order to show the perfect example of how devotional service should be performed, and to stress the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra for this age by inaugurating the process of the Sankirtana movement, congregational chanting. Predictions of the appearance of Lord Chaitanya can be found in many Vedic texts. One of the oldest prophecies concerning Sri Chaitanya's appearance in this world is found in the Atharva Veda verse, starting as Ito hamkrita sanyaso vatarusyami. In this verse, the Supreme states, I will descend as a sannyasi, a tall, fair and saintly Brahmana devotee, after 4,000 to 5,000 years of Kali Yuga have passed. I will appear on earth near the Ganges shore and with all the signs of an exalted person free from material desires. I will always chant the holy names of the Lord and thus taste the sweetness of my own devotional service. Only other advanced devotees will understand me. Also, in a verse from the Sama Veda, starting as Tataham Krita Sanyaso Bhugirbana Avatarise, the Supreme Being says that he will descend to earth as a Brahmana sannyasi at a place on the shore of the Ganges. Again and again he will chant the names of the Lord in the company of his associates to rescue the people who are devoured by sins in the age of Kali. The Mundaka Upanishad 3.3 also relates the prophecy of Sri Chaitanya in a different way. It states, when one realizes the golden form of Lord Gauranga, who is the ultimate actor and the source of the Supreme Brahman, he attains the highest knowledge. He transcends both pious and impious activities, becomes free from worldly bondage, and enters the divine abode of the Lord. Another prophecy of the appearance of Sri Chaitanya is found in 2 verses in the Bhavishya Purana. It states, O sage whose wealth is austerity, in the Kali Yuga everyone will see my form as a sannyasi, a form filled with tears of bliss and bodily hairs standing erect in ecstasy. Another is from the Svetasvatara Upanishad 3.12. He is the most benevolent supreme divinity, Mahaprabhu or the Great Master, as, through Sankirtana, he graciously instigates into his bolted wisdom in the jiva soul, unto its fully developed cognition or purest attainment. This attainment of purest state or immortality is possible only by his grace, as he is the supreme propeller and imperishable transcendental enlightening force. How he is the great master, or will instigates intuitive wisdom, is described in another Upanishad. This is one of the lesser Upanishads known as the Chaitanya Upanishad, or Sri Chaitanya Upanishad. This comes from the ancient Atharva Veda. In this description, there is not only the prediction of his appearance, but a description of his life and purpose and the reasons why his process of spiritual enlightenment is so powerful and effective in this age of Kali. The Chaitanya Upanishad is a short text with only 19 verses. All of them are very significant. The Sri Chaitanya Upanishad, text 5.11, explains that one day when Pipalada asked his father, Lord Brahma, how the sinful living entities will be delivered in Kali Yuga and who should be the object of their worship and what mantra should they chant to be delivered, Brahma told him to listen carefully and he would describe what will take place in the age of Kali. Brahma said that the Supreme Lord Govinda, Krishna, will appear again in Kali Yuga as his own devotee in a 2-armed form with a golden complexion in the area of Navadvipa along the Ganges. He will spread the system of devotional service and the chanting of the names of Krishna, especially in the form of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, Ha Shumedharinar, Har /Hara Rama, Hara Rama, Hera Rama, Hera Rara / Hare Rama, Hera Rama. Another prediction is from the Vayu Purana. In the age of Kali, I shall descend as the son of Sachi Devi to inaugurate the Sankirtana movement. This is also confirmed in the Srimad Bhagavatam, November 5th, 32, where it states, in the age of Kali, intelligent persons perform congregational chanting to worship the incarnation of Godhead, who constantly sings the names of Krishna. Although his complexion is not blackish, like that of Lord Krishna, he is Krishna himself. He is accompanied by his associates, servants, weapons, and confidential companions. The great classic Mahabharata Vishnu Sahasranama Stotra 127.9275 confirms that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is not different from Lord Sri Krishna. The Supreme Lord has a golden complexion when he appears as Lord Chaitanya. Indeed, his entire body, which is very nicely constituted, is like molten gold. Sandalwood pulp is smeared all over his body. He will take the fourth order of life, sannyasnya, and will be very self-controlled. He will be distinguished from Mayavadi, sannyasis, in that he will be fixed in devotional service and will propagate the Sankirtana movement. The Caitanya Karitamrita, Adilila, 3.19-20, also explains how the Supreme Lord himself describes how he will appear as his own devotee to perform and teach devotional service by inaugurating the Sankirtana movement, which is the religion for this age. Another interesting story about the prediction of the appearance of Lord Chaitanya in Kali Yuga is related in a lengthy conversation between Murari Gupta and Damodara Pandita, two contemporaries of Sri Caitanya. It is found in the Sri Caitanya Mangala, a biography of Sri Chaitanya by Srila Lokana Dasa Thakura. Among the many things they discuss are the symptoms and difficulties found in the age of Kali, how Lord Krishna appears on earth in this age, his confidential reasons for doing so, and how he revealed to Narada Muni his form as Lord Gauranga, that he would accept while appearing on earth in this age. In this form, he would distribute love of God to everyone he met by chanting the holy names. This conversation is very enlightening. Within this conversation, they further relate an incident recorded as the Vishnu Katyayani Samvada of the Padma Purana. This is a conversation between Lord Vishnu and Katyayani Parvati, Lord Shiva's wife. The story is that one time the great sage Narada Muni acquired the Mahaprasada, personal food remnants, of Lord Narayana, Vishnu, and gave a morsel to his friend Lord Shiva. Shiva tasted it, and he began to dance in ecstasy to the point of disturbing the earth. When he was approached by Parvati about why he was dancing so, he explained what happened. However, she was unhappy and angry that he did not share any with her. Being devoted to Lord Vishnu and concerned for the spiritual well-being of all conditioned souls, she then vowed that if she should get the blessings of Lord Vishnu, she would see to it that the Lord's Mahaprasada was distributed to everyone. Just then, Lord Vishnu himself appeared and conversed with her. He assured her that he would appear in the world as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the age of Kali, and would keep her promise and spread his mercy in the form of Mahaprasada, food that has been offered to him, and the chanting of his holy names to everyone, distributing his mercy everywhere. Another book is the Srihari Bhaktivilasa by Sanatana Goswami. Sanatana lived about 500 years ago in Vrindavana, India, and was a great scholar of the Vedic scripture. A portion of the book contains an anthology of an amazing assortment of verses from the Vedic texts which predict the appearance of Lord Chaitanya. Besides some of the quotes we have already cited, he includes verses from such texts as the Chandogya Upanishad, Krishna Upanishad, Narada Purana, Kuruda Purana, Devi Purana, Nirisimha Purana, Padma Purana, Brahma Purana, Agni Purana, Sora Purana, Matsya Purana, Vayu Purana, Markandeya Purana, Varaha Purana, Vamana Purana, Vishnu, and the Tantras, such as Urvamniya Tantra, Kapila Tantra, Vishvasara Tantra, Kulanava Tantra, and others. These and other predictions confirm the fact that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would appear to specifically propagate the chanting of the holy names. Furthermore, in the 4th chapter of the Antya Leela of the Caitanya Bhagavata, which is a biography of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu written by Sri Vrindavan Dasadeva, Lord Chaitanya explains, "I have appeared on earth to propagate the congregational chanting of the holy names of God. In this way I will deliver the sinful material world. Those demons who never before accepted my authority and lordship will weep in joy by chanting my names. I will vigorously distribute devotional service, bhakti, which is sought after even by demigods, sages, and perfected beings, so that even the most abominable sinners will receive it. But those who, intoxicated with education, wealth, family background, and knowledge, criticize and offend my devotees will be deprived of everything and will never know my true identity. Then Sri Chaitanya specifically states, Antya Lila 4.1263, every town and village on this earth. This verifies the fact that the chanting of the Maha Mantra is the rare and special opportunity given by God for all to be relieved from the problems of the age of Kali and of material life in general. As confirmed in the Caitanya Charitamrita, Adi Lila 3.7778, it is Sri Krishna Chaitanya who inaugurates the congregational chanting of the holy names, which is the most sublime of all spiritual sacrifices. Intelligent people will worship him through this means, while other foolish people will continue in the cycle of repeated birth and death in this material world. In another place of the Caitanya Charitamrita, Antya Lila 20.89, Sri Chaitanya specifically tells Svarupa Damodara and Ramananda Raya that chanting the holy names is the most practical way to attain salvation from material existence in this age, and anyone who is intelligent and takes up this process of worshipping Krishna will attain the direct shelter of Krishna. He also strongly opposed the impersonalist philosophy of Shankaracharya and established the principle of Akintya Bhedabheda Tattva. This specified that the Supreme and the individual soul are inconceivably and simultaneously one and different. This means that the Supreme and the individual Jiva souls are the same in quality, being eternally spiritual, but always separate individually. The Hivas are small and subject to being influenced by the material energy, while the Supreme is infinite and always above and beyond the material manifestation. Sri Chaitanya also taught that the direct meaning of the Vedic Shastras is that the living entities are to engage in devotional service, bhakti, to the Supreme, Bhagavan Sri Krishna. Through this practice there can develop a level of communication between God and the individual, by which God will lovingly reveal himself to those who become qualified. In this understanding, the theistic philosophy of Vaishnavism reached its climax. As previously explained, there is a system of self-realization, especially recommended for each age. In the age of Kali, people are not attracted to spiritual pursuits and are often rebellious against anything that seems to restrict or stifle their freedom to do anything they want. Since in this age we are so easily distracted by so many things and our mind is always in a whirl, we need an easy path. Therefore, the Vedic Shastra explains that God has given us an easy way to return to him in this age. It is almost as if he has said, "Since you are my worst son, I give you the easiest process." The Caitanya Charitamrita, Adi Lila 3.4, confirms this and says that the Supreme Being descends as Sri Caitanya with a golden complexion to simply spread the glories of chanting the holy names, which is the only religious principle in this age of Kali. In this way, God himself has given the method of chanting his holy names as the most effective means to reach his spiritual abode. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not become much involved in writing. In fact, he only wrote 8 verses, the Shikshastaka, but his followers compiled extensive Sanskrit literature that documented his life and fully explained his teachings. For more complete descriptions and elaborations on his life, activities and philosophy, as written by his close associates, such books are presently available through various outlets. Chapter 7. Greeting the deities in the temple. Seeing the deities in the temple is always a joy, especially when they are beautifully dressed in the morning. If you live at home, then you will see the deities whenever you reach the temple, or in your own home temple room. If you live in the temple ashrama, most temples have a specific time when the curtains are opened, after the deities have been dressed, and when everyone can greet the deities and soak in their beauty. Many Krishna temples, at least the ISKCON Krishna temples, open the curtains with the lovely music of the Govinda song, composed of a few verses from the Brahma Samhita with the refrain Govindamadi Purusham Tam Aham Bhajami Dat. This is Sanskrit, which means, I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord. Viewing the deities itself is a form of meditation on the goal of all meditation and yoga, the Supreme Person, the Absolute Truth, the highest reality, cause and source of everything that exists. But there is a process of this meditation on the deities. This is described in the Srimad Bhagavatam, February 2nd, 13, wherein it says, "The process of meditation should begin from the lotus feet of the Lord and progress to his smiling face. The meditation should be concentrate upon the lotus feet, then the calves, then the thighs, and in this way higher and higher. The more the mind becomes fixed upon the different parts of the limbs, one after another, the more the intelligence becomes purified. The Supreme Lord is Sat-Chit Ananda Vigraha, which means the ultimate form of eternity, knowledge, and bliss. Therefore, the more one concentrates on the transcendental spiritual form of the Lord as the deity, either on the lotus, feet, the calves, the thighs, chest, or smiling face, the more one becomes spiritually purified. That means the less one is attached to always thinking of how to satisfy the mind and senses. This is the process of purifying the intelligence and consciousness. Then one naturally contemplates the higher purposes of life and one's spiritual potential. The significance of deities and deity worship. Deities play an important part in most temples of Krishna. But what is the significance of deities and deity worship? One thing to understand is that all the images or deities in the Vedic pantheon, as found in the temples, are made according to explicit details and instructions found in the Vedic texts. Then they are installed in the temple in an elaborate ceremony wherein the divine personalities are called to appear in the form of the deity. Some of the deities you may see in various temples are demigods, while others such as Krishna, Vishnu or Ramachandra are forms displaying various pastimes and avatars of the Supreme Being. Some people, however, do not believe that God has a form. But many verses in the Puranas, and particularly the Brahma Samhita, establish that the Supreme Being does have specific forms according to his pastimes. These texts also describe his variegated features, which include his spiritual shape, appearance, beauty, characteristics, strength, intelligence, activities, etc. Therefore, it is considered that the authorized deities of the Supreme that made according to these descriptions provide a view of the personal form of God. Those who have no knowledge of God or his form will certainly consider the temple deities as idols, but this is because they think that the deities are simply the products of someone's imagination. Of course, there are those who say that God has no form, spiritual or material, or that there is no supreme being. Others think that since God must be formless, they can imagine or worship any material form as God. Or they regard any image as merely an external representation of the Supreme. But images such as those of the demigods are not additional forms of an impersonal God, nor are they equal to God. All such people who think in the above-mentioned ways have resorted to their own imagination to reach such conclusions and are, therefore, idolaters. Imaginary images and opinions of God that are formed by those who have not properly learned about, seen, or realized God are indeed idols, and those who accept such images or opinions are certainly idolaters. This is because these images or opinions are based on ignorance and are not a true likeness of the Supreme Being's personal form. Nonetheless, God is described in the Vedic literature, which clearly explains that God is Satchitananda Vigraha, or the form of complete spiritual essence, full of eternity, knowledge, and bliss, and is not material in any way. Not only are such descriptions found in various Vedic texts, but many realized yogis and devotees have also directly perceived this as well. The Lord's body, soul, form, qualities, names, pastimes, etc. are all non-different and are of the same spiritual quality. This form of God is not an idol designed from someone's imagination, but is the true form, even if he should descend into this material creation. And since the spiritual nature of God is absolute, he is also non-different from his name. Thus the name Krishna is an avatara or incarnation of Krishna in the form of sound. Similarly, his form in the temple is not merely a representation, but is also qualitatively the same as Krishna, as the Akar Vigraha, or the worshipable form. Some people may question that if the deity is made from material elements, such as stone, marble, metal, wood, or paint, how can it be the spiritual form of God? The answer is given that since God is the source of all material and spiritual energies, material elements are also a form of God. Therefore, God can manifest as the deity in the temple. though made of stone or other elements, since he can transform what is spiritual into material energy, and material energy back into spiritual energy. Thus, the deity can easily be accepted as the supreme, since he can appear in any element as he chooses. In this way, even though we may be unqualified to see God, who is beyond the perceptibility of our material senses, the living beings in this material creation are allowed to see and approach the Supreme through his Arka Vigraha form as the worshipable deity in the temple. This is considered his causeless mercy on the materially conditioned living beings. However, there are many stories in which the deity has acted in ways to show that he accepts our service and can interact with his devotees in many ways. And as we advance in our spiritual practice and sincerity, the same thing can happen to us, and already has with many. In this way, the Supreme Being gives himself to his devotees so they can become absorbed in serving, remembering, and meditating on him. Thus, the Supreme comes to dwell in the temple, and the temple becomes the spiritual abode on earth. In time, the body, mind, and senses of the devotee become spiritualized by serving the deity, and the Supreme becomes fully manifest to him or her. Worshipping the deity of the Supreme and using one's senses in the process of Bhakti Yoga, devotional service to the Supreme, provides a means for one's true essential spiritual nature to unfold. The devotee becomes spiritually realized, and the deities reveal their spiritual nature to the sincere souls according to their spiritual development. This can continue up to the level in which the Supreme Being, in the form of the deity, engages in a personal relationship and performs reciprocal, loving pastimes with the devotee, as has previously taken place with other advanced individuals. At this stage, having darshan or seeing the deity is not simply a matter of looking at the deity in the temple, but to one who is spiritually realized, it is a matter of experiencing the deity and entering into a personal, reciprocal relationship with the Supreme Personality in the form of the deity. At that stage, you may view the deity, but the deity also gazes at you, and then there is a spiritual exchange wherein the deity begins to reveal his personality to you. Krishna or the deity may also appear in one's dreams, oftentimes to give some revelation or message for one's benefit. This is what separates those who are experienced from those who are not, or those who can delve into this spiritual exchange and those who may still be trying to figure it out. For those who have experienced such an exchange with the Supreme or his deity, at this stage the worship of the Supreme Being in the deity moves up to a whole different level, with no limits as to the spiritual love that can be shared between the devotee and the deity. This is one of the results of continuing on the path of Bhakti Yoga. Chapter 8. The importance of reading devotional text. As we have explained, the morning is the best time for meditation and contemplation. This includes taking the time to read devotional texts. That is why in many temples there is time given in the morning to a reading or a class and discussion on a verse from an important devotional scripture. The class is usually set to last for about an hour, wherein everyone sits and listens to the class or adds comments to the discussion. Two of the most important spiritual texts that give insight and advice to enhance our practice of Bhakti Yoga is the Bhagavad Gita and the Srimad Bhagavatam, also known as the Bhagavata Purana. Other books that have important instructions on the process of Bhakti Yoga include the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu by Srila Rupa Goswami or the translation by Srila Prabhupada called the Nectar of Devotion. Another is the Teachings of Lord Chaitanya, which is the translation of a summary study of the Caitanya Charitamrita by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Another insightful book is Srila Rupa Goswami equals S. Sri Upadeshamrita, or it equals S. English translation, called The Nectar of Instruction by Srila Prabhupada. There are other important books as well, which can be discussed later. In many Krishna temples, they will have a class on Bhagavad Gita in the evening, and classes on the Srimad Bhagavatam in the morning. There are so many different texts to choose from. Why is the Srimad Bhagavatam so important? The Bhagavatam itself explains its position and purpose with the following verses found within it. Completely rejecting all religious activities which are materially motivated, this Bhagavata Purana propounds the highest truth, which is understandable by those devotees who are fully pure in heart. The highest truth is reality distinguished from illusion for the welfare of all. Such truth uproots the threefold miseries: This beautiful Bhagavatam, compiled by the sage Vyasadeva, is sufficient in itself for God realization. What is the need of any other scripture? As soon as one attentively and submissively hears the message of Bhagavatam, by this culture of knowledge, the Supreme Lord is established within his heart. Begin Book 1.1.2. This Srimad Bhagavatam is the literary incarnation of God, and it is compiled by Srila Vyasadeva, the incarnation of God. It is meant for the ultimate good of all people, and it is all successful, all blissful, and all perfect. Bug, January 3rd, 40. This Bhagavata Purana is as brilliant as the sun, and it has arisen just after the departure of Lord Krishna to his own abode, accompanied by religion, knowledge, etc. Persons who have lost their vision due to the dense darkness of ignorance in the age of Kali shall get light from this Purana. Bug, January 3rd, 43. Those words which do not describe the glories of the Lord, who alone can sanctify the atmosphere of the whole universe, are considered by saintly persons to be like unto a place of pilgrimage for crows. Since the all-perfect persons are inhabitants of the transcendental abode, they do not derive any pleasure here. End quote. January the 5th, 10. On the other hand, that literature which is full of descriptions of the transcendental glories of the name, fame, forms, pastimes, etc. of the unlimited Supreme Lord is a different creation, full of transcendental words directed toward bringing about a revolution in the impious lives of this world equals misdirected civilization. Such transcendental literatures, even though imperfectly composed, are heard, sung, and accepted by purified men who are thoroughly honest. We had January 5th, 11. A.S. You read and study with your spiritual practice. As you practice your Bhakti Yoga or devotional service and then add regular reading and studying of the Vedic Shastra and devotional texts, you will begin to see the importance of this spiritual path. It is like seeing through the spectacles of Shastra, as it is said. For those of us who wear glasses, we know we cannot see clearly without them. Similarly, we are all born in ignorance and cannot see clearly what is the purpose of life and this world without proper knowledge. Only by understanding the teachings of the spiritual master along with the knowledge provided in Shastra can we begin to see clearly who and what we are, how we got here, where we are going according to our actions and level of consciousness, and how to make the best use of this life and what we have. So, as we continue on this path, our studying will broaden our perspective of what we are doing and the importance of spiritual knowledge and insight. As our perspective becomes clearer, it will also motivate us to keep going on this path. It is not that we need persuading to do it, but the realizations will begin to come naturally. We start to perceive the reality and purpose of life where others remain confused or unclear about why we are here, except to merely try to be happy on the sensual and mental platform. Sensual happiness itself always comes to an end, sometimes sooner than later, but at least at the time of death, whereas spiritual life will continue to go on in some way, whether we achieve complete perfection by the end of this life or whether we continue to progress in another life. As our study and practice continues, our understanding of this will also become more clear. The Srimad Bhagavatam is a long, multi-volume book. Having it in your house is having the literary incarnation of God in your home. Do not become overwhelmed by its size, but read a little every day and make your way through it so that you can gradually and clearly acquire the knowledge within it. This is also a way of attaining advanced association. Chapter 9. Tulasi Devi, the Sacred Tree. We often see respect given to the Tulasi tree in most Krishna temples, especially in India. For some people this may seem peculiar, so we should understand the importance of this plant. The verse in the Skanda Purana explains, Tulasi is auspicious in all respects, simply by seeing, simply by touching, simply by remembering, simply by praying to, simply by bowing before, simply by hearing about, or simply by sowing the tree there is always auspiciousness. Anyone who comes in touch with the Tulasi tree in the above-mentioned ways lives eternally in the Vaikunthan world. So let us explain more about the Tulasi tree. Worship of the Tulasi tree is very important in Bhakti Yoga. Tulasi is also Lord Krishna's favorite plant, and he is fond of tulasi leaves and buds. That is why they are offered with each preparation when food is presented to the deities. Many devotees also keep a tulasi at their home. In the morning after Mangala Arati, all the assembled devotees attend the worship and circumambulation of Srimati Tulasi Devi. First, the bhaktas offer obeisances to Tulasi Devi with the Tulasi Pranama mantra. Then the song for Tulasi Puja is sung while doing the Tulasi Arati, the offering of incense, ghee lamp and flowers. When the song is finished, the devotees circumambulate her 4 times, and each devotee can offer a few drops of water to her, after which the devotees offer their obeisances again. The details of this are explained as follows. How to offer Tulasi Devi worship, puja. The Tulasi Puja is relatively simple and anyone can learn how to do this. This consists of only 3 articles: incense, a ghee lamp, and flowers. Sooner or later, you will probably get an opportunity to offer puja to Tulasi, so here are the steps that you need to know. First, we do a simple akamana for purification, which is done as follows. 1. Take the spoon from the water achamana cup and purify both hands by sprinkling water onto them. 2. Place a spoonful of water into your right palm, chant Om Keshavaya Nama, and sip. 3. Again, place a spoonful into your right palm, chant Om Narayanaya Nama, and sip. 4. One more spoonful into your right palm, chant Om Madhavaya Nama, and sip. 5. Then put a spoonful of water in your left hand and wash both hands. Then we offer puja, or worship, to the Tulasi plant, first by offering the incense. 1. Purify, sprinkle with a spoonful of water, the bell and the incense holder. 2. Take a lighter or matches and light the incense. 3. Pick up the bell in the left hand, ring the bell throughout the puja. 4. Pick up the incense holder in the right hand and offer the incense to Tulasi by waving it in 7 circles toward her whole form. 5. Offer the incense to Srila Prabhupada, or the Guru, in the same way, and then to all the devotees by simply waving it in their direction. Offering the ghee lamp. 1. Purify the ghee lamp by putting a few drops of water on it with the spoon, but not on the ghee wick. 2. Light it. 3. Offer it to Tulasi, wave it 4 circles to the base, 2 to the middle, 3 to the top, and 7 to the whole. Or, simply, 7 circles to the whole plant. Or, then offer to Srila Prabhupada and then all the devotees by simply waving it in their direction. Offering the flowers. 1. Purify the flowers by pouring a few drops on it with the spoon. 2. Offer them to Tulasi with 7 circles to the whole form. 3. Place 1 at her base, optional. 4. Offer them Srila Prabhupada and then all the devotees by waving them as before. 5. Now the puja is complete. Now, as the devotees circumambulate around Tulasi, you can serve the devotees by assisting them to purify their hands before watering Tulasi by using the spoon to put a few drops of water in their hand. Then they take the spoon from the second akamana cup to take a few drops of water and pour it into the pot. Then they can step aside and pay obeisances to Tulasi and continue singing the song. You can find the songs and mantras for this in a previous chapter. 6. When everyone has watered Tulasi, you can take the arti tray back to the pujari or priest room where such things are stored and clean it and store it for the next time. Planting, watering, protecting, maintaining, circumambulating, seeing, bowing down to, praying to, and glorifying are all ways of serving and worshipping Tulasi, and are highly beneficial. Caring for Tulasi at home is described in a later chapter. The importance of the tulis plant. The Tulasi tree is a most important plant and is often seen at numerous Vedic temples, especially those dedicated to Vishnu and Krishna. At such temples, you are likely to find one or more in the courtyard wherein pilgrims circumambulate it, water it, or even offer prayers to it. Some temples will even have Tulasi groves, wherein you will see numerous Tulasi plants growing in a garden. Some temples will even have a special greenhouse just for taking care of tulasi plants. At such temples they may even prepare large garlands of tulasi leaves and manjaris, the ends of the branches, for the deity of Lord Krishna to wear. It is said that tulasi will not grow well where there is no devotion to the Lord. In fact, how well tulasi grows is said to be like a barometer that indicates how high the devotional attitude is of the devotee community around the temple. Vaishnava devotees also use the wood to make neck beads and wear 2 or 3 strands of them around their necks, signifying their devotion to the Lord. They also make their chapamala, or chanting beads, from wood of the tulasi tree. Tulasi is considered to be a pure devotee of the Lord who has taken the form of a tree and is very dear to Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu, Krishna, likes to wear garlands made of tulasi leaves. Often sandalwood paste and tulasi leaves are placed on the lotus feet of the deity, of Lord Vishnu/Krishna. Therefore she is given the utmost respect. This is also why many devotees and Hindus in general also grow tulasi in their homes. In this way, the tulasi plant plays an important part in the spiritual life of many devotees. So what is the significance, history and legends behind this little tree? To begin with, the basil plant, Ocimum sanctum, is commonly called tulasi, pronounced tulsi. In some accounts of the Puranic story of the churning of the ocean, Samudramatana, the tulasi is added to the list of articles which emerged from it and is sacred to Krishna, according to Wilson's Vishnu Purana p. 67. It is also sacred to Lord Vishnu's consort Lakshmi, and hence it is itself an object of worship. The tulasi plant also possesses curative properties and is said to be an antidote to snake venom. It destroys mosquitoes and other pests and purifies the air. It even is said to ward off the messengers of Yama, the ruler of the dead, who will not enter a house containing a sprig of tulasi. This is also one of the reasons why devotees wear the tulasi as neck beads. When death occurs, the funeral pyre should be constructed of tulasi, palasha and sandalwood. There is further Puranic background for tulasi attaining this spiritual importance. In fact, it is Mahalakshmi, wife of Vishnu, who had taken the form of tulasi. There is a story about it in the Devi Bhagavata. The Puranic encyclopedia summarizes these legends as follows. 1. The curse of Sarasvati. Sarasvati, Ganga and Lakshmi were all in the beginning wives of Mahavishnu. The Lord loved all the 3 equally. But, as part of a pastime to bring about benefits to bhaktas in the material world, one day all the 4 were sitting together when Ganga sent lustful glances at Vishnu, which was immediately noticed by both Sarasvati and Lakshmi. Sarasvati got angry and, rising up, caught hold of the hair of Ganga and dragged her to the ground. Lakshmi then caught hold of Sarasvati to prevent further assault, but Sarasvati then poured all her rage on Lakshmi and cursed her to be born as a plant on earth. Ganga Devi could not bear this, and she cursed Sarasvati to be born as a river on earth. Sarasvati retorted with a curse that Ganga also would be born as a river. When the whole tumult was over, Vishnu called Lakshmi to his side and said, "O Devi, do not worry. Things have happened as predestined. You go and be born as the daughter of Dharmadvaja and grow up there. From there, by divine grace, you will be transformed into a plant sacred enough to make all the 3 worlds pure. That plant will be named Tulasi. When you will be thus living as Tulasi, a demon named Sankachura with part of my virile strength will be born and he will marry you. Then you can come back to me. The holy river Padmavati will also be another form of your spirit." 2. The story of Dharmadvaja. Who was this Dharmadvaja to whom was born Mahalakshmi as a daughter? In times of old there was a Manu called Daksasavani who was extremely virtuous and a part of Vishnu. Descending from Daksasavani were Brahmasavani, Dharmasavani, Rudrasavani, Devasavani, Indrasavani, Vrisadvaja. This last named was a great devotee of Shiva, and because of his great affection for this devotee, Shiva lived a whole period of a Deva Yuga in the ashrama of Vrisadvaja. King Vrisadvaja, by an edict, prohibited the worship of any other deity than Shiva in his country. Even the worship of Mahalakshmi, ordained by the Vedas during the month of Bhadra, September, became extinct. All yagyas, Vedic rituals and worship of Vishnu came to a stop. Surya, the sun god, got angry at this belittling of other gods than Shiva and cursed the king Vrisadvaja that he would cease to be prosperous. Shiva did not like it, and he went to punish Surya, holding his trident in his hand. Surya was frightened, and he approached his father Kasyapa. Kasyapa and Surya went to Brahma and acquainted him with all details. Brahma also was helpless in the matter, and so all three of them went to Mahavishnu. They prostrated before Vishnu and told him everything. At that time, Shiva also came there. Addressing all of them, Vishnu said, "O Devas, within this half an hour, 21 yogas have passed by on the earth. He about whom you have come to speak to me is dead and gone. Even his son Ratadvaja is dead. The latter has two sons named Dharmadvaja and Kusadvaja. They are dull and splendorless now because of the curse of Surya and are now worshipping Lakshmi." Saying thus, Vishnu disappeared. 3. Birth of Tulasi. Dharmadvaja and Kusadvaja did penance to propitiate Mahalakshmi. Kusadvaja had a wife named Malavati. She bore a daughter named Vedavati. Sita, wife of Sri Rama, was a rebirth of this Vedavati. King Dharmadvaja had a wife named Madhavi. Mahalakshmi entered her womb as an embryo, and after 100 years, Madhavi gave birth to a daughter. Even at the time of birth, the child looked like a matured girl and was extremely pretty. She was therefore called Tulasi, meaning matchless. Tula equals match. This Tulasi, abandoning all worldly pleasures, went to Badarikashrama in the Himalayas and started doing penance there with the prayer that Mahavishnu should become her husband. She did penance for 24,000 years, sitting amidst fire in the hot season and sitting in water in the cold season and taking only fruits and water as food. Then she did penance for another 30,000 years, eating leaves only, another 40,000 years taking air only as food, and another 10,000 years without any food. At this stage, Brahma appeared and asked her the object of her penance. She replied she wanted Mahavishnu to be her husband. Hearing this, Brahma said thus, "Devi, you know the cowboy Sudama, born of a part of Sri Krishna. That brilliant cowboy has now been born on earth, due to a curse of Radha, as a demon named Sankachuda. He is matchlessly eminent and has once fallen in love with you, seeing you at Goloka. You will become his wife, and later you can become the wife of Narayana. At that time, a part of your divine body will remain on earth as a plant named Tulasi. Tulasi will become the most sacred of all plants, dear to Vishnu, and all worship without using Tulasi leaves would be ineffective." 4. Marriage of Tulasi. Due to a curse of Radha, Sudama, the cowboy, was born on earth as a demon named Sankachuda. He did penance sitting at Badarikashrama and obtained the Vishnu Kavacha. Another object of his was to marry Tulasi. He obtained a boon from Brahma that his death would occur only when the Vishnu Kavacha was removed from his body and the chastity of his wife was lost. At that time, Sankachuda and Tulasi met each other in the forests and were married. Sankachuda, brilliant and majestic, went about with Tulasi in amorous sports, creating jealousy even among the Devas. His arrogance gave innumerable troubles to the Devas, and they, along with Brahma and Shiva, approached Mahavishnu for a remedy. Vishnu then sent Shiva with his spike to kill Sankachuda, and he himself started to molest the chastity of his wife Tulasi. Sankachuda took leave of Tulasi to go and fight with Shiva. When Tulasi was thus left alone, Mahavishnu, in the form of Sankachuda, approached Tulasi and after some preliminary talks entered into sexual acts. Tulasi found some difference in the usual affairs, and, suspecting foul play, jumped up to curse the impostor. At once Mahavishnu appeared in his true form and said, "You have been doing penance for a long time to get me as your husband. Your husband Sankachuda was the chief of my Pasadas, Sudama. It is time for him to go back to the spiritual abode of Goloka, getting himself released from the curse. By this time, Shiva would have killed him, and he would have gone to Goloka as Sudama. You can now abandon your body and come with me to Vaikuntha to enjoy life as my wife. Your body will decay and become a holy river named Gandaki. Your hair will become the tulasi plant, the leaves of which will be held sacred in all the 3 worlds. Tulasi then changed herself into the form of Lakshmi and went to Vaikuntha with Mahavishnu. 9th Skanda, Devi Bhagavata. 5. The greatness of Tulasi. Everything of the Tulasi plant, leaves, flowers, fruits, roots, twigs, skin, and even the soil around her is holy. The soul of a dead one whose dead body is cremated using Tulasi twigs for firewood would attain a permanent place in Vishnu Loka. Even great sinners would be absolved of their sins if their dead bodies are cremated with Tulasi twigs. Forward, Buddha, Usachya, Abhyasa Huishanya. If at the time of death one thinks of God and mutters his name, and if his dead body is later cremated with Tulasi twigs, he would have no rebirths. Even he who has done a crore of sins would attain moksha, liberation. If, at the time of cremating his dead body, a piece of Tulasi twig is placed at the bottom of the funeral pyre. Just as all waters become pure by the union with Ganga water, all firewood is made pure by the addition of a small piece of Tulasi twig. If the dead body of one is cremated using Tulasi twigs alone, 1 equals a sins for a crore of kalpa years. Kalpa is 4,800,000 years, would be washed away. Yamadutas, the soldiers of Lord Yama, the king of death, would keep away from one whose dead body is cremated with Tulasi twigs, and servants of Vishnu would come near. If a light is burned for Vishnu with a Tulasi stick, it would be equal to burning several lakhs of lights for Vishnu. If one makes the Tulasi leaves into a paste and smears it on one's body, and then worships Vishnu for 1 day, one would be getting the benefit of 100 ordinary worships and also the benefit of doing 100 godanas, gifts of cows. Chapter 24, Padma Purana. It is also accepted that if ever a person leaves his or her body while wearing Tulasi beads, either around the neck or elsewhere, it creates the same effect as described above, as having one's cremation fire burnt using Tulasi. Chapter 10. Prasadam. The power of sacred food. On the spiritual path, those that are most inclined to lead a peaceful existence that respects the value of all life and recognizes the spiritual essence in all beings often adopt the vegetarian lifestyle. It is in accordance with the yogic principle of ahimsa, which is to observe non-violence and abstain from injuring any being in any way. However, in the process of Bhakti Yoga, devotion goes beyond simple vegetarianism and food becomes a method of spiritual progress. In the Krishna temples, food is offered to the deities in a special sacrament, after which it becomes prasadam. This means the mercy of the Lord. Thus, the food we eat after it is offered to the Lord becomes a means for our purification and spiritual development. Devotional service, or Bhakti Yoga, is often described as a process of singing, dancing, and feasting, but the feasting is done with spiritual food, Krishna prasadam. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna says, "All that you do, all that you eat, all that you offer and give away, as well as all austerities that you may perform, should be done as an offering unto me." So, offering what we eat to the Lord is an integral part of Bhakti Yoga, and makes the food blessed with spiritual potencies. Then such food is called prasadam, or the mercy of the Lord. The Lord also describes what he accepts as offerings. If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, fruit, or water, I will accept it. Thus we can see that the Lord does not need anything, but if one offers fruits, grains, and vegetarian foods, he will accept it. The Lord does not accept foods like meat, fish, or eggs, but only those that are pure and naturally available without harming others. So we offer what Krishna likes, not those items which are distasteful to him. We also do not use garlic, onions, or mushrooms when we prepare food for Krishna. The Lord is fully satisfied in himself. He is the creator of all, so everything is already his. He supplies us with food through nature, but we give thanks to him by offering it back in a mood of loving devotion. So if his devotee offers something with love, out of his causeless mercy, Krishna accepts it. The Lord is never hungry for our food, but for the love and devotion we offer. And then he reciprocates with that love. So on the spiritual path, eating food that is first offered to God is the ultimate perfection of a vegetarian diet. The Vedic literature explains that the purpose of human life is reawakening the soul's original relationship with God. and accepting prasadam is the way to help us reach that goal. The food is meant to be cooked with the consciousness of love, knowing that it will be offered to Lord Krishna. In the spiritual world, Radharani cooks for Krishna, and she never cooks the same preparation twice. The temple kitchen is understood to belong to Radharani. The ingredients are selected with great care and must be fresh, clean, and pure vegetarian. Also, in cooking for Krishna, we do not taste the preparations while cooking. We leave the first taste for Krishna when it is offered. After all the preparations are ready, we take a portion of each one and place it in bowls on a special plate and take it to the altar to offer it to the deities or pictures of Krishna. Then the preparations are presented with special prayers as we ask that God accept our humble offering. The Lord accepts it, with the most important part being the love with which it is offered. God does not need to eat, but it is our love for God which attracts him to us and to accept our offering. Even if the most sumptuous banquet is offered to God, but without devotion and love, Krishna will not be hungry to accept it. It is our love which catches the attention of Lord Krishna, who is then inclined to accept our service. After he glances over and tastes that loving offering of vegetarian preparations, he leaves the remnants for us to honor and relish. Krishna's potency is absorbed in that food. In this way, material substance becomes spiritualized, which then affects our body and mind in a similar way. This is his special mercy for us. Thus, the devotional process becomes an exchange of love between us and God, which includes food, and that food not only nourishes our body, but also purifies our consciousness. By relishing the sacred food of Krishna Prasadam, it purifies our heart and protects us from falling into illusion. In this way, the devotee imbibes the spiritual potency of Lord Krishna and becomes cleansed of sinful reactions by eating food that is first offered in sacrifice to God. We thus also become free from reincarnation, the continued cycle of life and death. This process prepares us for entering the spiritual world, since the devotees there also relish eating in the company of Krishna. Not only do we make advancement, but also all of the plants that are used in the preparations as an offering to God are also purified and reap spiritual benefit. However, we become implicated in karma if we cause the harm of any living being, even plants, if we use them for food without offering them to God. Thus, prasadam also becomes the perfect yoga diet. Therefore, the cooking, the offering, and then the respectful eating or honoring of this spiritualized food all become a part of the joyful process of devotional service to the Lord. Anyone can learn to do this and enjoy the happiness of experiencing prasadam. The Sunday love feast in the Hare Krishna temples is the opportunity in which everyone can participate in this opulence of Lord Krishna. So people are invited to attend as often as they like and make spiritual advancement simply by relishing Krishna prasadam. For those who stay in the temple ashrama, this becomes a regular daily part of their spiritual practice. Chapter 11. Rules for Temple Etiquette. These are a few basic rules that should be followed while in the temple. 1. One should remove one's shoes before entering the temple room. 2. One should be dressed appropriately in conservative clothes that do not reveal too much skin or one's midriff or too much of one's legs. One should always wear conservative clothes that keep the body comfortable but covered as well. In the West, clothes styles are often quite free and relaxed, but if it is too revealing, it can be taken as disrespectful or even offensive to the deities, or even the people who are there, so one should always try to dress in a most suitable and modest manner. 3. One should make a sound, like a knock on the door or ringing of the bell, and chant the name of the deities upon entering the temple room. 4. One should pay obeisances to the spiritual master upon entering or leaving the temple room, or to the deities. 5. One should not sit or pay obeisances with one's feet pointing toward the spiritual master or deities, or stand with one's back to them. 6. One should not step over or touch one's feet to devotees, or sacred paraphernalia, such as prasadam, scriptures, chanting beads, etc. 7. One should not let sacred paraphernalia touch the ground or bring them into the bathroom. 8. One should wear clean clothes and wash oneself after evacuating, before coming before the deities. 9. One should touch prasadam, sacred food, only with one's right hand, and should wash one's hands and mouth after eating or before taking seconds on food. 10. One should avoid speaking about non-devotional topics while in front of the deities, and one should not argue or raise one's voice or become angry before them, as this is offensive and a sign of immaturity. 11. One should also avoid belching or passing air in the temple room. Dancing in the temple. Part of the process in the Bhakti Yoga practice is dancing in the kirtana, especially in the Gaudiya tradition. Naturally, there is singing of bhajans, devotional songs, in quiet, meditative groups, and there is also singing songs in which the whole congregation participates, called kirtana dal. When the beat and spiritual bliss arouses people to move, then they can start dancing to the music and the chanting or singing. However, this dancing should be conservative in nature. In other words, there is no intermingling of the men and women. It is not that kind of dancing. Usually you will see men on one side of the temple room and women on the other, and especially it is not meant to become overly wild to satisfy one's imaginary or artistic expression. People, for example, should not swing their backside too much, or their shoulders or chest, in a provocative manner. This actually becomes distracting. I only mention this because some people come to the temple for the first time and begin to do the shimmy shake when dancing, which is not appropriate. In other words, when we dance, we do it for the joy of satisfying the Lord, not to please our own mind and senses. However, if guests start to dance in a provocative or overly wild style, devotees must be very careful in the way they correct them, if they do so at all, so their feelings are not hurt. They simply may not know the proper etiquette if they are at the temple for the first time. When Srila Prabhupada came to America, he had a particular way of teaching his disciples how to dance. He had his disciples form a line behind him while he demonstrated a simple step. Holding his arms above his head, he would first swing his left foot forward across the right foot and then bring it back again in a sweeping motion. Then he would bring his right foot over the left and bring it back again. With his arms upraised, Prabhupada would walk forward, swinging his body from side to side. Left foot to the right, right foot to the left side, in time with the 1-2-3 rhythm of the kirtana. He demonstrated this in regular time and in a slow half-time rhythm. This was later called the Swami step, and many devotees still dance in this simple manner, which anyone can do. Some additional adaptations have developed since then. Sometimes the participants form two lines facing each other, and to the rhythm of the kirtana, they take one step towards each other and one step back, sometimes with arms held in the air, and sometimes not. Or they start dancing in a circle, slowly running around those that are leading the kirtana in the center. Or sometimes in the middle of the circle there will be a central dancer who trades off with another, all taking turns in this way. Women can do these as well, and sometimes they also form a circle, holding hands and dancing together, moving toward the center and then moving back. Other adaptations have also been done, but this is how everyone can dance in a conservative but joyful and fun manner together, while at the same time chanting along with the Hare Krishna mantra, or whatever devotional song is being sung. Further details and instructions on the path of Bhakti Yoga are more fully explained in the Bhakti Rasamrita Siddhu by Srila Rupa Goswami, or the summary called The Nectar of Devotion by Srila Prabhupada. Learning the instruments. In many activities within the temple room and before the deities, music and bahayans and kirtanas are a part of it. Therefore, devotees will be playing kartalas, small hand cymbals, mridungas, two-headed drums, harmoniums, keyboard, and other traditional instruments such as the handheld gong, etc. Traditional means that there is usually a traditional way of playing the instruments. This will often require training and practice. Kartalas are the easiest to play, just ringing them lightly together to 3 of the 4 beats in 4/4 time. Some songs are in different beats and will require more finesse. However, kartalas are meant to sound like the tinkling of the ankle bells of the dancing cowherd girls. So they are meant to sound like small bells. However, when the kirtana gets loud and exciting, then of course they are played more loudly as well, but it takes some training and experience to know how best to do this. When the kirtanas are simply banged together, it can become abrasive to the ears, to the point you cannot properly hear the words the kirtana leader is singing. This is not proper. The instruments are only meant to accompany the singing in the kirtana, not dominate it. The chanting is always meant to take priority over the instruments. And when the instruments become too loud, they can actually damage the ears, causing a slight loss of hearing which increases as more people participate in such loud kirtanas. This is not how it is meant to be. Mridanga drums are the same way. They can be played traditionally, which requires lessons and practice, or they can be played like banging a tabletop, loudly and without tradition. But when they are played with a traditional style, they can add a lot to the kirtana or bhajan, and everyone becomes attracted. The point is that musical instruments are an integral part of the Bhakti Yoga process with the kirtanas and bhajans. Therefore, bhaktas who want to play them should know what they are doing, and even get some training and certainly some practice to play them properly. It is always impressive to see and listen to a good kirtana group with nice singing and instrument playing. It is a matter of having a refined consciousness and knowing that such activities are not meant only to inspire other devotees in their devotional service, but again, it is done with the attempt to satisfy the Lord. Chapter 12. Ekadasi. The appearance and purpose of this special day. Ekadasi is a special fast day that is followed twice a month by many bhakti yogis. To help understand the purpose and importance of this day needs some explanation. Eka means one, and dasi is the feminine form of the word dasa, which, in this case, means 10. So Ekadasi is the 11th day of both the dark and full moon of each month. On these days, bhaktas and devotees fast from beans and grains, and make an extra effort to increase their devotional service to Lord Sri Krishna. Such sacred fasting days will help any sincere soul achieve liberation from the world of birth and death. It is on this day of Ekadasi that Kondya helps one get a taste for renunciation from the illusory habit of always trying to gratify the temporary mind and senses. On the day of the Ekadasi fast, one should also try to avoid strenuous physical labor if possible, and focus on performing devotional service, Bhakti Yoga. Such service also means to increase one's chanting, such as chanting extra rounds of japa meditation, so other business can be left for later, or as much as possible on that day. Beans and grains may be cooked and offered for the day as usual, but for a Bhakti Yogi he or she avoids such things for the day, even if it is Mahaprasada food offered directly to the deity. Such Mahaprasada can be saved for the next day. Then, after fasting at least from beans and grains for the day, there is usually a specified time in the morning the next day when it is advised to break the fast by taking grains. It is also recommended that if you do eat once in the day on Ekadasi. Fasting completely is even better, but many cannot do that or should not do that for health reasons. And of course, one may drink the few drops of water when doing akamana for deity worship. However, doing our service and helping spread spiritual knowledge is a prime duty, which means if fasting is an austerity that impedes or hampers the more important duty of preaching or spreading this spiritual knowledge, then a complete fast from food is not necessary, and a bhakti yogi can eat 1 or even 2 meals in the day. Such meals are simple, such as only fruits and vegetable preparations, but if a devotee can meet his responsibilities and do all of his or her practices, then a complete fast can be done. Of all plants, the tulasi is most dear to me, and of all months, Kartika, October-November, is most dear. Of all places of pilgrimage, my beloved Dwaraka is most dear, and of all days, Ekadasi is most dear. Padma Purana, Uttarakanda 112.3. The following was written in 1956 by Sri Navina Kandra Kakravati, a disciple of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Thakura. There are many stories of Ekadasi in the Puranas, but most explain the material benefits and blessings one gets from observing Ekadasi. This article, based on the conversation between Srila Vyasadeva and Jaimini Rishi, gives the real spiritual reason for following the vow of observing Ekadasi as emphasized by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the Caitanya Charitamrita and later by Srila. Many devotees are very inquisitive about the appearance of Sri Ekadasi and about her special characteristics. Therefore, we find in the 14th chapter of the Padma Purana, from the section entitled Kriya Sagara Sara, A description of Ekadasi's importance. Once, the great sage Jaimini Rishi said to his spiritual master, "O Gurudeva, previously, by your mercy, you described to me the history of the Ganga River, the benefits of worshipping Vishnu, the giving of grains in charity, the giving of water in charity, and the magnanimity of drinking water that has been used to wash the feet of the Brahmanas. O best of sages, Sri Gurudeva, now with great enthusiasm, I desire to hear of the benefits of fasting on Ekadasi and of the appearance of Ekadasi. O Gurudeva, when did Ekadasi take birth, and from whom did she appear? What are the rules of fasting on the day of Ekadasi? Please describe the benefits of following this vow and when it should be followed. Who is the utmost worshipable presiding deity of Sri Ekadasi? What are the faults in not observing Ekadasi properly? Please bestow your mercy upon me and tell about these subjects, as you are the only personality able to do so." Srila Vyasadeva, upon hearing this inquiry from Jainini Rishi, became situated in transcendental bliss. O Brahmana sage Jainini, the results of following Ekadasi can be perfectly described by the Supreme Lord, Narayana, because Sri Narayana is the only personality capable of describing them in full. But I will give a very brief description in answer to your question. At the beginning of the material creation, the Supreme Lord created the moving and non-moving living entities within this world, made of 5 gross material elements. Simultaneously, for the purpose of punishing the evil human beings, he created a personality whose form was the embodiment of the worst kinds of sin, Papa Purusha. The different limbs of this personality were constructed of various sinful activities. His head was made of the sin of murdering a Brahmana, his 2 eyes were the form of drinking intoxicants, his mouth was made from the sin of stealing gold, his ears were the form of the sin of having illicit connection with the spiritual master's wife, his nose was of the sin of killing one's wife, his arms the form of the sin of killing a cow. His neck was made of the sin of stealing accumulated wealth, his chest of the sin of abortion, his lower chest of the sin of having sex with another's wife, his stomach of the sin of killing one's relatives, his navel of the sin of killing those who are dependent on him, his waist of the sin of egotistical self-appraisal, his thighs of the sin of offending the guru, his genitals of the sin of selling one's daughter, his buttocks of the sin of telling confidential matters, his feet of the sin of killing one's father, and his hair was the form of all sorts of less severe sinful activities. In this way, a horrible personality embodying all sinful activities and vices was created. His bodily color is black, and his eyes are yellow. He inflicts extreme misery upon sinful persons. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu, upon seeing this personality of sin, began to think to himself as follows: I am the creator of the miseries and happiness for the living entities. I am their master because I have created this personality of sin, who gives distress to all dishonest, deceitful, and sinful persons. Now I must create someone who will control this personality. At this time, Sri Bhagavan created the personality of Yamaraja, the Lord of Death, and the different hellish planetary systems. Those living entities who are very sinful will be sent after death to Yamaraja, who will, in turn, according to their sins, send them to an appropriate hellish region to suffer. After these adjustments had been made, the Supreme Lord, who is the giver of distress and happiness to the living entities, went to the house of Yamaraja with the help of Garuda, the king of birds. When Yamaraja saw that Lord Vishnu had arrived, he immediately washed his feet and made an offering unto him. He then had him sit upon a golden throne. The Supreme Lord Vishnu became seated upon the throne, whereupon he heard very loud crying sounds from the southern direction. He became surprised by this, and inquired of Yamaraja, "From where is this loud crying coming?" Yamaraja, in reply, said, "O Deva, the different living entities of the earthly planetary systems have fallen to the hellish regions. They are suffering extremely for their misdeeds. The horrible crying is because of suffering from the inflictions of their past bad actions." After hearing this, the Supreme Lord Vishnu went to the hellish region to the south. When the inhabitants saw who had come, they began to cry even louder. The heart of the Supreme Lord Vishnu became filled with compassion. Lord Vishnu thought to himself, I have created all this progeny, and it is because of me that they are suffering. Vyasadeva continued, "O Jaimini, just listen to what the Supreme Lord did next. After the merciful Supreme Lord thought over what he had previously considered, he suddenly manifested from his own form the deity of the lunar day Ekadasi. Afterward, the different sinful living entities began to follow the vow of Ekadasi and were then elevated quickly to the abode of Vaikuntha. O my child Jaimini, therefore, the lunar day of Ekadasi is the self-same form of the Supreme Lord, Vishnu, and the supersoul within the heart of the living entities. Sri Ekadasi is the utmost pious activity and is situated as the head among all vows. Following the ascension of Sri Ekadasi, that personality, Papa Purusha, who is the form of sinful activity, gradually saw the influence that she, Ekadasi, had. Thus, he approached Lord Vishnu with doubts in his heart and began offering many prayers. Whereupon Lord Vishnu became very pleased and said, "I have become very pleased by your nice offerings. What boon is it that you want?" The Papa Purusha replied, "I am your created progeny, and it is through me that you wanted distress given to the living entities who are very sinful. But now, by the influence of Sri Ekadasi, I have become all but destroyed. O Prabhu, after I die, all of your parts and parcels who have accepted material bodies will become liberated and return to the abode of Vaikuntha, the spiritual domain. If this liberation of all living entities takes place, then who will carry on your activities? There will be no one to enact the pastimes in the earthly planetary systems. O Kashava, if you want these eternal pastimes to carry on, then you please save me from the fear of Ekadasi. No type of pious activity can bind me, but Ekadasi only, being your own manifested form, can impede me. Out of fear of Sri Ekadasi I have fled and taken shelter of men. Animals, insects, hills, trees, moving and non-moving living entities, rivers, oceans, forests, heavenly, earthly and hellish planetary systems, demigods, and the Gandharvas. I cannot find a place where I can be free from the fear of Sri Ekadasi. O my master, I am a product of your creation, so therefore very mercifully direct me to a place where I can reside fearlessly." Vyasadeva then said to Jaimini, "After saying this, the embodiment of all sinful activities, Papa Purusha fell down at the feet of the Supreme Lord Vishnu, who is the destroyer of all miseries, and began to cry. After this, Lord Vishnu, observing the condition of the Papi Purusha, with laughter began to speak thus, "O Papi Purusha, rise up. Don't lament any longer. Just listen, and I'll tell you where you can stay on the lunar day of Ekadasi. On the date of Sri Ekadasi, which is the benefactor of the 3 planetary systems, you can take shelter of foodstuffs in the form of grains. There is no reason to worry about this anymore, because my form as Sri Ekadasi will no longer impede you." After giving direction to the Papa Purusha, the Supreme Lord Vishnu disappeared, and the Papa Purusha returned to the performance of his own activities. Therefore, those persons who are serious about the ultimate benefit of the soul will never eat grains on Ekadasi. According to the instructions of Lord Vishnu, every kind of sinful activity that can be found in the material world takes its residence in this place of grains, foodstuff. Whoever follows Ekadasi is freed from all sins and never enters into the hellish regions. If one doesn't, equals T follow Ekadasi because of illusion, he is still considered the utmost sinner. For every mouthful of grain that is eaten by a resident of the earthly region on Ekadashi, one receives the effect of killing millions of brahmanas. It is definitely necessary that one give up eating grains on Ekadashi. I very strongly say again and again, on Ekadashi, do not eat grains, do not eat grains, do not eat grains. Whether one be a Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, or of any family, he should follow the lunar day of Ekadasi. From this, the perfection of Varna and Ashrama will be attained, especially since, if one, even by trickery, follows Ekadasi, all his sins become destroyed, and he very easily attains the supreme goal, the abode of Vaikuntha. Additional information. From the above article and story, we can understand that Ekadasi is a form of Lord Vishnu, And by observing the Ekadasi vow, it not only decreases the amount of sin, bad karma, we imbibe, but it also eats up sinful reactions to help pave our way back to the abode of Lord Vishnu, Vaikuntha. This is also why Ekadasi is called the Mother of Devotion. It helps remove the obstacles on our path of devotional service to the Lord. Ekadasi generally falls on the 11th day after the new moon, and the 11th day after the full moon. Eka means 1, and Dasi is the feminine form of Dasa, which means 10. Together it means 11. Only occasionally may it fall on a different day. So it is on these days that devotees and devout Hindus will follow the vow of Ekadasi and not eat any beans or grains or products with such substances in them. Thus, the diet is expected to be simple and plain as part of the mood of renunciation, and preferably only once in the day if possible. Other recommendations include that the food should be made of vegetables, fruit, water, milk products, nuts, sugar, and roots that are grown underground, except beetroots. Additional restrictions include spinach, eggplant, asafoetida, and sea salt, but rock salt is all right. Since there are 12 months in a year with 2 Ekadasis in each month, there are 24 Ekadasis in each year. Each Ekadasi has a name. They are Utpana, Mokshada, Safala, Putrada, Shadhila, Jaya, Vijaya, Amalaki, Papamochani, Kamada, Varuthini, Mohini, Apara, Nirjala, Yogini, Panchusha, Rama, and Haribodhini, Indra. Papankusha, Rama, and Haribodhini, Devotini. Occasionally there are 2 extra Ekadasis that happen in a lunar leap year, which are Padmini and Parama. Each Ekadasi day has particular benefits and blessings that one can attain by the performance of specific activities done on that day. By engaging in the extra study to learn what these are, one can derive even more benefit from each particular Ekadasi. Books devoted to Ekadasi are available that contain such information, so we will not include it here. However, reading the glories of each Ekadasi day, along with all the names of these days, will also achieve a similar goal of observing the Ekadasi vow. This also means that we are encouraged to increase our spiritual activities that day, which are centered around the chanting of the holy names of the Lord, charity, especially to advanced devotees and preachers of the Vedic Dharma, or directly engaging in activities of Krishna's service. Deity worship, chanting the Purusha Sukta hymns, or other spiritual activities on Ekadasi are also highly recommended and brings great spiritual benefits to the performer. It is said that even if one mistakenly misses the observance of an Ekadasi, he or she may make up for it by observing it the very next day on Dvadasi, and then break one's fast from grains on the next day, Trayodasi. One may also observe the special fast on Nirjala Ekadasi. This is also called Bhima Ekadasi. This is because the Pandava brother known as Bhima was so strong and had such a voracious appetite that he could not observe Ekadasis twice a month. He could not fast because he was too hungry. So Lord Krishna told him to merely observe 1 Ekadasi a year, which is the Nirjala Ekadasi. Nirjala means no water. So he had to observe at least 1 Ekadasi a year, and on that day he had to abstain from not only beans and grains, but from all foods, even water. So devotees who miss an Ekadasi day often observe a complete fast from all food and liquids on the Nirjala Ekadasi, which is usually sometime in June and thus possibly make up for whatever was missed. However, this is a very potent Ekadasi, so a complete fast on this day gives one who observes this many pious credits. Sometimes there is a day called Mahadvadasi. This is when Ekadasi is astronomically combined with Dvadasi, or the 12th day of the full moon or new moon lunar cycle. This is called a pure Ekadasi, and the observance is often started the evening before Mahadvadasi and through the next day with the basic Ekadasi fast. Breaking the Ekadasi fast on the next day with some foodstuffs made from grains is usually done 2.5 hours or shortly thereafter from the time of the sunrise. In the Caitanya Charitamrita, Adi Lila, September 10th, 15, Sri Chaitanya begs his mother to follow Ekadasi, as was expected of all his followers, and in the purport to this verse, Srila Prabhupada explains that even though devotees eat food cooked for and offered to Lord Vishnu, prasada, which is spiritually potent and free from all karma, Even on Ekadasi, a devotee does not eat even Mahaprasada that has grains in it, even though it can be saved for the next day. In this way, by the observance of the special Ekadasi day and its special fast, a person can accelerate their spiritual growth and awareness and free themselves from negative karma that will only further bind them to the continuous rounds of birth and death. Other special days and festivals we observe. Festivals are most joyous events in this tradition, and there are several that are especially important. Festivals are when the temple or the temple rooms in our homes can be nicely decorated with flower arrangements, the deities are also dressed with more flowers, and additional foodstuffs are prepared and offered to the deities. Celebrations include plays, dramas, musical presentations, and additional kirtanas and japa chanting. This may include a half-day fast followed by a feast, or on Krishna's appearance day it is a full-day fast until after midnight when a feast is distributed. The most important thing is the increased hearing and chanting about the Lord. Some of these festivals include the following. Gaura Purnima, the celebration of the appearance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Ramanami, the celebration of Lord Rama's appearance. Nurisimha Chaturdasi, the celebration of the appearance of Lord Narasimha. Rathayatra, the grand cart festival in the summer for Lord Jagannatha, Lord Balarama and Lady Subhadra. Julani Yatra, the lovely festival when we put the little Radha-Krishna deities on a swing and every takes a turn at swinging them. Lord Balarama's appearance day, when we celebrate his birthday. Lord Krishna's appearance day, known as Krishna Janmastami, which is a grand festival when many people attend the temple programs that are especially arranged for this day, which goes on until midnight, the time when he first appeared as a baby in his Lila, or pastime. Vyasa Puja, the celebration of the Guru as the representative of Srila Vyasadeva, in which case we celebrate the appearance day of Srila Prabhupada on the day after Krishna Janmastami. Radhastami, this is the celebration of the appearance day of Srimati Radharani. Govardhanya Puja and Anakuta Mahotsava, another festival based on when Lord Krishna lifted Govardhan Hill. This is also when the temples and devotees take various foodstuffs and make a model of the hill, which is accepted as an expansion of Govardhanya itself, which the devotees circumambulate and which is later distributed as Krishna Prasada. Also the appearance and disappearance days of noteworthy saints. These are observed with various levels of celebration throughout the year, especially that of Srila Prabhupada, which is observed with a half-day fast. Chapter Chomasi. This is a period of 4 months in which Bhakti yogis often observe an additional dietary restriction. This is originally from the time when sannyasa monks would stop their travelling during the rainy season in India and then observe an additional vow of austerity during those months for their worship of Lord Krishna. This would be from July to October. This begins from the Shayana Ekadasi in the month of Ashadath to Uttara Ekadasi in the month of Kartika. So we may not be obligated to stop our activities and stay in one place for 4 months, but we may still be inclined to observe the dietary restrictions during Chaturmasya, which includes no eating of spinach during the 1st month, no yogurt during the 2nd month, no milk during the 3rd month, and no urad dal during the 4th month. After this period of Chaturmasya, the sannyapis would again start their travelling and preaching and then would go back to their normal diet, at which time we can do the same. Chapter 13. The 9 Processes of Bhakti Yoga. We all find ourselves in the illusion of this world, and the purpose of yoga is to attain the realization of our spiritual identity as a spirit soul and our connection with the Supreme Soul, or the Jivatma with Paramatma. The purpose of Bhakti Yoga is to regain the perception and our connection with God as a loving servant of the Supreme. This is the atmosphere of the spiritual world, and if we humbly pursue the path of Bhakti Yoga, we can enter back into that mood and atmosphere. In this way, the means brings us to the proper end. That is, the end of all knowledge, or Vedanta, which in this case means to enter back into the spiritual domain and the activities that go on within the spiritual Vaikuntha planets, and in Goloka Vrindavana, Lord Krishna's personal abode. In this way, by learning how to make whatever we do into Bhakti Yoga, our whole life, our activities, and where we live become spiritualized, a part of our service to the Supreme. As Lord Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, "Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear." This surrender is what attracts Krishna, and that is exactly the process of Bhakti Yoga. It means that whatever else we may do, eventually we should give up all sorts of religious or yoga systems and simply approach the Lord directly through love and devotion, bhakti, and He will guide us in the right direction for what we need to do to reach Him. So when it comes to Bhakti Yoga, or the art of engaging in the devotional service to the Lord, there are 9 specific processes that allow us to practice this form of yoga. From these 9 processes that are included in Bhakti Yoga, we can expand them in many different ways that allow anyone to find a particular outlet, or even numerous forms of expression that can be dovetailed and aligned with the Bhakti Yoga process. This is explained in the Srimad Bhagavatam, July 5th, 2324, Rana Maharaji said, "Hearing and chanting about the transcendental holy name, form, qualities, paraphernalia and pastimes of Lord Vishnu, remembering them, serving the lotus feet of the Lord, offering the Lord respectful worship with 16 types of paraphernalia, offering prayers to the Lord, becoming His servant, considering the Lord one equals S best friend, and surrendering everything unto Him, in other words, serving Him with the body, mind and words. B. These 9 processes are accepted as pure devotional service. One who has dedicated his life to the service of Krishna through any of these 9 methods should be understood to be the most learned person, for he has acquired complete knowledge. To briefly explain further, after receiving the Lord's teachings in the Bhagavad Gita, or the Srimad Bhagavatam, hearing them is Shravanam, which can be done in the form of reading books, listening to classes, hearing the devotional songs and kirtanas, or watching plays or dances that depict the pastimes of the Lord. This is the beginning stage of Bhakti Yoga. Hearing is the means we begin to cleanse the materialistic thoughts and habits from our minds and activities. This also means there must be those who give the classes, sing the songs, perform the plays, write the plays, record the devotional music, produce the films or radio or television shows that offer such facility, or whatever else it takes. And this expands in so many ways through artistic expressions or technological knowledge to put such things together, all for the same purpose. This takes on the process of kirtanam, meaning to repeat the stories or the chanting, and singing the devotional songs and mantras, and whatever it takes to do this. Smaranam means remembering what we have heard and trying to understand the Supreme Lord more deeply. So we may take the time to study more about Him, such as reading the devotional and Vedic texts that relay information about His personality, pastimes, characteristics, etc. By understanding more about Him also brings us closer to Him and helps fix our mind on this absolute reality. Besides the chanting of His holy names, this is the ultimate form of meditation. Padasevanam means to engage in serving or worshipping the lotus feet of the Lord in various ways according to time and circumstance. This is most easily done while serving the Lord in the temple. This again can be expanded to include so many activities that help ourselves or assists others to do this. Archana means to engage in the activities of worshipping the Lord in the temple, as in deity worship, but this also includes managing the temple so deity worship can go on nicely and where other people can attend to worship, helping put on festivals that evolve around the deities, such as the Jagannatha Ratha-yatra parade, or celebrating the appearance day of Lord Krishna, the Krishna Janmashtami festival. All of this evolves around worshipping the Lord as the deities. So all this is included in Archanam. Vandanam means to offer respectful worship of the Lord. Vandanam also means Namaskuru, which is to offer prayers to the Lord. There is nothing more personal than to set one's ego aside and offer prayers to God, asking for blessings over difficulties or expressing one's concern for others. God is always listening, whether you go before the deities in the temple or simply have a talk with God while sitting alone outdoors somewhere. Many saints have books of prayers to God they have composed that show the varieties of prayers that can be offered and the many different moods in which the prayers were written. Dasyam means to accept oneself as an eternal servant of Krishna. This means that whatever we do can be dovetailed into a direct service for Krishna, or some tactic that helps us remember the Lord, or helps others remember God and the purpose of life, and so on. Or to simply work at our regular job or occupation to earn the money to help support the temple or temple projects, or develop our own home temple room and worship of our home deities, and so on. This makes all of our activities into forms of service, or bhakti yoga. Sakyam means to be a well-wisher of Krishna, or to serve him as a friend. This means to have a friendly attitude towards Lord Krishna and to help in offering service to him and in assisting in whatever is connected with him, such as trying to provide a nicer facility to expand his pastimes here in this world. This can include many things as well, such as helping with the service that is provided to the deity in the temple, or so many other things. Atman Nivedanam means to offer everything to Krishna, as in one's body, mind, or thought, and words, and whatever one may possess. This stage is reached when the devotee has no other interest but to serve and please the Lord. So, this shows that there is a wide variety of activities that can be included in the process of bhakti yoga. It is not all isolated meditation or philosophical study, but it includes many things that we normally do. We only have to learn or be trained in how to engage in such activities with the right intention and consciousness and the awareness of the Supreme Being, Krishna, and devotion to him. Not everyone can do all of these things, but that is not what it takes. You only have to pick one or two and do them properly according to the principles of bhakti yoga. But these are all easy and consist of varieties of sweet activities that connect one with God, and that can change your life. Sincerely engaging in any of these 9 processes is called bhakti, or devotion. The devotion with which one engages in these practices is the means by which one unites with the Supreme, and uniting with God is called yoga. Thus, this process is known as bhakti yoga. Chapter 14. A few additional points to understand. The purpose of having a guru. In brief, a guru is a spiritual teacher who is knowledgeable in the Vedic scripture and the traditions and can inspire and teach it to others so they can follow it in a practical manner. He or she is also experienced in the spiritual truths, the goal of the Vedic path, and can show the way by example to those who inquire. The word guru means one who is heavy with knowledge, not only cultivated knowledge acquired through personal training and practice, but also knowledge attained through personal experience and realizations of the spiritual perfection that is discussed in the Vedic scripture and by previous spiritual authorities. The word guru also means one who can deliver others from darkness. Such a qualified guru is one who should be approached with respect and served with humility and honor, because such a guru who has seen the truth can give one knowledge and guidance for attaining the truth. Such a guru gives the second birth to a person into the spiritual understanding, beyond the common first biological birth one acquires from parents. Thus, a genuine guru can awaken a disciple to a new world of spiritual reality, a higher dimension. Such an awakening creates an eternal bond between the spiritual master and disciple. What is Namaste? This is the popular greeting performed by pressing 2 hands together and holding them near the heart and bowing slightly while saying Namaste. The whole act communicates to the world the spiritual significance that you and I are one, or I salute and worship the God within you, which is a mirror image of myself. It is also called namaskar, which is understood as salutations or prostration, and a way of paying homage to each other. Its spiritual significance is negating or reducing one's ego in the presence of another. The bowing of the head is a gracious form of extending friendship in love, respect, and humility. Adding spiritual devotion to this gesture is done when we also add such sacred words as Namaste, Hari Rashna, Jai Shri Krishna, Radhe Radhya, Jai Shri Rama, Hari Om, Namo Narayana, Om Shanti, etc. These words are actually paying respect to the divine, and certain sayings are often preferred in particular places. Thus, the Namaste gesture with these words does not remain a superficial gesture, but provides a deeper communication and meaning between one another. Kuktul of Now. Pick me the Gata. Why red dots are worn on the forehead? Sometimes you will find that many Hindu ladies wear red dots on their foreheads as a sign of being married, just as Christians wear wedding rings. It may be worn daily or on special occasions, or while going to the temple. This is called kumkum, and is often made from dyed rice flour. When men wear such dots, which are often applied with the fingertip, it is often because they have visited a temple or are worshippers of Devi, in which case it is a sign of their devotion and that the body is a temple. More is explained as follows. What is tilaka or forehead marks? The tilaka marks that may be seen on devotees and Hindu saints are usually in two forms, applied in a V shape in the center of the forehead or as lines applied horizontally across the forehead. It will vary in design according to the sect of the person. A simple tilaka in the V shape may be white or dark, using chandan or clay from certain holy places, or sandalwood paste. These indicate that one is a Vaishnava, or worshipper of Vishnu and Krishna. Or it may have a red streak down the center that indicates that one is a worshipper of Lord Rama. Or it may be the three-lined sacred ash, called bhasma, streaked horizontally across the forehead that indicates one is a Shaivite, or worshipper of Shiva. A simple red dot is also worn by those who worship Devi. Other shapes and colors will indicate other purposes. Sometimes you may even see a holy man whose entire forehead is covered with chandan, or bhasma tilaka, or bapishistic shivi. But, as I talked, such marks may be applied as part of the morning ritual or custom, with a mantra or prayer, or the kumkum or chandan are often offered by a temple priest to the guests who visit the temple after it has been offered to the temple deity. Among other things that it indicates is that it marks the body as a temple, a vehicle with the soul and supersoul within. So it helps invoke a feeling of sanctity in the wearer and reminds others of the spiritual significance of who we are. The tilaka also covers the spot between the eyebrows, which is the seat of memory, thinking, and the third eye, or spiritual center of consciousness, the ajna chakra. The tilaka is said to help activate that center. It is also said to help cool the forehead against heat generated from worry that may also cause headaches. Thus it protects us from energy loss. However, the tilaka marks are also applied to other parts of the body, such as the arms, chest and back, all of which are to indicate the sacredness of the soul within the body, or the holy aspect of the body when it is used in the service of the Lord. Why ring bells in temples? When entering a temple, most of them have one or more bells hung from the ceiling. The devotee rings the bells as he or she enters, then proceeds for darshan to see the deities. The ring of the bell produces a sound similar to Om, the universal name of the Lord. This helps create an atmosphere of auspiciousness when entering the temple. This is also a reason why a bell is rung by a priest, pujari, while doing the arati ceremony. Ringing the bell, blowing the conch, and engaging in the kirtanas or singing holy songs are all ways to worship the Lord and keep away all inauspicious and irrelevant noises and thoughts that might disturb or distract the worshippers from their devotions and inner peace. The significance of the arati ceremony. The arati ceremony is the offering of a ghee lamp to the deity or object of respect. These lamps usually have 5 or more flames on them. Arati is performed in the temples to the deities several times a day. It is also offered to special guests and holy saints. It is also accompanied with ringing a bell, singing or playing musical instruments. In offering the lamp to the deity, it is held in the right hand and waved in a clockwise motion. It is a way of adding an intensity to the prayers and the image of the Lord. Besides, the aroma of the burning ghee is quite pleasing. Afterwards, the ghee lamp is passed around the room so that everyone can place their hands over the flame that has been offered to the deity, accepting it as holy remnants, prasada, and then touch the hands to the eyes or head. This is a gesture of accepting the light of knowledge and the light which revealed the Lord. We use the lamp to light the form of the Lord, who is in fact the source of all light. This was particularly significant before there was electricity and when temples were lit by lamps. The arati ceremony would especially provide light to various parts of the deity when the priest would wave the lamp in front of it. Some of the older temples in India are still like this today. We also accept this lamp as a symbol of lighting our own vision and thoughts with hopes that they may be divine and noble. Sometimes camphor is also used in place of ghee. This also presents a pleasing scent. The ghee or camphor also represents our inherent tendencies that are being offered to the fire of knowledge, which reveals the form of the Lord and thus increases our mental and physical purity in service to the Lord. The reason lamps are used. In many homes and temples there are lamps that are lit, and many special functions start with the lighting of a lamp. Light symbolizes knowledge, which keeps us free from the darkness of ignorance. Knowledge removes ignorance just as light removes darkness. Therefore the lamp is lit, and we bow to it as this knowledge is the greatest form of wealth. It is kept lit during special functions, as a guide and witness to our thoughts and actions. Of course now, lamps are not as necessary with the use of electric bulbs, etc., but the lamp is the traditional instrument which represents our vasanas or negative inclinations, while the wick signifies our ego. As the lamp burns, it also represents the burning away of our bad habits and bodily ego. The flame burns upward as knowledge also takes our views higher. Why a conch shell is blown. Whether in temples or in our household temple rooms, the conch shell is blown 3 times before the arati ceremony or puja, worship. It is kept on the altar as a symbol for truth, dharma, auspiciousness, and victory. It also was blown before a battle or after the victory of an army. Blowing the conch emanates the sound of Om, which contains all the knowledge of the Vedas. It is an auspicious sound and represents the truth behind the illusion. It also can purify the atmosphere as well as the minds of those who hear it. It also represents dharma or righteousness, so it is appropriate for it to be blown before the arati or puja. The sound of the conch draws one's attention to the presence of the Lord and the Vedic sound vibration. It thus drowns out the negative noises that may distract us from the sacred atmosphere or disturb our minds. This is also why sometimes devotees bow to the sound of the conch when it is blown. The tradition relates that there was once a demon named Shankasura who had defeated the Devas, demigods, and stole the Vedas from them. He then hid at the bottom of the ocean. The Devas prayed to Lord Vishnu for assistance. He incarnated as Matsya and killed the demon. The Lord blew one of the conch shells that hung from his ears, and the Om resonated, from which the Vedas returned. For this reason, the conch is also called Shanka, after Shankasura. The Lord's conch shell is named Panchajanya. Why coconuts are offered. One of the most common items that are offered to the deities in the temple by guests is the coconut. You will also see it being used to start special occasions, like weddings, festivals, etc., when it is offered and then broken. You may also see it sitting on top of a decorative pot with mango leaves. This is a representation of Lakshmi Devi, the goddess of fortune, or sometimes Lord Shiva. The coconut is offered to the deity as a representation of the body, the coconut shell, mind, the white fruit, and soul, the milk. All these are offered to the deity, and then it is broken to let out the milk and fruit. This indicates the breaking of the ego. Then, after it is offered to the Lord, what remains is accepted as remnants from the Lord. As prasada, this represents a complete circle in which God accepts our offering of the body, mind, and soul and gives back the mercy, prasada, of the Lord. Propose of circumambulating temples or deities. Another thing that you may see is when devotees circumambulate and go around the deities in the sanctum of a temple, or even around the temple itself or around sacred places like special hills or even holy towns. This is called pradakshina. This is a means of recognizing the center point of our lives, the center of the circular path we take in honor of the deities of the Lord, or something connected with him. This is done in a clockwise manner to keep the deity on a right, which is the side of auspiciousness. So, in a way, it is a reflection of going through life while keeping God in the center. Walking around holy sites is another way of undergoing austerities for spiritual merit. It is accepted that each step takes away some of our material karma, and thus helps us get free from the mundane affairs and worldly consciousness which causes us to undertake the actions which create our karma, which helps free us from further rounds of birth and death. Respect can be shown to our superiors or parents by circumambulating them 3 times as well. It is also said that circumambulating the temple is like circling the universe. Why the lotus is sacred. The lotus, besides being India's national flower, is a symbol of truth, beauty, and auspiciousness. The Lord is also compared with these principles and its beauty. You can easily find it in many parts of India adorning ponds and lakes. The lotus grows out of the water but rises above it. It remains beautiful and untainted regardless from where it grows. In this way, it shows that we too can remain unaffected by the world of trouble and doubt around us. The Vedic literature has numerous references to the beauty of the lotus, and it is a common architectural motif. Lord Vishnu and goddess Lakshmi both carry a lotus in their hands. A lotus also emerged from the navel of Lord Vishnu during the process of universal creation, from which Brahma originated. Thus, the lotus also indicates the link between the creator and the creation. So, the lotus is highly regarded. Propose of fasting. Devotees sometimes fast on certain and special days. This sort of fasting is called upavasa, which means to stay near. This is in regard to staying near the Lord in mental disposition by spending more time in thought of God without using the time and energy in procuring items of food to prepare, cook, and eat. Food does certain things to us according to its quality. Some of it will heighten our awareness, while other types may indeed make our minds clouded and dull. So, on special days, a devotee may save time and conserve energy by either eating very simple and light foods or even by not eating at all. Thus, one's mind can remain alert and absorbed in thoughts of God, and not be preoccupied thinking of what to eat. On a more mundane level, it is also a way of giving the body and digestive system a break and letting it get cleaned out. Fasting also helps bring control and discipline over the senses and calms our mind. However, fasting for some other reason, based on ego or politics, will not bring the same results, and one should not become unnecessarily weak by long fasts. This can become counterproductive in keeping the mind and senses equipoised for developing meditative spiritual awareness and love for God if we become too weak, or focused only on desiring food to eat. Lord Krishna advises us in the Bhagavad Gita that we should take the middle path of not eating too much nor too little, but to eat purely, simply, and healthily, for keeping body and soul together for spiritual purposes. WHO may practice Sanatana Dharma. Since Sanatana Dharma, or the Vedic process, is a universal process and applicable to everyone regardless of time, place, or circumstances, then naturally anyone can practice the principles of it. Anyone can and should be allowed to participate in the process. Furthermore, anyone who is looking for the ultimate spiritual truth is already one who is following the path of Sanatana Dharma. So you could say that anyone who is sincerely looking for such truth with an open mind is already on the spiritual path, at least on some level, and is thus also a Sanatana Dharmist, a follower of Sanatana Dharma. The point is that there is one and only one God and one absolute truth. The very first of the Vedic books, named the Rig Veda, proclaims Ekam Sat Viprabahuta Vadati. There is only one truth. Only men describe it in different ways. So a Jew or a Christian or a Muslim or anyone who is in search of the absolute truth is automatically on the path of Sanatana Dhamma to some degree. However, if they get stuck with accepting nothing more than their own local traditions, this may hamper their growth in understanding a broader range of the many aspects of the Supreme that are described in other scriptures, such as those in the Vedic literature. So, a person equals S progress depends on how far he or she really wants to go in this lifetime, and how they approach various levels of knowledge to understand the absolute truth. What is a sari? A sari is the style of outfit that is worn by many women from India. It is a single piece of cloth, so one size fits all, that can be most beautiful and colourful, that wraps around and covers the body completely. It may take a person a little practice putting it on after being shown how to wear one. What is a dhoti? This is for men, which is a single piece of cloth that is wrapped around the legs, tied and pleated at the waist in different ways depending on the area of India in which it is done. It becomes a loose and comfortable piece of apparel, especially for the hot climate of South Asia. It is a traditional type of clothing that is still regularly worn in India. Combined with a shirt, or what is called a kurta, it makes for a complete outfit. Why many devotees wear white. In some yoga groups or ashramas, many people wear white clothes. This is because it is a symbol for cleanliness, purity, and peace. It is not a color that will agitate the mind. It is also a simple reminder of one's spiritual goal. Why many swimis wear saffron-colored cloth? Saffron is often worn by those who have become spiritually advanced and materially renounced. Saffron is the sign of renunciation from many of the common comforts of the world. It represents a determined focus on one's spiritual goal of life. The color also gives peace and tranquility to the mind, which helps one on their spiritual journey and development. The flags on Hindu temples, as well as the robes worn by our religious preachers, mostly swamis and sannyais, religious and spiritually advanced individuals, are of saffron color. The persons wearing the saffron robes are those who have renounced married life. The color denotes the sun's light-giving glow. The sun has a very prominent place in the Vedic literature as the source of energy that sustains life on earth. It acts as a reminder of the power of God, the act of selfless service and renunciation. The significance of the shikha, tuft of hair. Why do we see some priests and monks with a shaved head and a tuft of hair in the back? First of all, this tuft of hair is called a shikha. When long enough, it is tied in a knot at the crown point, right above the suture, on the central top of the head. This point is given distinctive importance in the science of yoga and spirituality as the point of contact with the brain center of intellectual and emotional sensitivity. It also indicates the body as a temple. The shikha symbolizes the presence of discerning intellect, far-sightedness, and the deity of knowledge upon our head. It is a flag of human culture. It reminds us of the religious principles of morality, righteousness, responsibility, and dutiful awareness. This body is the fort of the individual self, upon which the flag of the shikha is hoisted as the mark of the dignified values and virtues of humanity. The foreign invaders, the crusaders against the Vedic Indian culture, had attempted to eliminate the roots of this divine culture by first cutting the shikha and removing the sutta sacred thread from the bodies of the followers of the Vedic religion. Thousands of innocent heads were cut off just for protesting against this attack. It was for protecting the glory of these universal emblems of human religion that Maharana Pratap, Guru Gobind Singh, and other great martyrs of India had dedicated their noble lives. Today, we have forgotten their sacrifices that have helped keep the freedoms for us to continue with this Vedic culture. The commencement of wearing of the sutra and tightening of the shikha at the time of initiation, disha, into chanting the sacred Gayatri mantra is referred in the Shastras as dvijatva, the second birth, and the one who wears the sacred thread, sutra, and keeps the shikha is called a dvija, or twice-born brahmana. The shikha also represents the sirsa, top of the Gayatri mantra. It reminds the devotee of the subtle presence of the pure divine intelligence in the human mind. Tightening the hair knot right above the suture induces marvelous psychological benefits. It is said to help in harmonious blood circulation in the brain in normal conditions and augments alertness. As described in the yoga scriptures, it also lends support in increasing mental concentration and meditation. In terms of its sublime spiritual effects, the shikha works like an antenna in the outer domain of the Sahasrara chakra, topmost extrasensory center, to link the individual consciousness with the cosmic consciousness in the elevated state of meditation on the Gayatri mantra. The meaning of the sutta, or sacred thread. The sutra is the name for the sacred thread that one uses while chanting the Gayatri mantra, also called yagyopavit, which is worn on the shoulder, usually hanging over the left shoulder and down across the chest around the right hip. This is given to an individual after the sacrament or initiation of upnayana, or thread ceremony. The moral and social duties of human life are worn on our shoulders and kept attached to our hearts in symbolic form as the sacred thread of Yagyopavita, Sutra 8. It also hangs on our back. It has tied us from all sides, as a reminder of the moral disciplines and ethical duties as human beings. In different sampradayas or schools of thought, spiritual lineages, the Yagyopavit will have different numbers of threads, such as 6 threads and 2 knots, each joining 3 threads together, or 9 threads and 3 knots. The knots are symbols of the 3 granthi, extrasensory roots of ultimate realizations, such as the Brahma Granthi, the Vishnu Granthi, and the Shiva Granthi. These also represent the segments of the Gayatri Mantra that encode the sublime streams of manifestation of the omnipresent eternal sound of Om Dot. The Yajñopavid is like an image of the deity Gayatri. You enshrine the deity in the temple of your body by wearing it. Wearing this sacred sutra on the shoulders, keeping it near the chest, should remind you of the duties, virtues, and principles that are taught and inspired through the words of the Gayatri Mantra, which are industriousness, humility, austerity, orderliness, cooperation, wisdom, integrity of character, sense of responsibility, and courage. These qualities open the door to a bright, happy, and successful life. Inculcation of these qualities induces eminent transformation of personality. These are also the most desired virtues for social and global welfare and progress. The first 5 of these deal with behavior and deeds. Industriousness means constructive utilization of time and potentials with diligence and enthusiasm for the work in hand. Humility implies modesty, etiquette, and balanced and humble behavior with due respect for the self as well as for others. Austerity includes piety of mind and body. It also means adopting the principle of simple living and high thinking in daily life. You must note that foresighted, constructive, and altruist use of the resources becomes possible by observing austerity in personal and spiritual life. The purpose of touching our head to the floor. When entering a temple, coming before the deity, or when seeing a great saint or devotee, many people will bow and touch their heads to the floor. This is called offering obeisances. Humility is an important quality in spiritual life, and bowing down in such a way is an outward expression of the desire to go beyond the ego. Lowering the head to the floor represents the surrender of self-importance and pride. Sometimes you will also see a person stretch the whole body out on the floor. In Sanskrit, this is called dandavat, falling like a danda or rod. This is considered the most humble way of showing respect for another. What are the Vedic texts? Many times, new bhaktas or even experienced devotees do not always understand how the many branches of Vedic literature fit together. This is something everyone on the Vedic path should understand. The Vedic texts start with Shruti. Shruti literally means that which is heard. For a long period of time, there was no Vedic literature. The other section of Vedic literature is called Smriti, which means that which is remembered, and usually consists of the later portions of the Vedic text. The Vedic spiritual knowledge was a vocal or oral tradition and was passed down from person to person accordingly. The Vedas and Upanishads were in Shruti form for many, many years. In fact, the word Upanishad means upa, knee, down, shad, sit. This means that the teachings of the Upanishads are conveyed from guru to disciple, when the disciple sits very close to the guru. The very first of the sacred books of Vedic culture, in fact the oldest books on earth, are called the Vedas. The word Veda means knowledge. The word Veda came from the root word vid, meaning to know. The Vedas are the very first scriptures of Vedic culture. Vedas, as described by the scriptures, were given by God. There are 4 Veda Samaveda, which are the Rig Veda, Sama Veda, Atharva Veda, and Yaja Veda. The Sanskrit word Samhita means put together. They contain wisdom that has been assembled to teach men the highest aspects of truths which can lead them to higher levels of existence as well as to God. The Vedas also discuss rituals and ceremonies to attain self-realization, as well as wisdom dealing with many other aspects of life. These 4 samhitas primarily contain the basic texts of hymns, formulas, and chants to the various Vedic deities for the performance of rituals for the basic material needs of life. Briefly describe them, the Rig Veda, Veda of Praise, contains 10,522 verses in 1,017 hymns in 10 books called mandalas. The Rig Veda is the oldest book in the world. The Rig Veda was around for many years before it was finally compiled in written form by Srila Vyasadeva. According to Bal Gangadhar Tilak and the Vedic tradition, it was written around 5000 BCE. The Rig Veda is older than Gilgamesh, 2500 BCE, and the Old Testament. In the Rig Veda there are 100 hymns addressed to Soma. 250 addressed to Indra, 200 hymns addressed to Agni, and many addressed to Surya. Few others are addressed to the Ushas, Aditi, Saraswati, Varuna, and the Asvins. Lord Vishnu is not addressed so often therein because the Vedas focused more on appeasing the demigods for blessings to attain material facility rather than spiritual liberation. The Yajur Veda, which is essentially the Veda of liturgy, contains some 3,988 verses dealing with rules and regulations for conducting rituals and also offers various levels of wisdom and advice. It is based on the Rig Veda and consists of prose as well as verse. This Veda is indeed a priestly handbook, even describing the details of how to make an altar. The Sama Veda, the Veda of chants, offers knowledge of music in 1549 verses. Sama means melody. The classical Indian music originated from this Veda. This Veda is also connected with the Rig Veda. To some extent, much of this Veda is a repetition of many Rig Veda verses sung in melodious format. Invocations of this Veda are primarily addressed to Soma, the moon god, as well as the Soma drink, Agni, the fire god, and Indra, god of heaven. The Chandogya Upanishad came out of this Veda. The Atharva Veda is said to be the knowledge given by the sage Atharvana. It has around 6,000 verses. Some state that sage Atharvana did not formulate this Veda, but was merely the chief priest in the ceremonies associated with it. Atharvana, who is mentioned in the Rig Veda, was considered as the eldest son of Lord Brahma, god of creation. The Atharva Veda is also known as Brahma Veda, because it is still used as a manual by Hindu Brahmana priests. Ayurveda is a part of Atharva Veda. A large number of Upanishads also came from the Atharva Veda. Brahmanas are other Vedic books that provide descriptions, as well as directions, for the performance of rituals. The word originated from the Brahmana priests who conduct the Vedic rituals. Aryonakas are additional books that contain mantras and interpretations of the Vedic rituals. These books are also known as forest books, since they were used by saints who had retired to meditate in the forests. The Upanishads are texts by different saints that reveal ultimate truths. Many of them are connected with certain Vedas. The Upanishads basically begin to explain the non-material aspect of the absolute truth and the oneness of Brahman. In this way, they do not really show that much about the personal nature of the Supreme Being. Thus, a person will not have much insight into the Supreme Being's personal form by studying only the Upanishads. However, some of them do go into introducing the fact that there is more to understand about God beyond the great Brahman. The Upanishads also help explain the spiritual dimension of our real identity and our qualities, which are the same as the spiritual Brahman but are different in quantity. We are the infinitesimal, whereas the Brahman and Bhagavan are the infinite. Yet if one does not complete the study of the Vedic literature, a misinterpretation of the Upanishads may lead one to think that this oneness of spiritual quality between ourselves, or the Jiva, souls, and the Brahman, means that we are the same as Brahman, or that we are the same as God. But that is not accurate. There are a total of 108 major Upanishads, and many more minor ones. There are 13 principal Upanishads, which include 1. Isar Upanishad, 2. Kena Upanishad, 3. Katha Upanishad, 5. Mundaka Upanishad, 6. Mandukya Upanishad, 6. Mandukya Upanishad, Aitareya Upanishad, 8. Taittiriya Upanishad, 10. Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, 11. Kaushitaki Upanishad, 12. Shvetashvatara Upanishad, and 13. Maitri Upanishad. The Vedanta Sutras are another important book that also goes on to explain spiritual truths to the aspirant. But these are presented in codes or sutras that were meant to be explained by the spiritual master. So any edition of the Vedanta Sutras will mostly have large purports that help explain the meaning of the sutras. The basis of these explanations will depend on which school of thought in which the teacher has been trained. Thus, some will be more devotionally oriented, while others may be more inclined toward meditation on the impersonal Brahman. Vedanta essentially means the end of the Vedas, or the end of all knowledge. The Itihasas are the Vedic histories of the universe, known as the Puranas, which are a large and major portion of Vedic literature. The Itihasas also include the Vedic epics, such as the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. The Ramayana is the story of Lord Ramachandra, an incarnation of Lord Vishnu and his princess Sita. It was written by Valmiki, who wrote the whole Ramayana as the narration of a crying dove who just lost her lover to a hunter's wicked arrow to him. The original text was written in very stylish Sanskrit language. This beautiful poem consists of 24,000 couplets. The Ramayana is a story which projects the Vedic ideals of life. There are many versions of the Ramayana. The Hindi version was written by sage Tulsi Das. The Malayalam version, Kerala Stach, was written by Thuncheth Ezutachan. The story, in brief, is as follows. Jealousy of his stepmother exiled Rama into the jungles along with his wife Sita and brother Lakshmana. There, poor Sita was kidnapped by Ravana, the demon king of Sri Lanka. Rama went to rescue her with the aid of the monkey king Sugriva. In a great battle, Rama annihilated Ravana and his army. Thereafter, Rama, along with Sita and Lakshmana, returned triumphantly to their kingdom. Rama is an example of the perfect husband and ruling king, Sita is the perfect wife, and Lakshmana is the perfect brother. The Ramayana is a very cherished poem of the Hindus. The holy Deepavali festival is a celebration of victory of Rama over Ravana. Diwali or Deepavali is the festival of lights and is celebrated throughout India. The Mahabharata is another of the world's great epics, which consists of episodes, stories, dialogues, discourses and sermons. It contains 110,000 couplets or 220,000 lines in 18 parvas or sections. It is the longest poem in the world, again in Sanskrit. It is longer than Homer's Odyssey. It is the story of the Pandavas and Kauravas. The Bhagavad Gita is a chapter of the Mahabharata. Apart from the 18 Parvas, there is a section of poems in the form of an appendix with 16,375 verses, which is known as Harivamsa Parva. So in total there are 19 Parvas, even though many saints do not consider the last Parva as important. The Bhagavad Gita, which means the Song of Bhagavan, or God, is a part of the Mahabharata, appearing in the middle of it. Many consider the Bhagavad Gita as the most important of the Vedic scriptures and the essence of the Upanishads and Vedic knowledge. Anyone interested in the most important of the Eastern philosophy should read the Bhagavad Gita. If all the Upanishads can be considered as cows, then the Bhagavad Gita can be considered as the milk. The Bhagavad Gita consists of 18 chapters and over 700 verses. It discusses the main types of yogas, the means of self-realization. It is in the form of a very lively conversation between the warrior prince Arjuna and his friend and charioteer, Lord Krishna. This was spoken at the outset of the great Mahabharat war in the middle of the battlefield at Kuruksetra. This place can still be visited just 3 hours north of New Delhi, just before the beginning of the war. Arjuna refused to fight when he found he had to kill thousands of his own kinsmen to be victorious in the war. Lord Krishna advised him on a very large variety of subjects in a question-and-answer format. At the end, Arjuna took Lord Krishna equals S advice and fought and won a very fierce war. The Gita has an answer to every problem a man may face in his life. It never commands anyone what to do. Instead, it discusses pros and cons of every action and thought, leaving the decision up to the reader, just as Krishna left the decision of what to do up to Arjuna. Throughout the Gita, you will not come across any line starting or ending with "thou shalt not." That is the reason why the Gita is the darling of millions of seekers of truth throughout the world. There are many versions or translations of Bhagavad Gita. The very first English translation of the Gita was done by Charles Wilkins in 1785, with an introduction by Warren Hastings, the British Governor-General of India. One of the most popular translations was done by Sir Edwin Arnold under the title The Song Celestial. One of most descriptive and accurate translations of the Gita was done by His Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, called the Bhagavad Gita as it is. Almost all saints in India have published their versions of the Bhagavad Gita, some of which arrive at various conclusions or viewpoints, so one does need to display some caution in picking which edition to read. Most intellectuals in the world go through the Gita at least once in their lifetime. Aldous Huxley wrote in his introduction of the Song of God by Swami Prabhupada and Christopher Isherwood, "The Bhagavad Gita is perhaps the most systematic scriptural statement of the perennial philosophy." The Gita won the interest and admiration of great intellectuals such as von Humboldt of Germany and Emerson of America. It has also influenced many Western thinkers such as Hegel and Schopenhauer. Robert Oppenheimer, the very first chairman of Atomic Energy Commission and father of the atom bomb, was a great admirer of the Bhagavad Gita. He learnt Sanskrit during the Manhattan Project to understand the true meaning of the Gita. He really shocked the world when he quoted a couplet from the Gita, chapter 11:12, after witnessing the first atomic explosion in the state of New Mexico, which reads, "If hundreds of thousands of suns rose up into the sky, they might resemble the effulgence of the Supreme Person in the universal form." Later, when he addressed Congress regarding the atom bomb, he said the atom bomb reminded him of Lord Krishna, who said in the Bhagavad Gita, "Time I am the devourer of all." The Puranas are the Vedic religious histories of the universe, which expound various levels of the Vedic truths. They are divided into 3 sections. The 6 Puranas that are connected to Lord Vishnu and the mode of goodness or Sattvaguna are 1. Vishnu Purana, 2. Narada Purana, 3. Srimad Bhagavata Purana, 4. Garuda Purana, 5. Padma Purana, and 6. Varaha Purana. The 6 Puranas that are primarily connected to Lord Brahma and Rajaguna, or the mode of passion, are 1. Brahma Purana, 2. Brahmanda Purana, 3. Brahmanvar Vaivasvata Purana, or the Brahmanvar Vaivata Purana, 4. Markandeya Purana, 5. Bhavishya Purana, and 6. Vamana Purana. The 6 Puranas that are connected to Lord Shiva and Tamuguna are 1. Matsya Purana, 2. Kurma Purana, 3. Linga Purana, 4. Vayu Purana, 5. Skanda Purana, and 6. Agni Purana. Besides these, there are an additional 18 to 22 minor Puranas. The 20 major Puranas include all the above, as well as the Shiva Purana and the Harivamsa Purana. Of all Puranas, the Srimad Bhagavata Purana, addressed to Lord Vishnu, and which discusses the detailed pastimes of Lord Krishna, is considered the most important. Traditionally, it contains 18,000 stanzas in 12 cantos. It was written by sage Badarayana, also known as Veda Vyasa or Vyasadeva, after writing all of his previous Vedic books. Said the Bhagavatam was his own commentary and conclusion of all Vedic thought. The greatest exponent of the Srimad Bhagavatam is sage Sukha, the son of sage Veda Vyasa. This book was recited to King Pariksit by sage Sukha in 1 week before the death of the king by the bite of a serpent. This was after King Pariksit learned he was about to die and asked to hear the cream of all spiritual knowledge. So much of the book is in dialogue form between King Pariksit and sage Sukha. The Srimad Bhagavatam consists of stories of all the avatars of Lord Vishnu. The 10th chapter of the book deals with the story of Lord Krishna in detail. The last chapter deals exclusively with the Kali Yuga, the present age, and about the last avatara of Lord Vishnu, Kalki. There is also a vivid description of the Pralaya, or the Great Deluge, in the last chapter. According to the Bhagavata Purana, the universe and creation came into existence because God, in a pastime Lila, willed to do so, and to manifest his inferior material energy. According to this scripture, there are 9 different ways of exhibiting bhakti or devotion to God, like listening to stories of God, meditating, serving, and adoring his image, and finally self-surrender. This book is an authority on Vaishnavism in Vedic culture, and is a primary text to all Vaishnavas, worshippers of Lord Vishnu and his avatars, including those of the Hare Krishna movement. The Agamas are another group of scriptures that worship God in particular forms, and describe detailed courses of discipline for the devotee. Like the Upanishads, there are many Agamas. They can be broadly divided into 3 sets, namely Vaishnava Agamas worship God as Lord Vishnu. Shaiva Agamas worship God as Lord Shiva. Shakti Agamas worship God as Mother Goddess. There are no agamas for Lord Brahma, God of creation. Shaivites have 28 agamas and 108 upa-agamas, minor agamas. Shaktas recognize 77 agamas. There are many Vaishnava agamas, of which the Pancharatra is one of the most important. Each agama consists of philosophy, mental discipline, rules for constructing temples, and religious practices. The Tantras started during the Vedic age, which consist of cosmology, yogic exercises, etc. Tantra is very important and very vast. The Sanskrit word tantra means to expand. Tantrism researched into astronomy, astrology, palmistry, cosmology, as well as the knowledge of the chakras and the kundalini power. Part 3. Understanding a few basics of the philosophic why. Chapter 15. Who am I? The Vedic description of the soul. Who am I? What am I? Am I the body, mind, or something more? These are the age-old questions that every philosopher throughout the ages has tried to grasp and understand. After all, how will you know what to do in life if you do not even know who or what you are? However, the ancient Vedic literature of India has provided the clearest answers that have been found anywhere to answer these questions. For example, the Mundaka Upanishad 3.1-9 explains that the living being is the soul and that the soul is atomic in size and can be perceived by perfect intelligence. This atomic soul is situated within the heart and spreads its influence all over the body of the embodied living entities. When the soul is purified from the contamination of the 5 kinds of material air, its spiritual influence is exhibited. The Chandogya Upanishad 6.1333 also states that, although the body withers and dies when the self or soul leaves it, the living self does not die. Further enlightenment is given in the Srimad Bhagavatam, July 2nd, 22, wherein it explains that the spirit soul has no death and is eternal and inexhaustible. He is completely different from the material body, but because of being misled by misuse of his slight independence, he is obliged to accept subtle and gross bodies created by the material energy and thus be subjected to so-called material happiness and distress. The eternal nature of the self is also explained in Bhagavad Gita by Lord Sri Krishna, where he specifically says that there was never a time when he did not exist, nor any of the living beings, including you. Nor shall any of us cease to be in the future. The embodied soul continually passes from boyhood to youth to old age in this body. Similarly, the soul enters another body at the time of death, but for one who is self-realized, there is no bewilderment through such a change. It is further explained that we should know that which pervades the entire body by consciousness is indestructible. No one is able to destroy the imperishable soul. Only the material body of the eternal living entity is subject to destruction. The soul, there is never birth nor death. Nor having once been does he ever cease to be. He is unborn, undying, and eternal. He is not slain when the body dies, or is killed. As a person puts on new garments, giving up old ones, similarly, the soul accepts new material bodies, giving up the old and useless ones. Certainly this knowledge can relieve anyone from the anxiety that comes from thinking our existence is finished at death. Spiritually, we do not die, yet the body is used until it is no longer fit to continue. At that time, it may appear that we die, but that is not the case. The soul continues on its journey to another body according to its destiny. The indestructibility of the soul is also explained. The individual soul is unbreakable and insoluble, and can be neither burned nor dried. The soul is everlasting, unchangeable, and eternally the same. Knowing this, we should not grieve for the temporary body. So the body dwindles and dies, but the soul does not die. It simply changes bodies. Therefore the body is like a shirt or coat that we wear for some time, and when it is worn out, we change it for a new one. Therefore the Vedic literature, such as the Chandogya Upanishad 8.11, mentions that knowledge of the self within is what should be sought and understood by all. Realizing one's spiritual identity solves the problems and mysteries of life. The more we realize our spiritual identity, the more we will see that we are beyond these temporary material bodies, and that our identity is not simply being a white body or black or yellow or fat, skinny, intelligent, dumb, old, young, strong, weak, blind, etc. Real blindness means not being able to see through the temporary and superficial bodily conditions and into the real person within. Seeing reality means to recognize the spiritual nature of everyone. The Srimad Bhagavatam, November 28, 35, explains that the soul is self-luminous, beyond birth and death, and unlimited by time or space, and therefore beyond all change. The Bhagavatam, November 28, 35, also points out that as one witnesses the birth and death of a tree and is separate from it, similarly the witness of the birth, death, and various activities of the body is within but separate from it. The size of the soul is also described in the Svetasvetara Upanishad 5.9.9. When the upper point of a hair is divided into 100 parts, and again each of such parts is further divided into 100 parts, each such part is the measurement of the spirit soul. So considering that the diameter of a typical hair is about 3/1000ths of an inch wide, then to divide that into 100 parts, and then divide one of those parts again into 100 parts, means that it would be microscopic. And since it is spiritual and not made of material substance, to perceive the presence of the soul is not so easy. It is invisible to our material vision. The Katha Upanishad relates that, within the body, higher than the senses and the sense objects, exists the mind. More subtle than the mind is the intelligence, and higher and more subtle than the intellect is the self. That self is hidden in all beings, and does not shine forth, but is seen by subtle seers through their sharp intellect. From this, we can understand that within the gross physical body, composed of various material elements, such as earth, air, water, etc., there is also the subtle body, composed of the finer subtle elements of mind, intelligence, and false ego. The psychic activities take place within the subtle body. It is also within the subtle body wherein exist the memories of past lives, however deep they may be. Yet the living being has his spiritual form that is deeper than this subtlety, otherwise he could not have repeated births. A person actually sees his spiritual self as well as the presence of the Supreme Being, when he perceives that both the gross and subtle bodies have nothing to do with the pure spiritual self within. Therefore, it could be asked that since we are separate from the gross and subtle bodies, why do we so strongly identify with the material body? It is explained that though the material body is different from the soul, it is because of the ignorance due to material association that one falsely identifies oneself with the high and low bodily conditions. It is further elaborated that only because of the mind and ego that we experience material happiness and distress. Yet, in actuality, the spirit soul is above such material existence and can never really be affected by material happiness and distress in any circumstance. A person who truly perceives this has nothing to fear from the material creation or the appearance of births and deaths. Thus, he can attain real peace. The Chandogya Upanishad 8.1565 goes on to explain that the self is free from sin and old age, death and grief, hunger and thirst, lamentation and sadness, and all forms of bodily identification. It desires only what it ought to desire, and imagines nothing but what it ought to imagine. Those who depart from this life without having discovered the self and those true or spiritual desires have no freedom in all the world. But those who depart from here after realizing one's genuine spiritual identity and those spiritual inclinations have freedom in all the worlds. So to summarize, the soul is a particle of consciousness and bliss in its purified state of being. It is not material in any way. It is what departs from the body at the time of death, and in the subtle body, carries its mental impressions, desires and tendencies along with the karmic results of its activities from one body to another. To understand and perceive this self, which is our genuine spiritual identity, is the real goal of life. Such a realization relieves one of further material existence. As it is explained, those who have purified their consciousness, becoming absorbed in spiritual knowledge and absolving any impurities in the mind, are liberated from karma that frees them from any future births. They are free from any more births in the material world and are delivered to the spiritual atmosphere. How to do this is the ultimate accomplishment of human existence. When people ask how they can understand how God is eternal and where did God come from, I answer that at first it is best to simply understand your own eternal nature, how the soul is eternal. Then you will have a little insight into how God is eternal. That is the primary goal of human existence, if one expects to accomplish the purpose of human life. Chapter 16. What is reincarnation? Reincarnation is called samsara in the classic Vedic texts of India. The word samsara is Sanskrit and means being bound to the cycle of repeated birth and death through numerous lifetimes. How this works is that those who are materially conditioned transmigrate through different bodies according to one's desires and past activities, or karma, and familiarities. Their desires, if materially motivated, requires a physical body to enable them to continue to work out their material longings in various conditions of life. Generally, in the Eastern traditions, it is considered that all forms of life or species have souls, which is the entity who reincarnates. Previous to when an entity is ready to incarnate as a human being on Earth, the soul may have gone through a whole series of lives in order to experience various levels of existence and consciousness. The principle is that an entity may actually progress through the different species of life, gradually working their way up until they reach the human form. Of course, the body is only the covering of the soul in which it appears. The living being will continually move upward in its cycles of reincarnation until it has experienced all the main varieties of existences that the material realm has to offer. This way, the living being is fully experienced in working out material desires or longings in all kinds of forms by the time it reaches the human stage. Of course, not every being may have to go through all of this. How reincarnation works is most elaborately described in the Vedic texts of India. The Bhagavad Gita 8.6 explains that whatever state of consciousness one attains when he or she quits this body, a similar state will be attained in the next life. This means that after the person has lived his or her life, the numerous variegated activities of the person forms an aggregated consciousness. All of our thoughts and actions throughout our life will collectively influence the state of being we are in at the time of death. This consciousness will determine what that person is thinking of at the end of one's life. This last thought and consciousness will then direct where that person will most likely go in the next life, because this state of being carries over from this life into the next. As it is further explained, the living entity in the material world carries the different levels of consciousness from one body to another in the same way the air carries aromas. In other words, we cannot see the aromas that the air carries, yet it can be perceived by the sense of smell. In a similar way, we cannot see the types of consciousness that the living being has developed, but it is carried from this body at the time of death and proceeds to another body in the next life to take up where it left off from the preceding existence. Of course, the next life may be in another physical body, or in a subtle body in between births, or even in heavenly or hellish states of being. After death, one continues the consciousness that was cultivated during life. It is our thought patterns that build the consciousness, which then directs us toward the required experience after death. One state of consciousness or conception of life exists in the subtle body, which consists of mind, intelligence, and false ego. The soul is covered by this subtle body, which exists within the gross material form. When the physical vehicle can no longer function, the subtle body and soul are forced out of it. Then, when the time is right, they are placed in another physical frame which properly accommodates the state of mind of the living entity. This is how the mental state which attracts the dying man determines how he begins his next life. If the dying man is absorbed in thoughts of material gain or sensual pleasures of wife, family, relatives, home, etc., then he must at some point get another material body to continue pursuing his worldly interests. After all, how can one satisfy his material desires without a material body? For this reason, it is best that a person always cultivate pious activities and spiritual thoughts to help him or her enter a better life after death. If a person has tried to cut the knots of attachment to materialistic life and engaged in spiritual activities to the degree of advancement the person has made, he or she can go to a heavenly realm after death, or even reach the kingdom of God. In any case, we can begin to understand that dying in the right consciousness in order to become free from the cycle of birth and death is an art that takes practice. We have to prepare for the moment of death so that we are not caught off guard or in an unsuitable state of mind. This is one of the purposes of yoga. After what can be millions of births and deaths through many forms of life, trying to satisfy all of one's material desires, the soul may begin to get tired of these continuous attempts for happiness that often turn out to be so temporary. Then the person may turn toward finding spiritual meaning in life. In one's search for higher meaning, depending on the level of consciousness that a person develops, he or she can gradually enter higher and higher levels of development. Finally, if a person detects that he is actually not this body but a spiritual being within it and reaches a spiritual level of consciousness, he can perfect his life so that he will enter the spiritual strata and no longer have to incarnate in the physical world. Thus, liberation is attained through self-realization and the development of devotional service to God, which is the perfection of the spiritual path. Through human existence on earth, the doorway to many other planes of existence is possible, including entrance into the spiritual world. It only depends on how we use this life. The idea that a person has only one life to either become qualified to enter heaven or enter eternal damnation offers the soul no means of rehabilitation and only endless misery. This is not reasonable. The doctrine of reincarnation gives anyone ample scope to correct and re-educate himself in future births. An eternity in hell means that an infinite effect is produced by a finite cause, which is illogical. God has not created men to become nothing more than everlasting fuel to feed the fires of hell. Such a purpose in his creation would not come from an ever-loving God, but comes from the faulty ideas of man and his imperfect conceptions of God. After all, how many spotless men could there be in this world? Who has such a pure character to receive an immediate pass to heaven? The Bhagavad Gita explains that even the worst sinner can cross the ocean of birth and death by ascending the boat of transcendental knowledge. We simply have to be sincere in reaching that boat. Furthermore, a person reaps the results of his sinful deeds for a limited amount of time. After being purged of one's sins, meaning suffering the painful reactions from one's bad activities, a person, knowing right from wrong, can have a fresh chance to freely work for his emancipation from further entanglement in material life. When he deserves and attains such freedom, the soul can enjoy perfect and eternal bliss in its devotional union with the Supreme Being. This is why it is always encouraged for one to strive for spiritual knowledge and the practice of enlightenment. By developing sincere and purified devotion for the Lord, one does not have to worry about one's future birth. Once a person has started this path of devotion, each life will take one closer to spiritual perfection, in whatever situation one finds him or herself. So, a person is encouraged to repent for one's sins or ill choices that were made while under the influence of lust, anger, or greed, and cultivate forgiveness, purity, and generosity. A person should also engage in charity, penance, meditation, japa, personal chanting of the Lord's holy names, and other spiritual practices which destroy all sins and removes all doubts about spiritual knowledge. Then, through steady practice, one can gradually reach the spiritual world and be free from any further entanglement in reincarnation. Chapter 17. What is karma? Karma is one of those topics that many people know a little about, but few understand the intricacies of it. To start with, Newton's third law of motion states that for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. On the universal scale, this is the law of karma. The law of karma basically states that every action has a reaction, and whatever you do to others will later return to you. Furthermore, ignorance of the law is no excuse. We are still accountable for everything we do, regardless of whether we understand it or not. Therefore, the best thing is to learn how it works. If everyone understood the law of karma, we would all be living a happier life in a brighter world. Why? Because we could know how to adjust our lives so we would not be suffering the constant reactions of what we have done due to the false aims of life. According to Vedic literature, karma is the law of cause and effect. For every action, there is a cause as well as a reaction. Karma is produced by performing fruitive activities for bodily or mental development. One may perform pious activities that will produce good reactions or good karma for future enjoyment. Or one may perform selfish or what some call sinful activities that produce bad karma and future suffering. This follows a person wherever he or she goes in this life or future lives. Such karma, as well as the type of consciousness a person develops, establishes reactions that one must experience. The Svetashvatara Upanishad 5.12 explains that the living being, the Jiva soul, acquires many gross physical and subtle bodies due to the actions he performs, as is motivated by the material qualities to which he obtains. These bodies that are acquired continue to be a source of illusion as long as he is ignorant of his real identity. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.455 further clarifies that as the Atma or soul in the gross and subtle bodies acts, so thereby he obtains different conditions. By acting saintly, he becomes a saint, and by acting immorally, he becomes subject to the karmic consequences. In this way, he accrues piety, or the burden of impiety, accordingly. Similarly, it is stated that, as a man sows, so shall he reap. Therefore, as people live their present life, they cultivate a particular type of consciousness by their thoughts and activities, which may be good or bad. This creates a person's karma. This karma will direct us into a body that is most appropriate for the reactions that we need to endure or the lessons we need to learn. Thus, the cause of our existence comes from the activities of our previous lives. Since everything is based on a cause, it is one's karma that will determine one's situation, such as race, color, sex, or area of the world in which one will appear, or whether one is born in a rich or poor family, or be healthy or unhealthy, etc., etc. So, when the living beings take birth again, they get a certain kind of body that is most suitable for the type of consciousness they have developed. Therefore, according to the Padma Purana, there are 8,400,000 species of life, each offering a particular class of body for whatever kind of desires and consciousness the living being may have in this world. In this way, the living entity is the son of his past and the father of his future. Thus, he is presently affected by his previous life's activities and creates his future existence by the actions he performs in this life. A person will reincarnate into various forms of bodies that are most suitable for the living entity's consciousness, desires, and for what he deserves. So the living being inevitably continues in this cycle of birth and death, and the consequences for his various good or bad activities, as long as he is materially motivated. What creates good or bad karma is also the nature of the intent behind the action. If one uses things selfishly, or out of anger, greed, hate, revenge, etc., then the nature of the act is of darkness. One will incur bad karma from it, that will later manifest as reversals in life, painful events, disease, or accidents. While things that are done for the benefit of others, or out of kindness and love, with no thought of return, or for worshipping God, are all acts of goodness and piety, which will bring upliftment or good fortune to you. However, if you do something bad that happens because of an accident or a mistake, without the intent to do any harm to others, the karma is not so heavy. Maybe you were meant to be an instrument in someone else's karma, which is also yours. It will take into consideration your motivation. Yet the greater the intent or awareness of doing something wrong, the greater the degree of negative reaction there will be. So, it is all based on the intent behind the action. However, we should understand that, essentially, karma is for correcting a person, and not for mere retribution of past deeds. The universe is based on compassion. Everyone has certain lessons and ways in which he must develop, and the law of karma actually directs one in a manner to do that. Nonetheless, one is not condemned to stay in this cycle of repeated birth and death forever. There is a way out. In the human form, one can acquire the knowledge of spiritual realization and attain release from karma and further rounds of birth and death. This is considered to be the most important achievement one can accomplish in life. This is why every religious process in the world encourages people who want freedom from earthly existence not to hanker for material attachments or sensual enjoyments which bind them to this world, but to work towards what can free them from further cycles of birth and death. All karma can be negated when one truly aspires to understand or realize the higher purpose in life and spiritual truth. When one reaches that point, his life can be truly spiritual, which gives eternal freedom from change. By striving for the absolute truth, or for serving God in devotional service, especially in Bhakti Yoga, a person can reach the stage in which he is completely relieved of all karmic obstacles or responsibility. Lord Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, "Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reaction. Do not fear." Without being trained in this spiritual science, it is very difficult to understand how the living being leaves his body, or what kind of body he will get in the future, or why there are various species of life which accommodate all the living entities' innumerable levels of consciousness. As related in the Bhagavad Gita, those who are spiritually ignorant cannot understand how a living entity can depart the body at the time of death, nor can they understand what kind of body he or she will enjoy while under the influence of the modes of nature. However, one who has been trained in knowledge can perceive this. Thus, we encourage everyone to understand the law of karma more completely and how one can engage in the devotional service of the Lord in order to become free of all good or bad karma and develop a purely spiritualized consciousness. This is real freedom and liberation from all material limitations by which one can reach the spiritual strata. Chapter 18. Who is Krishna? Many people may ask, who is Krishna? There are numerous Vedic references that can be used to provide the proper explanations. To begin with, it is the Vedic literature that most clearly reveals the nature and identity of the Absolute Truth or Supreme Personality. One such reference is the first and second verses of the Vedanta Sutras. The first verse states simply that, now one should inquire into the Brahman. This means that now that you have attained a human body, you should use your intelligence to discover what is really spiritual and what is the absolute truth. In no other form of life does the living being have such an opportunity. The second verse begins to explain what is this absolute truth. He from whom everything originates is the Absolute. Thus, as it refers to He, the source of all that exists, the ultimate point of creation, is a person. The Rig Veda 1.1545445 continues, Him whose three places are filled with sweetness and imperishable joy, who verily alone upholds the threefold, the earth, the heaven, and all living beings, may I attain to his well-loved mansion, where men devoted to God are happy. For there springs the well of honey in Vishnu's highest step. As explained in the Caitanya Charitamrita, Adi 2.26, Lord Krishna is the original primeval Lord, the source of all other expansions. All the revealed scriptures accept Sri Krishna as the Supreme Lord. Furthermore, CCC Karita.2.24 to 26, it goes on to relate that Lord Krishna himself is the one undivided absolute truth and ultimate reality. He manifests in three features, namely the Brahman, all-pervading spiritual energy, Paramatma, Supersoul in all beings, and Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality. The Svetashvatara Upanishad 5.4 also relates that the Supreme Being, Lord Krishna, is worshipable by everyone, the one adorable God, repository of all goodness, ruler of all creatures, born from the womb, his pastime of Lord Krishna. For he is eternally present in all living beings as super. Furthermore, it states, 3.8, I have realized this transcendental personality of Godhead who shines most brilliantly like the sun beyond all darkness. Only by realizing him one goes beyond the cycle of birth and deaths. Absolutely there is no other means to get God realization. The Svetashvatara Upanishad 5.6 further elaborates that Lord Krishna is the topmost of all the gods. He is the most esoteric aspect hidden in the Upanishads, which form the essence of the Vedas. Brahma knows him as the source of himself as well as the Vedas. The gods like Shiva and the seers of the ancient like Vamadeva Rishi realizing him ever became dovetailed in his service, and therefore they naturally became immortal. And in 6.7 it continues, "Let us take our final resort at him who is the transcendent and the only adorable Lord of the universe, who is the highest deity over all the deities, the supreme ruler of all rulers. By him let us know as the paramount divinity." The Gopala Tapani Upanishad, which is about Gopala or Krishna, is quite clear on this point, and naturally has numerous verses that explain the nature of the absolute truth and Lord Krishna. A few of such verses include the following. Brahma, with his full awareness, emphatically said, "Sri Krishna is the supreme divinity." 1.3. He who meditates on Sri Krishna serves him with unalloyed devotion and makes his transcendental senses gratified by engaging one's own spiritual senses in rendering service to him. All of them become immortal and attain the perfection of life. 1.1. Sri Krishna is that supreme divinity as the paramount eternal reality among all other sentient beings and the fountain source of consciousness to all conscious beings. He is the only reality without a second, but as a super soul dwelling in the cave of the hearts of all beings, he rewards them in accordance with their respective actions in life. Those men of intuitive wisdom who serve him with loving devotion surely attain the highest perfection of life, whereas those who do not do so never gain this highest beatitude of their lives. First, Sri Krishna, who is most dear to you all, is the cause of all causes. He is the efficient cause of the creation of the universe, as well as the superintending force for propelling the jiva souls. Therefore, although he is the enjoyer as well as the lord of all sacrifices, he is ever Atarama, self-satisfied. He is ever Atamarama, self-Atamarama. 2.17. So, summarily, as it is explained and concluded in a variety of Vedic texts, Lord Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead. In other words, as it is said in Sanskrit, Krishnastu Bhagavan Svayam, Bhagavata Purana, January 3rd, 28, Krishna is the source of all other incarnations and forms of God. He is the ultimate and end of all truth and philosophical inquiry, the goal or end result of Vedanta. He is the all-attractive personality and source of all pleasure for which we are always hankering. He is the origin from which everything else manifests. He is the unlimited source of all power, wealth, fame, beauty, wisdom, and renunciation. Thus, no one is greater than him. Since Krishna is the source of all living beings, he is also considered the supreme father and source of all worlds. He is shown with a blue or blackish complexion. This represents absolute, pure consciousness, which also is unconditional love. Krishna is the embodiment of love. He is also Sachit Anananda Vigraha, which means the form of eternal knowledge and bliss for which we are all seeking. The reason why the Lord is called Krishna is explained in a book known as the Sri Caitanya Upanishad, which is connected with the Atharva Veda. In verse 12, it is explained, "These three names of the Supreme Lord, Hari, Krishna, and Rama, may be explained in the following way. 1. Hari means he who unties the knot of material desire in the hearts of the living entities. 2. Krishna is divided into two syllables, Krish and Na. Krishna means he who attracts the minds of all living entities, and Na means the supreme transcendental pleasure. These two syllables combined become the name Krishna. And 3. Rama means he who delights all living entities, and it also means he who is full of transcendental bliss. The Maha Mantra consists of the repetition of these names of the Supreme Lord. In this way, Krishna's names represent his character and qualities, which, in this case, means the greatest and all-attractive transcendental pleasure. So, as we further our investigation of the identity of Sri Krishna in the Vedic literature, we find that they are full of descriptions of Lord Krishna as the Supreme Being. These actually can help us understand the nature of God, regardless of which religion we may affiliate ourselves with. So it is encouraged for anyone to study these Vedic texts to increase one's understanding of God and spiritual reality. If we are expected to understand God, then who better to explain his qualities and characteristics than himself? So, in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna provides the self-revelatory truth about his position in his explanations to Arjuna. Kuruna, there are numerous verses in this regard, of which the following are but a few. And when you have thus learned the truth, you will know that all living beings are but part of me, and that they are in me and are mine. 4.35. The sages, knowing me to be the ultimate purpose of all sacrifices and austerities, the supreme lord of all planets and demigods, and the benefactor and well-wisher of all living entities, attain peace from the pangs of material miseries. 5.2. Of all that is material and all that is spiritual in this world, know for certain that I am both its origin and dissolution. 7.6. I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. The wise who perfectly know this engage in my devotional service and worship me with all their hearts. Guts, pg.10.8. Going on to the Srimad Bhagavatam, Lord Krishna specifically explains that before, during, and after the creation, there is always himself that exists. Brahma, it is I, the personality of Godhead, who was existing before the creation when there was nothing but myself, nor was there the material nature, the cause of this creation. That which you see now is also I, the personality of Godhead, and after annihilation what remains will also be I, the Supreme Lord. Ubug. February 9th, 33. The Brahma Samhita 5.4 explains how the Brahman is Bhartri Krishna's physical brilliance. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord who is endowed with great power. The glowing effulgence of his transcendental form is the impersonal Brahman, which is absolute, complete and unlimited, and which displays the varieties of countless planets with their different opulences in millions and millions of universes. So, from the small amount of Vedic evidence that is supplied herein, it is clear that Lord Krishna's name, form, pastimes, etc. exist eternally in the spiritual dimension and are never affected by even a tinge of the material energy. Thus, he can appear as often and whenever he likes, as he is, or in any form he chooses. Within this material manifestation, he is completely and totally spiritual, for he is the absolute truth. As the Vedanta Sutras explain, the absolute truth is he from whom all else manifests. Thus, the absolute truth is the ultimate person known as Sri Krishna. And by knowing his characteristics and learning how to engage in devotional service to him, we can reach his abode and enter into his pastimes and activities in the spiritual world. Chapter 19. Why be vegetarian? On the spiritual path, there are several reasons why a person is recommended to be vegetarian. One primary reason is that we need to see the spiritual nature within all living beings, and that includes the animals and other creatures as well. Universal brotherhood means non-violence to both humans and animals. It consists of understanding that animals also have souls. They are alive, conscious, and feel pain. And these are the indications of the presence of consciousness, which is the symptom of the soul. Even the Bible, Genesis 1.21, 1.24, 1.3, 2.7, and in many other places, refers to both animals and people as nefesh chaya, living souls. Those who eat meat, however, because of their desires to eat animals or see them as a source of food for one's stomach, are not so easily able to understand the spiritual nature of all beings. After all, if you know that all living entities are spiritual in essence, and that all living beings that are conscious show the symptoms of the soul within, then how can you kill them unnecessarily? Any living creature is also the same as we are, in the respect that it is also a child of the same Father, a part of the same Supreme Being. Thus, the killing of animals shows a great lack in spiritual awareness. Many portions of the Vedic literature describe how the Supreme Being is the maintainer of innumerable living entities, humans as well as the animals, and is alive in the heart of every living being. Only those with spiritual consciousness can see the same Supreme Being in his expansion as Super Soul within every creature. To be kind and spiritual toward humans and be a killer or enemy toward animals is not a balanced philosophy, and exhibits one's spiritual ignorance. The next reason for being vegetarian is to consider the amount of fear and suffering that animals experience in the slaughter industry. There are countless stories of how, in fear, cows cry, scream, and sometimes fall down dead while inside, or even before they are taken into the slaughterhouse, or how the veins of dead pigs are so big that it shows they have practically exploded from the fear the pig felt, and the adrenaline that was produced while it was being led to slaughter. This certainly causes an immense amount of violence to permeate the atmosphere, which goes out and falls back on us in some form. Furthermore, the adrenaline and fear in the animal also produces toxins which then permeate the body of these animals, which meat-eaters ingest. People who consume such things cannot help but be affected by it. It causes tensions within them individually, which then spreads in their relations with others. The ancient Vedic text of the Manu Samhita 5.4588 says, "He who injures innoxious beings from a wish to give himself pleasure never finds happiness, neither living nor dead. He who does not seek to cause the suffering of bonds and death to living creatures, but desires the good of all beings, obtains endless bliss." Meat can never be obtained without injury to living creatures, and injury to sentient beings is detrimental to the attainment of heavenly bliss. Let him therefore shun the use of meat. The Bible, Romans 14.21, also says, "It is neither good to eat flesh nor to drink wine." Another biblical commandment, Exodus 23.5, instructs us to help animals in pain, even if they belong to an enemy. The Buddhist scripture, Sutta Nipata 393, also advises, "Let him not destroy or cause to be destroyed any life at all, or sanction the acts of those who do so. Let him refrain from even hurting any creature, both those that are strong and those that tremble in the world." It is also said in the Buddhist scripture, the Mahaparinirvana Sutra, "The eating of meat extinguishes the seed of great compassion." For Jews, the Talmud, Avodah Zorah 18b, forbids the association with hunters, not to mention engaging in hunting. In the New Testament, Jesus preferred mercy over sacrifice, Matthew 9.13 to 12.7, and was opposed to the buying and selling of animals for sacrifice, Matthew 21.12, 14, Mark 11.15, John 2.14-15. One of the missions of Jesus was to do away with animal sacrifice and cruelty to animals, Hebrews 10.5.10. We especially find in Isaiah where Jesus scorns the slaughter and bloodshed of humans and animals. He declares, 1.15, that God does not hear the prayers of animal killers, but your iniquities have separated you and your God, and your sins have hid his face from you, so that he does not hear, for your hands are stained with blood. Their feet run to evil, and they hasten to shed innocent blood. They know not the ways of peace. Isaiah also laments that he saw joy and merrymaking, slaughtering of cattle and killing of sheep, eating of meat and drinking of wine, as ye thought, let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die. Isaiah 22:23. It is also established in the Bible, Isaiah 66.3, he that killeth an ox is as if he slew a man. In this regard, St. Basil 320-379 AD taught, the steam of meat darkens the light of the spirit. One can hardly have virtue if one enjoys meat meals and feasts. Thus we should find alternatives to killing animals to satisfy our appetites, especially when there are plenty of other healthy foods available. Otherwise there must be reactions to such violence. We cannot expect peace in the world if we go on unnecessarily killing so many millions of animals for meat consumption or through abuse. The third factor for being vegetarian is karma. As Newton's third law of motion relates, for every action there must be an equal and opposite reaction. On the universal scale, this is called the law of karma, meaning what goes around comes around. This affects every individual as well as communities and countries. As the nation sows, so shall it reap. This is something we should take very seriously, especially in our attempt to bring peace, harmony, and unity into the world. If so much violence is produced by the killing of animals, where do you think the reactions to this violence goes? It comes back to us in so many ways, such as the form of neighborhood and community crime, and on up to world wars. Violence breeds violence. Therefore this will continue unless we know how to change. Isaac Bashevis Singer, who won the Nobel Prize in Literature, asked, "How can we pray to God for mercy if we ourselves have no mercy? How can we speak of rights and justice if we take an innocent creature and shed its blood?" He went on to say, "I personally believe that as long as human beings will go shedding the blood of animals, there will never be any peace." In conclusion, we can mention the March 10, 1966 issue of L'Osservatore della Domenica, the Vatican weekly newspaper, in which Tomeo Orga Ferdinando Lambrugini wrote, "Man's conduct with regard to animals should be regulated by right reason, which prohibits the infliction of purposeless pain and suffering on them. To ill-treat them and make them suffer without reason is an act of deplorable cruelty, to be condemned from a Christian point of view. To make them suffer for one's own pleasure is an exhibition of sadism which every moralist must denounce. Eating animals for the pleasure of one's tongue, when there are plenty of other foods available, certainly fits into this form of sadism. It stands to reason that this is counterproductive to any peace and unity or spiritual progress we wish to make. It is one of the things we need to consider seriously if we want to improve ourselves or the world. So here are a few reasons why a genuinely spiritual person will choose to be vegetarian. Beyond vegetarianism. In the process of Bhakti Yoga, devotion goes beyond simple vegetarianism and food becomes a means of spiritual progress. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna says, "All that you do, all that you eat, all that you offer and give away, as well as all austerities that you may perform, should be done as an offering unto me." So offering what we eat to the Lord is an integral part of Bhakti Yoga and makes the food blessed with spiritual potencies. Then such food is called prasadam, or the mercy of the Lord. The Lord also describes what he accepts as offerings. "If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, fruit or water, I will accept it." Thus we can see that the Lord accepts fruits, grains and vegetarian foods. The Lord does not accept foods like meat, fish or eggs, but only those that are pure and naturally available without harming others. So on the spiritual path, eating food that is first offered to God is the ultimate perfection of a vegetarian diet. The Vedic literature explains that the purpose of human life is reawakening the soul's original relationship with God, and accepting prasadam is the way to help us reach that goal. On the spiritual path, those who are the most inclined to lead a peaceful existence that respects the value of all life often adopt the vegetarian lifestyle. For some people, this is a very big step. This is in accordance with the yogic principle of ahimsa, which is to observe non-violence and abstain from injuring any being in any way. However, many people ask, what about the plants that are killed in the process of cooking vegetarian foods? Don't they suffer, and don't we get reactions for that? The basic law of nature is that every living being lives off the weaker living entities, but there is a way of living so that we all can benefit, that we all make spiritual development. And this spiritual lifestyle is a way in which that can happen. The way this works is, in the process of Bhakti Yoga, wherein devotion goes beyond simple vegetarianism, and food becomes a method of spiritual progress for both those who prepare and eat the food and those living beings that are used in the preparations. For example, in the Krishna temples, food is offered to the deities in a special sacrament, after which it becomes prasadam. This means the mercy of the Lord. Thus, the food we eat after it is offered to the Lord becomes more than just a means of nutritional sustenance, but it becomes a means for our purification and spiritual development. The Lord does not need anything, but if one offers fruits, grains, and vegetarian foods, he will accept it. So we offer what Lord Krishna likes, not those items which are distasteful to him. We also do not use garlic, onions, or mushrooms when we prepare food for Krishna, for these are considered to invoke passion, or are from impure sources, which similarly affect our consciousness. Foods for Krishna should be in the mode of goodness, sattvic foods which, when we accept as prasadam, also elevate our own consciousness. The food is meant to be cooked with the consciousness of love, knowing that it will be offered to Lord Krishna first and only after that distributed to ourselves or guests to take. The ingredients are selected with great care and must be fresh, clean and pure vegetarian. Also, in cooking for Krishna, we do not taste the preparations while cooking. We leave the first taste for Krishna when it is offered to him. After all the preparations are ready, we take a portion of each one and place it in bowls on a special plate that is used for this purpose only, and take it to the altar to offer it to the deities or pictures of Krishna. Then the preparations are presented with special prayers as we ask that God accept our humble offering. The most important part of the offering is the love with which it is given, and then the Lord accepts it. God does not need to eat, but it is our love for God which attracts him to us and to accept our offering. Even if the most sumptuous banquet is offered to God but without devotion and love, Krishna will not be hungry to accept it. It is our love, our devotion and bhakti which catches the attention of Lord Krishna, who is then inclined to accept our service. After he glances over and tastes the loving offering of vegetarian preparations, he leaves the remnants of the food offerings for us to honor and relish. Krishna's potency is absorbed in that food. In this way, material substance becomes spiritualized, which then affects our body and mind in a similar and most positive and elevating way. This is his special mercy for us. Thus, the devotional process becomes an exchange of love between us and God, which includes food, and that food not only nourishes our body, but also spiritualizes our mind and consciousness. By relishing the sacred food of Krishna Prasadam, it purifies our heart and protects us from falling into illusion. In this way, the devotee imbibes the spiritual potency of Lord Krishna and becomes cleansed of sinful reactions by eating food that is first offered in sacrifice to God. We thus also become free from reincarnation, the continued cycle of birth and death. This process prepares us for entering the spiritual world, since the devotees there also relish eating in the company of Lord Krishna. However, what does this do for the plants that are offered? They are also living beings. In this process, not only do we make advancement, but all of the plants that are used in the preparations as an offering to God are also purified and reap spiritual benefit. They are used and offered to God and thus make progress in the same way we do. That is why this is beyond mere vegetarianism, in which we may live more simply and non-violently, but in this process everything we use in the service of the Lord becomes spiritualized. If we merely cook for ourselves, we become implicated in karma, or the reactions, if we cause the harm of any living being, even plants. The vegetarian lifestyle surely causes less karma than the unnecessary slaughtering of innocent animals. However, the system of first offering food to the Lord and then taking prasadam becomes the perfect yoga diet and frees us from such karma. Therefore, the cooking, the offering, and then the respectful eating or honoring of this spiritualized food all become a part of the joyful process of devotional service to the Lord. Anyone can learn to do this and enjoy the happiness of experiencing the potency of Krishna Prasadam. Chapter 20. Vedic Culture. As relevant today as ever. By investigating the knowledge and viewpoints in the many topics found in Vedic culture, we can certainly see that the practice and utilization of this Vedic knowledge can indeed assist us in many ways, even in these modern times. In regard to all the trouble we presently see in this world, maybe it is time to look at things through a different and deeper view to find the answers and directions that are so needed. The knowledge and understandings of this great Vedic culture may indeed be what will help us see through the fog of confusion that seems to envelop so much of society. What we find in Vedic culture are areas of study, progress, and expression that are as relevant today for human advancement as they were hundreds or thousands of years ago. India and its Vedic culture has contributed much to the world, such as its music, beautiful forms of art and architecture, martial arts, astronomy, holistic medicine in Ayurveda, and the mathematical system based on the number 10, along with its yoga systems and philosophy. In the United States, yoga has exploded into a $3 billion industry. A recent survey at the time of this writing showed more than 16.5 million people, or nearly 8% of the United States, is practicing yoga. Vedic mathematics is another example of its contribution to world progress. It is an ancient development that continues to play an important part in modern society. Without the advancements in math that had been established by Vedic culture as far back as 2500 BCE and passed along to others, such as the Greeks and Romans, we would not have many of the developments and inventions that we enjoy today. The Greek alphabet, for example, was a great hindrance to calculating. The Egyptians also did not have a numerical system suitable for large calculations. For the number 986, they had to use 23 symbols. The Romans also were in want of a system of mathematical calculations. Only after they adopted the Indian system that was called Arabic numerals did they find what they needed. The numeral script from India is said to have evolved from the Brahmi numerals. This spread to Arabia through traders and merchants, and from there up into Europe and elsewhere. It became known as the Arabic numerals, yet the Arabians had called them Indian figures, al-Akin al-Hindu, and the system of math was known as Hindisat, or the Indian art. The difference was that Vedic mathematics had developed the system of tens, hundreds, thousands, etc., and the basis of carrying the remainder of one column of numbers over to the next. This made for easy calculations of large numbers that was nearly impossible in other systems, as found with the Greeks, Romans, Egyptians, and even Chinese. The Vedic system had also invented the zero, which has been called one of the greatest developments in the history of mathematics. Vedic culture already had an established mathematical system that had been recorded in the Shulba Sutras. These are known to date back to at least the 8th century BCE. The Shulba Sutras were actually a portion of a larger text on mathematics known as the Kalpa Sutras. These and the Vedic mathematicians were recognized for their developments in arithmetic and algebra. Indians were the first to use letters of the alphabet to represent unknowns, but they were especially known for what they could do in geometry. In fact, geometrical instruments had been found in the Indus Valley dating back to 2500 BCE. Furthermore, what became known as the Pythagorean theorem was already existing in the Buddhayana, the earliest of the Shulba Sutras before the 8th century BCE. This was presented by Pythagoras around 540 BCE after he discovered it in his travels to India. So this shows the advanced nature of the Vedic civilization. The Vedic system of math, as explained in the sutras, also reduced the number of steps in calculations to merely a few that otherwise required many steps by conventional methods. Thus, this ancient science is still worthy of study today. A well-developed medical system was in existence well before the 1st century CE. Ayurveda is the Vedic system of holistic medicine. It has become quite popular in the West and is continuing to gain ground and acceptance. The word Ayurveda, translated from Sanskrit, is composed of two words, Ayus, which means life, and Veda, which denotes knowledge. So Ayurveda is the knowledge of healthy living and is not only the treatment of diseases. Ayurveda has twin objectives: maintaining the health of the healthy and cure illnesses of the diseased. The exact origin of Ayurveda is lost in the mists of antiquity. Since Panini is placed at 7th century BCE and Ayurveda depicts non-Paninian Sanskrit grammar, it is logical to place Ayurveda between at least the 6th century BCE, if not earlier. Jyotish is the Vedic form of astrology, which is an ancient science and is also being accepted and gaining popularity in the West. Vedic astrology is meant to help the individual better find his or her way through life. It is to assist in discovering one's highest proclivities, personality, character, qualities and traits, and what may be one's best direction for a career and other things. Thus, a person will least likely waste one's time in unfulfilling activities, professions or pursuits. Gemology is an important field in today's market, but when we speak of Vedic gemology, we do not mean that it is merely for judging the value of a gem. The Vedic purpose in gemology is to determine the best type of quality gem for a person to wear. Thus, Vedic gemology worked in conjunction with Ayurveda and Jyotish to establish the best gem a person should wear for health and positive influence. Vastu is the Vedic science of architectural and home arrangement. It made its way through the Orient and became known as Feng Shui, which has become popular in the West. However, Vastu is a particular science that deals with the flow of energy through a house or building for the highest benefits for those living or working there. It is not enough to merely arrange a house so it looks nice or that there is a good flow of energy through it, but there is much that depends on the directions in which things are facing, or which parts of the building accommodate certain activities. Vedic art is another ancient development that still holds much appreciation in modern times. Art in the Vedic tradition was never a mere representation of an artist's imagination. It was always a vehicle to convey higher truths and principles, levels of reality that may exist beyond our sense perception. It was always used to bring us to a higher purpose of existence and awareness. In this way, it was always sacred and beheld the sacred. Still today, it is used to allow others to enter into a transcendental experience. Vedic paintings or symbols are unique in that they can deliver the same spiritual energy, vibration, and insight that it represents. In other words, through the meditation and devotional mood of the artist, the art becomes a manifestation of the higher reality. In this way, the painting or symbol becomes the doorway to the spiritual essence contained within. They are like windows into the spiritual world. Through that window, we can have the experience of darshan, of the divine or divinities, God or his associates. Darshan is not merely seeing the divine, but it is also entering into the exchange of seeing and being seen by the divine. As with art, dance in India was not merely an expression of an artist's emotional mindset or imagination, but was meant to be an interpretation or conveyance of higher spiritual principles or pastimes of the divine. In fact, in the Vedic pantheon, Shiva is known as Nataraja, the king of dancers. Shiva's dance was also not without a more significant purpose. His dance was based on the rhythm of cosmic energy that pervades the universe, and the destruction of the illusory energy by which all souls are given the opportunity for release from the illusion to attain liberation, moksha. In this way, traditional Indian dance is highly spiritual and often accompanies important religious rituals and holy days and festivals. Vedic dance goes back to prehistoric times. Bharata Muni wrote his Natya Shastra, Science of Drama and Dance, over 2,000 years ago. In it, he explains that it was Lord Brahma, the secondary engineer of the universal creation, who brought dance, Natya, and drama to the people of Earth millions of years ago, shortly after the Earth was created. Now, dance has evolved into a tradition involving various schools and styles, but with strict discipline. It is not uncommon that Indian families will have their daughters spend at least several years or more in such study and practice. In Vedic dance, there is a precise method of postures, facial and hand gestures, mudras and movements, along with footwork that must be learned and synchronized to the beat and music in order to convey specific meanings, moods and stories to the audience. Many temples, especially in South India, were known for maintaining large groups of dancers that performed at festivals and religious functions. When the dance is performed according to the spiritual standards, which some view as similar to the practice of yoga, even the dancers can invoke a high degree of spirituality in their own consciousness and bring unity between their inner selves and God. Then the transcendental atmosphere can manifest and draw the divine to appear in the performers on stage. Thus the environment becomes transformed and the audience may also experience darshan of the divine and experience an inspiring upliftment in their own consciousness. In this way, the dance is divine beauty in motion, or it is a way of invoking the spiritual dimension into our midst. Few other forms of dance attempt to do this. So, as we can see, Vedic culture and its many areas of knowledge and devotional expression are still as relevant today as it was thousands of years ago. And humanity can benefit from it by introspection and in spiritual as well as material development as it did in the past. The power and relevancy of Vedic culture are found in the number of tools it has always provided in order for humanity to reach its highest potentials, both as individuals who are searching for their own fulfillment and spiritual awakening, and as a society that can function in harmony with nature and cooperation amongst themselves. Part 4. Practicing Bhakti Yoga at Home E. Chapter 21. Establishing a Home Altar. As I explained earlier, most people are no longer joining an ashrama to live full-time as they did in the 1960s. although many people do stay in an ashrama for a time to get the experience. But most people have their own homes or apartments or a career with a family or are students preparing for life. Nonetheless, a life without spiritual development is a life without reaching your fullest potential. So many people are adding a spiritual structure to their lives, such as we find with Bhakti Yoga. You can still have your occupation and career and be a yogi or spiritual practitioner at the same time. After all, the rent or house payments, along with the utilities, all have to be paid, and if you have children and dependents, you have to be responsible. But you can also spend some of that money for spiritual purposes, or give regular donations for supporting projects at the temple and things like that, so that your work also becomes a part of devotional service. Or you can volunteer spare time to engage in services at the temple, or even purchase spiritual books to give to interested friends or to distribute to others. Of course, it can be easier to focus and concentrate full-time on your spiritual life while living in an ashrama, especially amongst other bhaktas or devotees who are doing the same, but you can still also make your home into a temple or ashrama. You can apply the format as presented in this book and also study the teachings of Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita and other books, and follow the guidance of your spiritual master if you have accepted one. You can follow the principles as outlined earlier in this book, and in this way you can learn and advance as much as anyone, if you take it seriously. If you are staying at home, one of the first things that we may want to do is to establish an area of our house or even a room that is allocated for our prayers, meditation, reading, and even pujas or worship. Then we can keep that area sacred, if possible, and put up nice photos or pictures of such things as the local deities, or Lord Krishna, or our spiritual master, or even holy places in India. Such language has resolution broadly in Muslim. Keeping it clean is also important so that it has a special atmosphere in it that allows us to get away from everything else and become composed with thoughts of our spiritual identity and connection with God. Having a separate room for your temple is much better than merely having a place on a shelf or cupboard somewhere. It provides the space where the whole atmosphere is dedicated to your spiritual development and the care for your altar or deities if you have them. Then everything within the room is kept clean and dedicated solely for this purpose. The ultimate goal of the Vedic process, and of Bhakti Yoga in particular, is to re-establish our innate loving relationship with God. We do this by cultivating devotion, bhakti, toward Him. This is our meditation, which is the basis of all our activities. And one of the most effective means of devotional meditation is known as puja, or directly serving or worshipping God by making offerings to Him on the altar, or by simply meditating on His form, as displayed in the pictures on the altar and on the walls of our home temple room. After establishing our meditation area, the next thing that is nice to do is to set up an altar as well. So, how do we do that? The altar can be elaborate or very simple depending on how we want it. It all depends on our ability and the facilities we have to work with, meaning the size of our home or apartment and our financial condition. An altar can be made by using a bookshelf, or specially assembled with custom-built cabinets and shelves with nice steps for all the paraphernalia and pictures, and with drawers for placing special plates, incense, or even clothes for the deities if we have them. You may also want to have a nice altar cloth, something pretty but functional where you can place water cups for the pictures or deities, a small altar bell, incense holder, flower vases for fresh flowers, and things like that. But there are some basic things that you will want on the altar as well. One thing is to have a photo of your spiritual master if you are initiated, or the guru for whom you are aspiring to take initiation. In my case, I have a photo of Srila Prabhupada, and also small photos of the line of the previous 5 gurus in our lineage or parampara. These photos are on the lower shelves, while the higher ones are for the deities or their photos. Then you will want a print of Lord Chaitanya and his 4 associates called the Panchatattva. Lord Chaitanya is the most recent avatar of Lord Krishna in his form as his own devotee. He is the form of God, an avatar of Lord Krishna who especially established the importance of Sankirtana, group chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra. He is considered most merciful in the way he spread the process of attaining love of God, Bhakti Yoga, for the benefit of everyone. Or you may want a photo of Lord Chaitanya and his brother Lord Nityananda, who are called Gaura Nitai together, who are Krishna and Balarama. Lord Chaitanya is also called Gaura or Gauranga because of his golden complexion. Good. Then you will also need a print of Sri Sri Radhakrishna or a photo of the local temple deities. Keep this picture in the center of your altar. Lord Krishna is, of course, the Supreme Personality in his most loving form, and Srimati Radharani is the spiritual potency of the Lord who is devotional service personified. Devotees take shelter of her to be blessed to learn more about devotional service or Bhakti Yoga. You may also want a photo of the deities of Lord Jagannatha, Lord Baladeva and Subhadra, which are deities that many temples have. Lord Jagannatha is Lord Krishna, Baladeva is Krishna's brother Balaram, and Subhadra is their sister. If you are prepared and ready, you may even want to have your own deities of your favorite form of the Lord, such as Gauranaitai or Sri Sri Radhakrishna. This takes a little more endeavor in serving them, but again you can make it simple or elaborate. At home you can decide on what kind of standard is most suitable for you. You do not have to be overly elaborate, like the way things are done at the temple, unless you wish to do so. So the thing is, once you establish a standard, you want to keep it that way and attend to the deities or the pictures on your altar every day. Now that you have your altar, the next step is what to do with it. Taking care of your altar. To take care of your altar, or the deities if you have them, every morning you should first be bathed and clean before going into the temple room or doing puja. Then knock on the temple room door or ring a little bell to announce your entrance, then go in the temple room, offer your obeisances by kneeling down and placing your head to the floor, and then do achamana for purification. This is explained later. Then clean the altar, refill the water cups while accepting the previously offered water as prasada, putting it in a separate container so you can drink it later, then remove any wilted flowers from the vases and replace the flowers with fresh flowers when you can. Offering obeisances or bowing down to one's guru when entering or leaving his presence is mandatory by saying his pranam mantra. We also offer obeisances when entering or leaving the temple room. When seeing sannyatis for the first time in the day, they should also be offered obeisances. But it is generally accepted that, except for one's guru, obeisances should not be offered to other devotees in front of the deities in the temple when the deity altar curtains are open. You can save that for later. But if the altar curtains are closed, obeisances are fine. Try to be as punctual as possible at your home, but at the temple, punctuality is key. Everything should go on like clockwork, the same time for the same activities every day. When you have prepared the altar and temple room, when it is time to do the worship while either sitting in front of your altar or standing before it, you want to first close your eyes and take a few deep breaths and center yourself. Be at peace and be open to God's grace as you prepare to offer Him something. Then you can light some incense and offer it to the pictures with your right hand in a circular movement, while ringing your little altar bell with your left hand. Then place the incense in the holder. If you wish to do a full arati or puja, then a separate chapter will cover that. You can sing a devotional song or the Hare Krishna mantra while offering the picture's incense. You can also offer a ghee lamp, a deep if you wish as well, and then a few fragrant flowers. After the puja is over, you may again place your hands in the namaste gesture and offer your obeisances to the photos or deities on your altar. You can then recite a few mantras for respect to the deities, as listed in a previous chapter on devotional songs and mantras. Or you can also use the following: first offering respect to your guru and then to the deities. I offer my respectful obeisances to my spiritual teacher, who has opened my eyes with the torchlight of knowledge, which were blinded by the darkness of ignorance. Special mercy, you are the friend of the distressed and the source of creation. You are the master of the cowherdmen and the lover of the gopis, especially Radha. I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. I offer my respects to Radharani, whose bodily complexion is like molten gold, and who is the queen of Vrindavana. You are the daughter of King Vrishabhanu, and you are very dear to Lord Krishna. After the altar has been prepared and the puja has been done, however simple it may be, then it is time to start your meditation and japa chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra on beads. Or, when you have the time, you can perform a morning program, starting with a full Mangala Arati and then on with the other elements of the program as outlined earlier, or whatever you can do. Remember, while at home you can decide on the standard you can keep with the hope of raising it later on as you grow spiritually, or doing more on those days when you have the time, or even going to the local Krishna temple to follow the program there when days permit. At the temple, the deity worship is done in its complete form by the resident pujaris, or priests. Chapter 22. The Basic Arti Procedure. Now that we have taught a few simple ways of taking care of your altar and doing puja at home, here is a more complete way of doing it, as it is done in the temple. This is supplied for those who may be ready or are interested in it. So if you wish to one day be qualified to do the arati at the temple, you can learn and practice it at home in the way it is described here. If you are already in the temple ashramam, then someone is likely to show you what to do along the same lines as described herein. However, every temple may have slight differences or adjustments in the way they do things, though it is better when a common standard is kept. So you would likely learn the procedure that is used at your local temple by one of the pujaris there. Remember, as you learn to do these procedures, it will become like second nature as you become familiar with them. Also, if you are doing deity worship at home in a simple manner, do these as best you can. You may need to get instruction from those who are more familiar, and you may not have to be quite so particular in all of these steps. However, learning deity worship in the temple, where the deities have been ritually installed, then it is best to know and follow the procedures very carefully. So in the temple, the water in the cup on the altar may already be consecrated, and you do not have to do this, but here we provide the basic instructions so you will know what to do. Concentrating water for purification, sanya argya. Water is an important element in worship. Not only does it physically purify many items, but when consecrated by deity mantra A, which is non-different from the deity, it gains spiritual potency. The water thus consecrated will be used for prachana, sprinkling for purification on the place, the articles, and oneself. And for the purpose of doing achamana, this process is common to all types of worship, puja, and the various puja manuals give similar methods for making the samanya argya, or pure water, prepared in a simple way for general use. The priest or pujari normally establishes samanya argya at the start of the daily worship for use during the pujas that follow. To do this, the description is as follows for this procedure. Establishing general argya water. Samani argya stapana. Establish samanya argya before starting the worship. You will use this consecrated water for purifying the items used for worship by taking the spoon from the little water pot or cup and sprinkling a few drops on each item, like the incense, ghee lamp, etc. Fresh samanya argya water should be established at least twice a day, morning and afternoon. To do this, set an empty water container or little pot or cup, called panchapatra, in place and fill it with fresh water. After pouring a few drops of water from the akamana patra or a spouted water pot onto the fingers of your right hand, purify the panchapatra by prokshana, done like this. Chanting Om Astriya Fat, sprinkle water on the panchapatra, invoke the Ganga river and other holy rivers by showing the Ankusha Mudra, which means to place the middle finger of your right hand, as it protrudes from the others, just on the surface of the water in the pot. And if you are Brahmana initiated, have your Brahmana thread wrapped around your thumb, and then chant, May water from the holy rivers Ganga, Yamuna, Godavari, Sarasvati, Narmada, Sindhu and Kaveri kindly be present. Now invoke the bija syllable Om into the water, chanting it 8 times silently while holding the bijakshara mudra, which means to bring your hands together and holding them horizontally over the panchapatra, water pot, with the left hand on top of the right hand, while chanting Om. Now, the water in the little pot is considered to hold the waters from the sacred rivers and is ready for use. Doing the Alkamena procedure. Whenever we go on the altar or do anything in connection with the deities, and after making sure we are clean and wearing clean devotional clothes such as a sari for women and dhoti for men, then we also do akamana for an additional purification. This takes only a few minutes, after which we can continue to take care of the deities or do the arati ceremony. So now, Take a few drops of water from the Panchapatra, water pot, and place them in the palm of your right hand. Then do as follows, sipping the water from the Brahmatirtha of your hand, which is the lower edge of your palm next to the wrist. Chant Om Keshavaya Namaha and sip water from the Brahmatirtha of your right hand. Chant Om Narayanaya Namaha and sip water from the Brahmatirtha of your right hand. Chant Om Madhavaya Namaha and sip water from the Brahmatirtha of your right hand. The above is the simple akamana, which is done quite often before doing pujas or when you take care of your home altar. But to do a full akamana continues as follows. Chant Om Govindaya Namaha and sprinkle water, meaning enbo more than, about 3 drops on your right hand. Chant Om Vishave Namaha and sprinkle water on your left hand. Chant Om Madhusudanaya Namaha and touch your right cheek with the fingers of your right hand. Chant Om Trivikramaya Namaha and touch your left cheek with the fingers of your right hand. Chant Om Vamanaya Namaha and wipe above your upper lip with the base of your right thumb. Chant Om Sridharaya Namah and wipe below your lower lip with the base of your right thumb. Chant Om Krishikeshe Namaha and sprinkle water on both hands. Chant Om Padmanabhaya Namaha and sprinkle water on both of your feet. Chant Om Damodaraya Namah and sprinkle water on the top of your head. While chanting the following mantras, then perform these hand motions. Chant Om Vasudevaya Namaha and touch your upper and lower lips with the tips of the fingers of your right hand. Chant Om Sankarshanaya Namaha and touch your right nostril with your right thumb and forefinger. Chant Om Pralyumnaya Namaha and touch your left nostril with your right thumb and forefinger. Chant Om Anaruddhaya Namaha and touch your right eye with your right thumb and ring finger. Chant Om Purushotamaya Namaha and touch your left eye with your right thumb and ring finger. Chant Om Adhok Shegaya Namaha and touch your right ear with your right thumb and forefinger. Chant Om Lishimaya Namaha and touch your left ear with your right thumb and forefinger. Chant Om Achyutaya Namaha and touch your navel with your right thumb and little finger. Chant Om Janyadanaya Namaha and touch your heart with the palm of your right hand. Chant Om Apendraya Namaha and touch your head with all the fingertips of your right hand. Chant Om Haraya Namaha and touch your right upper arm with the fingertips of your left hand. Chant Om Krishnaya Namaha and touch your left upper arm with the fingertips of your right hand. Now chant the following mantra from the Rig Veda while showing the Pranamudra, palms together in front of your heart. Just as those with ordinary vision see the sun's rays in the sky, so the wise and learned devotees always see the supreme abode of Lord Vishnu. Because those highly praiseworthy and spiritually awake Brahmanas can see that abode, they can also reveal it to others. Rig Veda Samhita. Doing the Arati ceremony. Arati means to wave auspicious items in front of the deity or person to dispel inauspicious influences or elements, as a means of protection or upliftment. After doing akamana and purifying oneself, you assemble the necessary items to offer. We now prepare the Arati tray with the following items. 1. A blowing conch. 2. A cup, usually brass, and small spoon with fresh water. 3. Incense, usually 3 sticks. 4. A ghee lamp with 5 wicks, or at least with 1 wick. 5. A conch shell for offering water with an extra cup to hold the water. 6. A small handkerchief, clean and nicely folded, usually cotton. 7. A small plate with a few flowers. 8. A kumara or yak-tail fan, which, along with the peacock fan, are kept on the altar or on the Vyasasana, the seat of the Guru, representative of Srila Vyasadeva. 9. A peacock's feather fan. 10. A bell, that is, rung during the ceremony with the left hand, will be 11. Do not forget some matches or a lighter to light the incense and ghee wicks. A Dhupa Arti is a shorter version of the Arti ceremony, wherein only incense, flowers, and a Kamara fan are offered, usually a few times a day in the temple. Now we take the tray into the temple room or onto the deity altar, ringing the bell as you enter the altar. First pay respects to the deities and then proceed. 1. Blow the big conch shell 3 times to announce the start of the Arati and then open the altar curtains. 2. Place 3 drops of water on your hand and on each item before you offer it. 3. First light the incense, and as you offer the incense first to your guru, chant. Translation: O Lord, please accept this incense, which is very sweet smelling for all the demigods. It provides the best of all aromas, being endowed with the fragrance produced from the sap of the King of Trees. When making an offering, always offer first to the guru, and then he offers to his guru, and it goes like this on up the line of the parampara until it reaches Lord Krishna. The guru also engages us in the worship of the deities by his instruction and by his grace, so we always offer everything to the guru first, and then we proceed to offer the items or food to the deities. Then ring the bell in your left hand, while offering the items with your right hand. Then, as you offer the incense to Guru, your own Guru first, then to Srila Prabhupada, you also chant the Mula mantra, which is Aim Gurave Namah. To offer the incense, you offer it 7 times around the whole body. Then offer the incense to Srila Bhaktisiddhanta in the same way, if his deity is there, but using the Parama Guru Mula mantra, which is Om Parama Guruve Namaha. Then offer it to Lord Nityananda, Lord Chaitanya, then to Srimati Radharani and Lord Krishna, then to Lord Balarama, Lord Jagannatha, and to Lady Subhadra, and then to Srinathji and Balgopala. Then turn and offer it as prasada to all the assembled devotees, using 3 simple circles, or return to the front of Sri Radha Krishna and offer the incense 3 times to the tulasi on the altar, and then turn to offer it to the roomful of assembled devotees. This is specific to certain temples. The last steps may differ according to the situation or which deities are there. While first offering the incense and each additional item thereafter to each deity, you chant the Mula mantra to each deity, which are the following. Lord Nityananda, Klimdeva Jahana Vivalabhaya Namah. Lord Chaitanya, Klim Garaya Namah. Srimati Radharani, Ram Ram Radhikaya Namaha. Lord Krishna, Klim Krishnaya Namaha. Lord Balarama, Om Namo Bhagavati Vasudevaya. Lord Jagannatha, Om Gopijana Vallabhaya Namaha. For deities like Srinathji and Balgopala, you can use the Krishna Mula mantra. Use these mantras every time you offer an item to the particular deity. If your temple does not have all of these deities, then adopt the procedure to the deities you do have. Now, when offering the noon Rajabhoga Arati, next offer the camphor lamp. Offer the lamp to Guru and then to each deity 4 times to the feet, twice to the waist, 3 times to the head, 7 times to the whole body, ending by offering it to the room full of devotees, and leave the lamp near the front of the altar so someone can carry it around to everyone, first starting with Srila Prabhupada on the Vyasasana and then to the senior devotees and all others. 4. Then offer the ghee lamp. As you first offer the ghee lamp to Guru, chant this mantra for offering. O Lord, please accept this lamp, whose light shines both inside and out, who is self-effulgent, possesses great effulgence, and takes away the darkness on all sides. Then, using the same Mula mantras for Guru and each deity, as described above, offer the lamp to each deity 4 times to the feet, twice to the waist, 3 times to the head, 7 times to the whole body, as described above, ending by offering it to the room full of devotees as prasada, and leave the lamp near the front of the altar so someone can carry it around to everyone as before. One of the devotees can take the lamp and offer it to the other devotees in the temple room, starting with the Guru Srila Prabhupada first, by simply briefly holding the lamp in front of the murti, and then taking it to the other devotees in order of seniority. In traditional Vishnu temples, the lamp is taken first to Garuda in the back of the temple room. 5. Then pour some of the water into the small conch and offer the conch of water 7 times above the head to each deity. Some of the newer manuals say to offer it 3 times above the head and 7 times to the whole body. Then, when finished with each deity, pour a little of the water back into the cup. When finished for all deities, put the cup near the front of the altar so someone can sprinkle it on the devotees, starting with the deity of Srila Prabhupada on the Vyasasana. 6. Then offer the cloth napkin 7 times to the whole body. 7. Then offer the flower in 7 circles around the whole body. Then put it near the front of the altar, so someone can take it amongst the devotees so they can smell it, starting with Srila Prabhupada on the Vyasasana. 8. Then offer the Kamada fan, fanning 7 times to the whole body, again offering it to the room of devotees at the end. 9. Then offer the peacock fan 7 times to the whole body to each deity, again offering it to the room of devotees at the end. The peacock fan is not offered in the winter when it gets cold, usually from October to April. 10. Then blow the big conch shell to announce the end of the arati. 11. Then loudly chant the prana mantras at the end unless someone else does it. 12. Then, with joined hands, softly offer the pranam prayers to your guru and their lordships. When it is the early Mangalarati, after the arati and the conch is blown to end it, the scented oil is offered to the deities. Take a cotton swab or Q-tip that has the scented oil on it and offer it to the face of each deity so they can smell it. Then it is offered to the devotees as prasada. Generally during the Nrisinga prayers, a devotee takes it around to others who accept it by rubbing it on the back of their right hand or wrist and can then smell its fragrance. Natural oils only are used, not the cheap artificial or alcohol-based oils. 13. Now take the tray of arati items to the pujari room and wash all items and tray and put them away for the next arati. Then also go back to the altar and clean it with a damp cloth as necessary. 14. Then you can sing the Narasimha prayers, unless someone else sings them, and after that close the curtains to the altar. This is the basic process for doing the arati ceremony. If this is in the temple, after the arati, depending on the time of day, the curtains to the deity altar may be left open so any visitors can have darshan of the deities. At other times, the curtains may be closed so the deities can be prepared for being dressed. This happens either in the early morning or late evening, or when they are prepared for taking rest at noon or late. All of that can be discussed elsewhere. Punctuality is key in doing the arati, especially at the temple. If the arati is supposed to start at 12 noon, then it should start at that time every day, not earlier or later, and then last about 25 minutes, with the deity curtains closed 30 minutes after the start, with a few minutes to clean the altar. It should not go on shorter or longer than that. The priest must know how to time this. A dupa, or short arati, is about 10 minutes. Mantras for obtaining forgiveness for one's offences. If you want, after your puja or altar service, you can chant these lovely mantras for the forgiveness of any offences you may have unknowingly made in your service to the deities. I remember I would always chant these at the end of my day's service in the evening. O my Lord, O Janardana. Whatever little puja or worship that has been performed by me, although it is without devotion, without proper mantras, and without the proper performance, please let that become complete. What has been offered with devotion, the leaf, the flower, the water, the fruit, the foodstuff, which has been offered, please, out of your causeless mercy, accept it. Whatever has happened without the proper chanting of the mantra, or without following the proper procedure, kindly forgive all that. Whatever inauspicious things I have done out of ignorance or unknowingly, please forgive that, and accept me as your insignificant servant. Let my normal condition be service. Let my movement be holy pilgrimage. Let my thought be remembrance of you. Let my words be glorification of you. O Vishnu, let my activities with my whole mind and body and soul be engaged in you. Thousands of offences are performed by me day and night, but thinking of me as your servant, kindly forgive those, O Mahusudana. Govinda, your promise is that your devotee will never perish. By remembering this over and over again, I am able to retain my life heirs. It is recommended that if anyone has committed any of the above offences, the offences in deity worship, one should read at least one chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. This is confirmed in the Skanda Purana, Avanchikanda. There are more details and explanations than what we are providing here, which you can learn later. We are only offering the basics. This is merely to help you get started. There are additional books that provide many more details about the proper standards and principles for doing deity worship and this aspect of Bhakti Yoga, like the Pancharacha Pradipa or the Hari Bhakti Vilasa. But since this book is primarily for new bhaktas or devotees who are just starting out, we will not go into so much detail here. Besides, when someone becomes initiated and more advanced, they are usually trained up in a personal way by those who are more experienced. This helps keep the proper standards intact over the years. As you progress and learn more about deity worship, later you can also learn how to bathe and dress the deities, which has specific procedures that need to be learned when you are ready. Nonetheless, the basic procedures are provided in a later chapter of this book. If, however, you have deities at home and are not initiated into deity worship yet, you can still learn from someone who is experienced and who can show you how to dress the deities so you can do it as best you can, and not neglect caring for your deities, but knowing you will learn all of the proper procedures when you are more qualified. Chapter 23. Making our cooking part of our yoga. Some devotees who are not in the temple ashramam live at home and work at a career or occupation to support their family, and may not be able to visit the temple so often, so they will also need to cook their food at home. To make this a part of the Bhakti Yoga process, we need to follow a vegetarian diet and make our food so that it is offerable to the Supreme, especially if we have our own deities to which we offer our food on our home altar. This means that we are cooking for God. So, no matter whether we cook at home or at the temple, there are certain standards that we need to keep to make sure that our cooking is also a form of yoga. This is cooking yoga for the yoga diet. Even if we live in the temple ashrama and are not yet initiated or qualified to cook in the temple kitchen, a new bhakta may still be able to assist those who are qualified. That is also a great way of learning. Otherwise, only initiated devotees should cook in the temple kitchen. Lord Krishna explains that the body is like a boat that has to be maintained in order to use it to cross over the ocean of material existence and reach the spiritual strata. The proper and regulated diet, or the yoga diet, can fulfill this need and prevents agitation to the mind and senses. Otherwise, eating impure and the wrong kinds of food can negatively affect the mind and drag us off the path of spiritual progress and back toward materialism. Shopping. The first step is shopping for the type of food we will need. When we understand the purpose of the food we cook, then we also have to take care when shopping for the food and ingredients we will use. The first thing is it has to be purely vegetarian, no meat, fish, eggs, or insects, nor any derivatives of such things. The best way to avoid that is not to buy any processed foods, and no or few canned foods. Always buy fresh fruit and vegetables. Naturally, shopping at local farmers markets can help us acquire fresh and wholesome foods, or the organic section of large supermarkets if they have them. Growing our own food, or knowing the person who is growing it, is even better. We want to be free from unnecessary pesticides and foods that are genetically modified, or which may be contaminated with chemicals that are ingested if we eat them, all of which are known to have harmful effects on our bodies and health and consciousness. Certainly, this is also not what we want to offer to God. Furthermore, pre-cooked foods, which are sold at stores, and often pre-cooked by non-devotees, or those who may be devoid of spiritual consciousness, are also not to be offered to Krishna or his deity. Clean linens. Before cooking, we should be clean, showered, and wear clean clothes, preferably devotional clothing. The kitchen is considered an extension of the altar, and we should treat it like that. It is also considered the domain of Srimati Radharani, who also cooks for Krishna, but she never cooks the same thing twice. We may not be able to follow that standard, but we should be aware of the special environment of the kitchen. You should also wash your hands when you enter the kitchen, and wash all food as you prepare it, and use nothing that touches or falls on the floor or other contaminated areas, like the garbage pail or even the sink, unless it can be thoroughly cleansed. If you are at home, Try not to wash the deity plates or the food you are preparing in the same sink that you wash the plates from which you have eaten. This helps keep things used for the deities from getting contaminated. Also, do not mix any leftovers into new preparations which actually should not be in the deity kitchen, though it may be necessary to store them in our home kitchen. Anything that has been offered before should not be offered a second time when it is already prasadam. We also refrain from using things like garlic, onions, or mushrooms in food to be offered. These are considered foods in the mode of passion, and also affect our consciousness in a similar way. We want to offer foods that are in the mode of goodness. We also never taste the food while cooking. The first taste is always for Lord Krishna when it is offered. Plus, tasting the food while cooking, especially with utensils that are placed back in the food after we have tasted it, spreads germs and contaminates the preparations in such a way. When cooking, the cook should also be barefoot or wear shoes that are designated only for kitchen use. No outdoor shoes should be worn in the kitchen or in the temple or altar areas. Also, no matter where the kitchen is, whether it is at the temple or at home, it is best if the kitchen can be divided into two areas, one for the cooking and another area for storing the food and supplies, and the pots and utensils, and the cleanup area. Some consideration for the cooking utensils should be given. Aluminium pots are used in many areas, but the aluminium salts that accumulate in food that is cooked in them has a poisonous effect. So we do not use them, neither for ourselves or for making food to be offered to the deities. Other things like china, glass or plastic, and even stainless steel are considered low class in Vedic culture. Though we see them being used regularly, the best standard is to use eating utensils that are stone, brass, silver, or even gold. So, even if we do not use them for our own use, it is nice when we have such utensils for the deities that are made from any of these elements. When we cook, we do so with the consciousness and intention that the food is meant to be first offered to God. Even while cooking, one should not engage in unnecessary talking, which may divert our consciousness from the proper intention of what we are doing. But we can even mentally chant the Hare Krishna mantra or other devotional songs, and meditate on how this will be offered to Lord Krishna, and how we are doing this for the Lord's pleasure, which is what turns it into Bhakti-Yoga. We have to be thinking of Krishna while we cook. It is not that we can be thinking of some material subject matter and at the same time be cooking for Krishna. A very good way to keep our minds on Krishna is to listen to Srila Prabhupada giving a class while we are cooking for Krishna. While we are cooking, our hands are busy, but our ears are free. So while cooking for Krishna is the perfect opportunity to hear from recordings of advanced devotees giving lectures. This will help keep our mind on Krishna and stop it from wandering onto material subject matters. Or we may also have recordings of nice bhajans or kirtanas playing in the background, which helps provide a nice environment to uplift our consciousness while cooking. It is important to cook in the right consciousness because the consciousness of the cook goes into the food, which affects the thoughts and consciousness of those who eat it. That is also why it is recommended that we not eat in restaurants, because the cooks may be cooking in a poor attitude or consciousness as if it is only a job to be done for money. Or they may be intoxicated and treat the food poorly or even in unsanitary ways. Such food will affect our own consciousness in subtle and negative ways, which then hampers our spiritual progress. Lord Krishna also states, "If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, flower, fruit or water, I will accept it." Bhagavad Gita 9.2.6. So, he states what he prepares, and that is what we prepare, along with the combinations thereof. Plus, this indicates it is the love that motivates Lord Krishna to accept the offering, and which is what he accepts. Otherwise, we may prepare so many things, but if there is no love in the activities, why should he accept it? It is the bhakti which attracts the supreme. Offering. Offering the food to God is a type of sacrifice, which spiritually energizes it and frees it from karma. It purifies us in this way. Whereas food that is not offered but merely eaten to satisfy our minds and senses still has karma, and we accumulate the results of that. Vegetarian food certainly has less karma than meat products, which can only be acquired through cruel acts of violence and suffering for the living beings who are slaughtered and killed. But we should also go beyond mere vegetarianism. In the Bhagavad Gita 3.133, the devotees of the Lord are released from all kinds of sins because they eat food which is offered first for sacrifice. Others, who prepare food for personal sense enjoyment, verily eat only sin. This simply refers to the karma, however minor it may be, that goes with anything that is done for mere gratification of the mind or senses or for one's own selfish interest. However, those devotees who engage in Bhakti-Yoga and offer their food or eat Krishna prasada become free from this, as mentioned in this verse. When offering the food, use a separate metal plate or tray and bowls or cups. These must be used only for this purpose and must not have been used or eaten from by anyone else. These are considered Krishna's plates only. They are special. Then, after cooking all of the preparations, put a generous portion of each cooked preparation in each bowl or cup, along with a cup of fresh water or fruit juice arranged nicely, and then take them to be presented to the deities, or to be placed in front of the pictures of them on our home altar. When the offering is ready and you have done a simple akamana, then place the plate on the altar. Then prostrate yourself before the altar or sit next to it, and while ringing the little altar bell, you make the offering to the deities or their photos. The simplest prayer is to simply say, "My dear Lord Krishna, please accept this offering." But reciting the prana mantras is proper for asking the deities to accept the offering. First you present it to your guru and chant his prana mantra 3 times, who then offers it to the lineage or parampara line of spiritual masters, who then offers it to the deity, such as Lord Krishna. In the Hare Krishna tradition, you offer the food to your guru by chanting his prana mantra 3 times. Then to Srila Prabhupada with his prana mantra chanted 3 times, as follows. I offer my respectful obeisances unto His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who is very dear to Lord Krishna, having taken shelter at his lotus feet. Our respectful obeisances are unto you, O spiritual master, servant of Sarasvati Goswami. You are kindly preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya Deva and delivering the Western countries, which are filled with impersonalism and voidism. Then to Lord Chaitanya. O most munificent incarnation, you are Krishna himself appearing as Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. You have assumed the golden color of Srimati Radharani, and you are widely distributing pure love of Krishna. We offer our respectful obeisances unto you. Then to Lord Krishna. I offer my respectful obeisances to the supreme absolute truth, Krishna, who is the well-wisher of the cows and the brahmanas as well as the living entities in general. I offer my repeated obeisances to Govinda, who is the pleasure reservoir for all the senses. Then to finish we chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Then leave the plate with portions of all the preparations on the altar for the deities to eat. About 10 to 15 minutes is good, and at the temple sometimes up to a half hour. After the food is offered, the Lord glances over it and accepts the bhakti, or love, with which it is offered, and then the food becomes prasada, meaning the Lord's mercy, and the remnants of the offering are for us. Then, after the deities have eaten or accepted the offering, we come back, take the plate, and transfer all of the items into a serving container to serve ourselves or the guests and devotees later. Then we wash and dry the deity plates and bowls and put them away to be stored for the next offering, and only then should you serve the prasada to others. Then you can take the prasada to the dining area to be served so others can honor the prasada by thankfully eating it. The Lord is not hungry, but eager to accept our love with which we offer the food. It is not that God needs to eat, but He is so merciful that He accepts our love and blesses the food, which also spiritually energizes it, which then does the same to our bodies, minds, and senses when we eat it. Thus it uplifts our consciousness and purifies our existence, which also frees us from karma. However, we do not say we eat it, but we honor the prasada in this way. Of course, many recipes and instructions on how to cook are available in other books or websites, including mine. But the best way to learn to cook is by assisting and watching other trained and experienced cooks in the kitchen and asking for their advice. Soon you will be knowing how to cook nice preparations, but more importantly, doing so in the right consciousness. Chapter 24. Caring for Tulasi Devi in your home. We have previously explained the special nature of the Tulasi plant in a previous chapter, so many people take care of Tulasi plants in their home or would like to. Yet, Tulasi is a sensitive plant and requires particular growing conditions and care in order to do well. Furthermore, it is considered that how well Tulasi grows is a sign of one's devotional attitude to Lord Vishnu or Krishna. It is said that regardless of how much care Tulasi Devi may receive, without the proper devotion, she will not grow well. On the other hand, I have seen many devotees who had plenty of devotion but did not do well in knowing how to take care of Tulasi. So here, a few instructions that may assist one in the care of Tulasi, both at home or in the temple. The following is a portion of a letter sent by Srila Prabhupada, dated October 25, 1976, which answers some important questions regarding the identity of Tulasi. 1. Is each Tulasi a separate jiva soul or an expansion of one pure devotee? Answer by Srila Prabhupada. Tulasi is one devotee who appears wherever there is devotion to Krishna. 2. Where does her spirit soul go when she leaves this body? Answer. Tulasi's body is spiritual. 3. May we place jewelry in her soil or just moonstones? Answer. Yes, jewelry is all right. 4. When Tulasi is being cared for by householders in their home, must 2 aratis still be offered? Answer. If possible. 5. When Tulasi is being cared for by householders in their home, may they use her leaves and manjaris on their home offerings, or should they take them to the temple? Answer. Tulasi leaves should be offered to the deity. 6. When Tulasi is being offered arati by the householders, must she have a ghee lamp? Answer. If possible. 7. Is it offensive to turn the baby Tulasis back into the soil when they appear? Answer. Yes. 8. There are even questions concerning Tulasi's aratis. We have always offered her incense, ghee lamp and flower. Is this correct? Answer. Yes. 9. In the manual it states that Tulasis should not be pruned. Does this also mean trimming the branches, which no longer have leaves or life fluids flowing through them? Answer. You may cut dead branches, but what is the necessity? 10. We were told you once spoke the 4 regulative principles of Tulasi care, which will keep her from getting sick. A. Keep her moist. A. Keep her clean. C. Give her morning sunlight. At least, give her 2 aratis a day. Is this bona fide? Answer. I never said that. 11. May Tulasi be made into a tea after she has been offered? Answer. No. 12. May devotees carve Tulasi wood for deity paraphernalia? Answer. Yes. 13. When Tulasi leaves her body and the body is too soft for carving beads, how should she be used? Should a small fire sacrifice be performed? Answer. Use the wood for beads as far as possible. The balance may be placed within the earth. It is also accepted that one can take dead Tulasi and put it in the local river. 14. We have a letter from you requesting that no sprays be used on Tulasi Devi. May we use a spray of buttermilk, whole wheat flour dissolved in water which coats her leaves to keep spider mites from causing Tulasi to leave her body? Answer. I said no chemical sprays. 15. Does Tulasi sleep? Should she be left undisturbed after nightfall? Answer. Undisturbed means what? 16. Is it permissible to use scissors to cut her manjaris, and when transplanting to use knives to loosen her from her pot? Answer. Use common sense, and if you have none, then consult with others. 17. Is it an offence to step on or across her shadow, or the shadow of any pure devotee? Answer. As per letter of Yam 1977, the answer is yes, it is offensive to step on the shadow of a pure devotee. 18. For 2 years we have been waiting permission to use the following 2 prayers plus translations and translation of the already existing prayer. End of prayers not reproduced here. Are these bona fide? Answer: don't try to introduce something new. The most important thing is love and devotion. The techniques of caring for Tulasi Devi. Important points. If you have just received a Tulasi plant by mail or from your local temple,
1. Repot the plant in a clay pot with soil recommended in the potting section.
2. If dry, water thoroughly. 3. If soggy, pot in moist soil and allow to dry out to normal moistness. In potting, Tulasis should be repotted immediately when they arrive, as well as from time to time when roots occupy the whole inside of the pot. A Tulasi should never have a big pot if she is small, as this tends to cause rotting and slow root system drainage. Should be provided by adding some pieces of broken pot over the hole at the bottom. A pot too small binds the plant, so repot in a slightly larger size pot. In potting young seedlings, the pot may be partially filled with soil. The plant should then be held in place with the roots spread out in a natural way. The remaining soil should be added and pressed firmly into place with the fingers. In small pots, a space of 2 inches or so should be left on top between soil and rim of the pot. Don't bury the stem. You can use a good potting soil or make one from 1 part sand to 3 parts soil. Water thoroughly and do not place in full sun for a few days. Never pot in peat moss. Light is essential to her growth. Full sunlight is preferable and a south window is excellent. In the summer, you can put her in a protected place outside. Fluorescent plant lights are very good also. Place seedling 6 inches below and larger plants 6 to 14 inches below the light. When plants are left in any one position for a long period of time, the leaves and stems will turn toward the light and growth will be unsymmetrical, so turn pots once a week. Temperature. They will thrive well in temperature which ranges from 62 degrees to 70 degrees Fahrenheit during the day and which does not drop below 55 at night. Of course, she is used to a very hot climate and will do well at higher temperatures during the summer. During the winter, protect her from frost near windows by a protective covering of newspaper between her and the window. Controlling the enemies of Tulasi Devi. The control for aphids, use black leaf 40, nicotine sulfate. Spray formula. Black leaf 41 teaspoon. Soap 1 cubic inch. Water 1 gallon. Spray every 4 to 5 days for 1 month. The control of white fly greenhouse bugs. These are white bugs that fly and lay white eggs and suck the juice of the plant. Do the same as for aphids. For control of mealybugs. These appear to be tiny dots of cotton, but if you look close they are bugs with many legs. These are found on the undersides of the leaves on new shoots. Control by wiping them off with cotton swab filled with alcohol. Dieback is one common heartbreaking disease that begins on new shoots, gradually drying up and turning them brown until the entire plant dies this way. You should immediately control watering. Sometimes this is caused by bad soil, so check this and repot if necessary. The disease is carried by the soil. Spider mites. These are tiny white spiders which make webs on the plant and suck her shoots. Control by using a syringe and spray frequently with light soapy water. These are just a few of the many demons that plague Srimati Tulasi Devi, but you can help by checking her every day, especially the undersides of the leaves. Cut off dead branches and always make sure she is not too dry or too wet. Big beetles are often a problem as well as caterpillars because everyone loves her tender leaves, so destroy these creatures while chanting Hare Krishna when they decide to make their home on Tulasi Devi. Planting. 1. Buy a Jiffy Grower seed starter kit or similar brand at a garden store. This kit consists of small peat moss seed cups arranged like an egg carton with seed bed soil pre-mixed and sifted. So all you have to do is fill the cups with soil mix and moisten according to package directions and press the Tulasi seeds into the soil about 1/16 deep, about 6 seeds per cup. Keep in warm sunny room, avoiding temp changes out of strong drafts and away from gas fumes. The alternative is to mix 2 parts clean river sand, unsalted, sift into seed flat or peat moss pots and water from beneath. Don't sprinkle them. This is more expensive, time-consuming, and not so successful. 2. The first tulasi sprouts appear in 6 or 7 days and will continue appearing for several weeks. Keep the plastic seed germination bag from pressing on the seedlings. Prop it up inside with sticks if necessary. This will keep the remaining unsprouted cups moist. 3. Buy a dozen for 6. Deep peat moss pots and some good planting soil mix. If you mix your own planting soil, use 2 parts sifted loam, 1 part clean river sand, unsalted, and 1 part sifted peat moss or leaf mold. Generally, it should be slightly fertile, light, with good drainage. There is no objection to mixing your own. It's cheaper, but these peat moss pots are very nice as they give good ventilation and simplify the eventual transplanting job. 4. In late afternoon, in a wind-protected spot, preferably just in the vicinity of the seed kit so there will be no temperature changes, take a few handfuls of rocks, a water bottle as described herein, lots of tepid water, peat moss, and lots sand soil mix. The idea is to simply put the sprouted cups into deeper cups for more root-growing room. Plant the whole cup, just remove its bottom. Begin by lining the bottom of the 4 peat moss cups with rocks for drainage. Wet the soil mix and fill the peat pots, leaving a depression for the seed cups to enter. With knife, carefully remove the bottom of the peat moss seed cup. Set the whole seed cup down into the moist depression, pressing down firmly on all sides. This eliminates air gaps. Water thoroughly making a moat or depression around the peat moss cup, but avoid direct watering into the seed cup. Direct watering may disturb seeds that are still germinating in the seed cups. Use a squirt bottle and tepid, not hot or cold, water. Never hit the tiny seedlings directly with the water stream. When finished, leave the pots in the same vicinity as the seed kit. Place the pots 2-3 inches apart on oven racks or the like so that they get good air circulation and drainage from beneath and sides. Allow light but no direct sun exposure. 5. In a few days, gradually introduce them to filtered sunlight, under a tree, outdoors, or under a lath screen, if weather is nice and nights not very cold. Arrange the pots as above on an oven rack, or better yet, on old bare bed springs is the ideal thing. 1 pot in each wire spiral, this also gives good insect protection. Shield them from sun and wind. Protection from wind may be afforded by attaching Pereiran cloth, burlap muslin, or plywood to stakes building a 4-sided box. Then fiberglass or aluminium window screen can be tacked to the box edge, giving protection from sparrows, minor birds, and flying insects. Flies are especially bad. They lay eggs in the leaves, so protect with screen. 6. Water the tulasi seedlings thoroughly each morning using tepid water bottle. Keep a large pot of tepid water nearby for refilling the water bottles, as they should be kept nicely moist. If the seedlings start turning purplish or greyish, then they're getting too much sun and not enough water. If this happens, keep them in shade for a few days till they recover, or else they may wither and disappear. 7. Care for the seedlings regularly in the above manner, offering obeisances and circumambulating twice daily, and in 2-3 weeks they will develop 2 or 3 more sets of leaves. Then, if you have pots bearing more than 1 seedling, and you probably will, you will have to plan on separating them by transplanting each in a separate peat moss pot, 4-6 inches deep. This separation transplanting is difficult, but it is necessary. So prepare the required number of peat moss pots as described in 3 and 4, and in late afternoon, equip yourself with peat pots, a knife, spade, soil mix, water bottle, and lots of tepid water. Important, the seedlings must be put one to a pot as soon as possible when they have 2 sets of leaves. Beforehand, be sure to water the plants to be transplanted thoroughly. This makes the soil stick to the roots, protecting them. In transplanting, avoid breaking and loosening seedling roots. Transplant as quickly as possible because even momentary exposure to the air is damaging, and keep as much moist soil as possible around the roots. After watering, begin by cutting 1 inch or so deep into the peat pot, dividing it into 2 or more sections. Depending on the number of seedlings, start sections by cutting them carefully, pull the sections apart, trying to avoid root breakage and root exposure as far as possible. Immediately plant the sections in the newly prepared peat pots, pressing down firmly and filling more with moist soil as needed, and water thoroughly several times. Two devotees working together can do this more quickly. Press soil around the plants firmly to eliminate drying air pockets, and water thoroughly several times. Full shade and increased watering should continue for 3 days, and longer if they wilt. If you do it quickly and carefully, there will be little or no wilting or drying up. 8. After 3 days of shade, simply cover the screened bed with cloth to provide shade and double watering. Gradually introduce them to filtered sunlight and continue caring for them as in 5 and 6. Continue this program for 2-3 weeks until they have 3 or 4 sets of leaves. When more leaves have appeared, you may check periodically to see if any tiny white roots are coming through the bottom of the pot. One of the advantages of peat moss pots, aside from easy transplant, is that the roots never become cramped, thus dwarfing her. When the pot becomes too small, the roots just start coming through it. When you begin to see the roots coming through the bottom, it is time to transplant her. 9. Transplanting into pots. It is advisable to put a few plants in pots for the winter, especially if your center or home is in a cold climate. Large 10-12 deep cement are sturdy, or redwood, and porous. Clay pots are porous but break easily. Plastic pots are non-porous and are not very good. Indoors in cold season with use of a plant lamp, you should be able to continue growing Tulasi plants year-round, so use durable and large pots. Cement and redwood pots usually have little logs beneath for drainage and air circulation, which is very important. Soil mix: give Shirami Tulasi Devi a very nice planter and soil mix, and she'll grow and flourish nicely. You can either buy a ready mixed packaged soil or mix your own, which is just as good, done properly, and cheaper. A good planting mix is 2 parts garden loam, more or less, depending on whether soil is light or heavy in texture, 1 part compost, 1 part sand, coarse, clean and unsalted, 1 part peat moss / leaf mold, 1 part well-rotted, dehydrated cow manure. Cow manure must be dehydrated. Fresh manure will burn the roots. Buy it in a garden store. Drainage. Be sure the pot drains freely. Place curved piece of crockery, broken clay pat, over the drainage hole, then line pot bottom with 1-2 of coarse gravel so that dirt will neither sift through holes nor clog them. Procedure. In late afternoon, prepare pot as directed and fill it with moist soil mix, leaving a depression in the center of the pot. Water the tulasi to be potted. Then with knife carefully remove the bottom of tulasi's peat moss pot and set peat pot and tulasi together down into the depression, pressing firmly so there won't be any air pockets. Leave about 1 inch of room above the soil so there will be ease in watering. Water thoroughly by soaking pot in basin from below. Care of Tulasi Devi in the pots. The first thing is to water thoroughly when necessary and allow plant to absorb moisture or water a little each morning. About once every 3 days seems best. Be careful not to over or under water her. She likes sun, so give her a sunny window or use a 2-bulb grow light. Additional notes. Sec. 1. When planting new seeds from Tulasi Devi, the seed pods must be dissected and the seeds removed from them. Each pod contains 4 seeds. Some might have already fallen from the pod. With fingernails, carefully pick apart pods, allowing seeds to fall onto a soft cloth. Don't smash the pods. Avoid bruising the seeds or exposing them to damp atmosphere. Do not plant more seeds than you can properly maintain. If Jiffy Grower seed starter kits are not available in your area, then you can get pre-sifted planter soil mix and put it into small peat moss pots. Then cover with a piece of perforated plastic bag by means of a rubber band, and water from below. 6.10. When plants are a little taller, for wind protection and to give them stability, drive a thin stake into the ground, 1 or so beside the stalk base, and loosely tie stalk to it with a torn strip of soft cotton cloth, a strip at least wide. Tie it loosely and in a place where it won't obstruct growth of new leaves. This gives the slender, delicate stalk good support, even in wind, and makes for more rapid growth. In a few months, the stalk is no more soft and purple, but becomes hard and woody, like a little tree. Still, if the area is windy, best to leave the support stake in permanently. When collecting the leaves, Collect the ones that droop before they fall naturally. Don't cut terminal leaves and wait till plants are big before cutting many leaves from them. Srila Prabhupada said there are two kinds of tulasi, Rama tulasi, which is greener, and Krishna tulasi, which is purple. Srila Prabhupada said there will also be little fruits shaped like temples in a year or so, the flower stalks. He called manjaris. In temple courtyards there are always tulasis growing, sometimes in a 3-foot tall pillar that is like a big pot, and Srima Tulasi Devi is worshipped regularly by the devotees. Especially in villages, the women take very nice care of the tulasi plant. They water and offer obeisances and circumambulate in the morning, and in the evening they offer lamp and incense, like arati. She is a great devotee, and she is very important and a necessary paraphernalia in our worship. The plants will continue to grow for about 5 years. Srila Prabhupada once explained, the tulasi leaf is very, very dear to Lord Vishnu and Krishna. All Vishnu Tattva deities profusely require tulasi leaves. Lord Vishnu likes garlands of tulasi leaves. Tulasi leaves mixed with sandalwood pulp and placed on the lotus feet of the Lord is the topmost worship. But we must be very careful that tulasi leaves cannot be placed on the feet of anyone else except Lord Vishnu and his different forms. Tulasi leaves cannot be placed even on the lotus feet of Radharani or on the lotus feet of the spiritual master. It is entirely reserved for being placed on the lotus feet of Krishna. We can place, however, tulasi leaves in the hands of Radharani for being placed on the lotus feet of Krishna, as you have seen on the Govinda album. Prayers. When bowing down to Tulasi Devi, I offer my repeated obeisances to Varinda Srimet Tulasi Devi, who is very dear to Lord Keshava, Krishna. O Goddess, you bestow devotional service to Lord Krishna and possess the highest truth. When collecting leaves. O Tulasi, you were born from nectar, you are always very dear to Lord Keshava. Now, in order to worship Lord Keshava, I am collecting your leaves and manjaris. Please bestow your benediction on me. The songs for offering arati and for circumambulating tulasi are found in Chapter 4. Chapter 25. Additional steps for home deity worship. For those who have or want to have deities at home and want additional information on what to do or how to raise their treatment of the deities to a higher standard, here are some simple explanations and instructions for procedures that you can add to your home deity worship if or when you are ready. The Sanskrit name for the deity form is Arka Vigraha, which means the worshipful expansion form of God. Arcana is the process of offering articles of worship to the deity for the pleasure of the deity. This is done after purificatory or cleansing rites are performed, such as bathing and doing agamana, as previously described. It is also a process that spiritualizes our consciousness by engaging all of our senses in Bhakti Yoga. Our imperfect senses do not allow us to directly see Lord Krishna in his spiritual form. So, in his unlimited mercy, Krishna expands to accept the form of the deity so we can see him, and so he can accept our devotion, and so we can more easily approach the Lord to offer our service. That is bhakti. When our bhakti is more progressed and we develop a higher level of devotion, then we may indeed be able to reciprocate or even perceive God in so many ways, bringing the deities to your home. Our home deities should be installed nicely, sometimes called a greeting ceremony, at which time the deities are greeted by the family and possibly a gathering of devotees, wherein a minimum standard of worship is begun. This worship is for the regulation of the family, such as doing chanting and service for the pleasure of the deities. If you cannot do that, then it may be best to simply keep pictures of the deities on your home altar, which do not require much regulated attention. Remember, we do this mostly for our own practice and purification and spiritual advancement. In the greeting ceremony, we may have a feast especially prepared for the deities, possibly a fire yaja or ritual, an abhishek or bathing of the deities, then dressing them in beautiful clothes, then their first arati ceremony, lots of kirtana while this goes on, and then everyone can participate in the prasada, feast. Temple deities are installed by a full installation ceremony, wherein the personality of God is called or invited to dwell within the deity form. This is far more elaborate than the greeting ceremony at our house. However, even with home deities, our service to them continues to call the Lord to accept the deity form and accept our service, which also makes the deities increasingly alive and willing to reciprocate with the devotees in various ways. I have seen this so many times. I have also written a whole book about such reciprocation and the interaction that Lord Krishna's deities have displayed with his devotees, called Krishna Deities and Their Miracles, which anyone can read and be inspired by the descriptions and stories therein. Qualifications for doing deity worship. In the temple, one must be Brahmana initiated to do regular deity worship, but at home it is not necessary to be Brahminically initiated, and they can keep the worship simple, provide a small food offering, an arati, and then chant the Mahamantra to the home deities. It is not expected that one is always initiated to start taking care of their deities at home, and may start and practice the process until he or she reaches the stage of initiation, but they should be sincere, serious, clean, and punctual, and get the right training to understand how best to worship their deities. Children can also get involved, but they should be at least 10 years old or more. If they are younger, they can assist, such as in helping make flower garlands, cleaning around the temple room, or in the kitchen and other places. At the age of 10, they can start getting trained in the process of worshipping the deities, on a very basic level, and gradually learn more. Your deity program. If you have the time and if you wish to become more involved in taking care of your home deities, there can be a whole program that you can do. However, while at home, this is our choice. The best thing to do is to pick a standard you can maintain. You can always increase it later, but you should not decrease it once you have established a certain standard. The program can begin with waking the deities in the morning, like waking a special guest who is staying at your house. So, after we have bathed, put on clean clothes, then we can go to the temple room, knock on the door or ring the bell, then pay our obeisances to the spiritual master, all of which we do any time we enter our temple room, and then we proceed to our altar. What we have described as follows is a simple procedure you can do at home, but once you become familiar with this, it is not so different than what we find done in many Krishna temples. This means that when you become initiated, you will be fairly trained, but not completely, to do the pujari or priestly service in the temples. Waking the deities. Waking the deities can be done in a simple way, such as by merely clapping our hands softly and then preparing the altar for our arati. Or, a higher standard, we can simply touch the lotus feet of the deities and chant the mantras for waking them. Or, it can be done more elaborately, such as the following. If the small deities are put to sleep at night in beds, as described later, then, if you are worshipping the deities of Gaura Nittai, Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda, we first wake our spiritual master, then we wake Gaura Nittai, then Sri Sri Radha Krishna, if you have these deities, and then Sri Sri Radha Krishna, if you have these deities. What you will need is a small bell on a plate, a special deity plate which is usually brass or even silver and used only for our deity service, an akamana cup containing fresh water, and a spoon and a mat for you to sit on. 1. First we do akamana, at least a simple akamana as described earlier, then offer obeisances to your spiritual master while reciting his pranama mantra, and pray for his blessings to assist him in the worship of the Lord. 2. Then before entering the temple room or the area where the altar is, you make a sound by softly clapping your hands, or ring the bell or knock on the door. Then, open the door or curtains, turn on the lights, and chant the names of the deities in a festive mood. If you are worshipping other or additional deities, then chant their names instead or as well. 3. If you are using ghee or oil lamps on the altar, you may light them now. Now, wash your hands with a few drops of water from the akamana cup. 4. Then wake your spiritual master first by ringing a bell with your left hand, touch the feet in his picture gently with your fingertips of your right hand, and request him to rise from bed by chanting. O all-merciful spiritual master, please rise from bed. Then meditate that he is rising from bed. 5. Now approach the bed of Lord Nityananda, touch his lotus feet with your fingertips, and request him to rise with the following mantra. Utishtah Navaishvara Yoga Nidram Tayaja Prabhu. Namnoheta Divyanam Sushradatha Mitara. O Lord Nityananda, Lord of Janava, please arise and give up your divine sleep. At the marketplace of the holy name you distribute the divine name, asking only for one equals S faith as payment. 6. Then approach Lord Chaitanya and touch his lotus feet and request him to rise. O Lord Gauranga, please rise from sleep and bless the three worlds with your auspicious glance. 7. Now approach the bed of Lord Jagannatha, Lord Balarama and Srimati Subhadra, touch their lotus feet, first Jagannatha, then Balarama, and then Srimati Subhadra, and chant, O Lord Jagannatha and Lord Baladeva, please give up your sleep and arise. O Srimati Subhadra, dear Mother of the Universe, please arise and bestow good fortune upon us. 8. Now approach Radha and Krishna's bed, touch their lotus feet, first Krishna and then Radharani, and chant. O Master of the Universes, O bliss of Gokula, the cowherds and the cows, O you who gladden the hearts of Yashoda and Nanda, please rise from bed with Sri Radhika, for morning has come. 9. Now place any small deities that are in bed back on the altar. If there are only large deities, meditate on waking them and leading them from their beds to the altar. 10. Now put on any crowns, turbans or chadars or veils that are part of the deity's night dresses. They are offered the early morning Mangalarati in their night dresses. Their night dresses. 11. After removing any remaining flowers and garlands from the previous day, clean the deity room floor and then wash your hands with the 3 drops of water from the Akamana cup. 12. Now that the deities have been awakened, offer obeisances to them outside the altar area. Now you are ready to begin preparing to do a small food offering followed by an arati ceremony. Or if not offering any food at this time, you can simply prepare for doing an arati dot. This would be the first or early morning Mangalar Arati. After that, we can prepare for dressing the deities. Bathing and dressing the deities. Temples dress the deities every day as part of the regular morning program, but at home we may dress the deities once a week or every Ekadasi depending on time, place, facilities and our finances or how many dresses we have for our deities. The main ingredient is the heartfelt mood of devotion with awe and reverence. For metal deities, as with most Gaura Nitai deities that are brass or made of 5 metals, bathing and dressing them daily is the highest standard. Polishing them is optional, but when you do polish them, you can make a paste of tilaka and lemon juice and use a Q-tip or small cotton swab to polish them. To dress the deities, it is best to gather all the items you need first and then go on the altar ready and prepared. Remember that while at home, you can decide how much of this procedure you can easily adopt from what is described. Such items you may need will include 1. Small water pot or bowl with cover. 2. Small bowl with tilaka powder mixed with lemon juice if you are polishing the deities. 3. Scented oil. 4. Cotton swab. 5. Bathing receptacle or bowl. 6. Towels, 1 for each deity, and 1 for your hands. Keep the deity towels separate for them only. 7. The clothes and underclothing for the deities. 8. Whatever pins or blue tack that you may need to keep ornaments in place. 9. The jewellery you intend to use. 10. Sandalwood paste on a small plate. 11. Tulasi on a small plate. Quote, picture of your spiritual master. 13. Picture of Srila Prabhupada. Additional optional items. 1. Flowers on a small plate. 2. Incense and ghee lamp. 3. Lighter or matches. 4. Bhoga. Non-offered food, such as small homemade sweets or fruit. 5. And bring this description if you need it. The procedure. 1. Gather the required paraphernalia from what is described above. Arrange it nicely for performing the worship without having to look for things when needed. 2. Sit on a mat. Now perform Ahkamana, if you have not already, and then lightly sprinkle yourself and the immediate area around you with a few drops of water from the Ahkamana cup while chanting Hare Krishna. 3. Then offer to your spiritual master and Srila Prabhupada flowers that have been dipped in sandalwood paste with your left hand, ringing the bell with your right, and place them at their feet or the base of the picture. Beg for blessings for performing the worship of the deities. 4. Now remove the clothing from the deities. Keep their night outfits nice and neat so they can be taken away later to be stored for later use. Keeping outfits on hangers or in nice plastic containers works well. 5. Invite the first deity to the bathing receptacle with a gesture of the hands. 6. Massage metal or marble deities with scented oils. Do not massage wooden deities like Lord Jagannatha with oils. Oils are not good for the paint or the wood. 7. Now polish the metal deities if you are going to do so, but be careful not to get the tilaka and lemon juice in their eyes. 8. Clean off the paste with cotton. 9. Now place the metal deities in the bathing receptacle, and while ringing the bell with your left hand, pour water over the deity by holding the water bowl with your right hand and let the water slowly flow over the deity. Do this 3 times. If you are bathing wooden deities, you simply bring the deity near the bathing receptacle and bathe the reflection in the water. You do not pour water directly over the wooden deity, except for the Snana Yatra festival, which takes place a week or 2 before the Ratha Yatra festival. While pouring water over the deities, chant the following mantras from the Brahma Samhita. Sometimes it is nice to simply play a tape of the chanting. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, the first progenitor who is tending the cows yielding all desires in abodes built with spiritual gems, surrounded by millions of purpose trees, always served with great reverence and affection by hundreds of thousands of Lashmis or Gopas. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who is adept in playing on his flute, with blooming eyes like lotus petals, with head bedecked with peacock's feather, with the figure of beauty tinged with the hue of blue clouds, and his unique loveliness charming millions of cupids. Alternatively, you can also simply chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. 10. Now remove the deity from the bowl or bathing receptacle which collects the water and dry the deity with the soft towels. Now, similarly, bathe each of the other deities. 11. Now dress the deities with the undergarments and then the outfit for the day. Then add the ornaments and jewelry and then the flower garlands. This part itself may require some explaining and demonstrations from someone who is experienced. 12. Now you can offer flowers and tulasi leaves with sandalwood paste to the lotus feet of the deities. 13. Optionally, you may also offer A. Incense with right hand while ringing the bell in your left hand. B. A ghee or camphor lamp, also while ringing the bell. C. And fruit or sweets and drinking water while ringing the bell. Now that the deities are bathed and dressed, they are ready for being greeted, which is done in the temples by the opening of the curtains which reveal the deities in their newly dressed outfits, flower garlands, etc., to all who have assembled to see them. When this is performed, this is when the deities get a short arati called the Duparati ceremony, when they are offered incense, a flower, the chamara fan, and then a mirror to allow the deities to view themselves and see how they look. Shortly after this, the deities are also offered their breakfast offering, which includes several items at the temples, but may include only whatever will be served later to the family at home. The process of offering food has been described earlier. After this, we can use some time to spend chanting Hare Krishna on our japa beads as part of our morning program. However, if someone else was dressing the deities, it is during that time in which we do our japa meditation. If we do not complete chanting all of our japa, then we can finish later. Putting the deities to rest. In the Krishna temples and bhakti centers, where they have deities, they will dress the deities in their night clothes before putting them to rest. This means to take their day clothes off and dress them for the evening. You may consider doing something similar if you have the means to get this involved with your home deities. If you want to start doing this, then after being cleaned and doing akamana, you may bring the night dresses to the altar. Then you can approach the deities and remove their garlands and jewelry, take off their day clothes, dress them in their night clothes, and prepare them for bed. In the temples, the deities get one last small arati before they take rest, and may even be offered some warm milk. After the deities have accepted this and we have transferred the milk from the deities' cups to a serving container, then we can accept it as prasada before we go to bed. Whether we dress our home deities in the evening or not, if we also wish to put the deities to sleep in the evening, there are a few ways we can do that. We can place their shoes next to the beds, and then chant the mantras inviting them to take rest, maybe leave some cups of fresh water on the altar, and then leave the altar area and turn out the lights. If you have no beds for them, you can place little pillows in front of them or at their feet, especially if they are large and cannot be moved so easily, and then chant the mantras for asking them to take rest and meditate that they are going to bed. If there is no room on the altar for the beds or pillows, then such items can also be placed on a small table in front of the altar. However, if you have small deities, you can have small beds made and then place the deities in the bed. There are different ways you can do this. When putting the deities to rest, for Sri Sri Radha Krishna, you can chant this mantra from the Hari Bhakti Vilasa 11.4 while touching their lotus feet. Agacha Shayana Stanam Priyabi Ha Ha Keshava. O Keshava, kindly come to your bed along with Srimati Radharani. Then Krishna's flute should be placed under the pillow and Krishna should be placed in bed alongside Srimati Radharani, and this should be indicated by bringing the wooden slippers from the altar to the bedside. Before laying the deity down, a pot of milk and sugar can be offered to him. After taking this thick milk, the deity should lie down and can be offered betel nuts and spices to chew. It is also nice to fluff up the pillow or bedding, or even place flower petals in the bed. This can also be done by meditation. Once the deities are in bed, you can also massage their lotus feet to relax them, or meditate on doing so. Then cover them with the bedding that is suitable to the room temperature. Some of this may be a little difficult for some householders, but this is a nice standard if you can do it, which is followed by many temples, or something similar. And if you can not do all this, then do what you can do. If you have other deities, then put Radha Krishna to bed first, then Jagannatha, Baladeva, and Subhadra, followed by Gaura Nitai. Now, you can also ask your spiritual master to take rest and meditate on his photo that he is taking rest. Offer obeisances, turn out the altar lights or the lights to your temple room, and then leave the room. Now take any clothing and jewelry that have been taken off the deities from their day dress and put them into proper storage places. When inviting the deities to take rest, you can chant the following Sanskrit verses or the English translations, or simply ask the deities to please take rest. For Radha Krishna, you can chant, "Now come, O Keshava, along with your beloved Srimati Radharani and her friends, to the bed covered with transcendental aromatic flowers. Now happily enjoy your pastimes, O Madhava, O Jagannatha, Balamur and Subhadra. O Lord Jagannatha, if you please, you and your elder brother Balarama may now come to your beds. O Mother Subhadra, please come to your resting place and kindly bestow your mercy upon me. The Lord Chaitanya. Agacha Vishramashtanam Svaganahe Saha Guraga. Pejanam Vishramya Sukhena Lilaya Vihara Prabho. O Lord Gauranga, please come to your resting place along with your associates. O Lord, rest comfortably for a moment, enjoying your pastimes. For Lord Nityananda. O spiritual master of the universe, Lord Nityananda, please come to your place of rest. In your form of Mahavishnu, please rest upon the thousand-headed serpent known as Shesha. If you have a deity of Srila Prabhupada, you may put him into a bed, or, if you have a photo, touch the base of his picture as in touching his feet while chanting the following mantra and meditate that he is going to bed. O Grand Spiritual Master, please come to your resting place along with all your associates. For your own spiritual master. O spiritual master, please come to your resting place along with all your associates. You must leave the deities at home. When you travel away from home, you may not be there to take care of your altar or deities, so what do we do? If you are going to be away for a short time, you may simply put the deities to rest and let them remain until you return. Pray for forgiveness for any neglect, but that you will continue your worship when you return. Or you can also bring along photos of the deities when you travel, so that the deities may be at rest at home, but you continue their worship in a simple way through their photos. Or you may also bring your deities to the house of another devotee friend, someone who will continue the worship for you while you are gone. This way, they still get the worship and attention that you have maintained. Conclusion. What to expect from your practice. As I previously explained, this book is only about how to begin the basics of Bhakti Yoga. Nonetheless, it will take you far in your spiritual progress by incorporating as much of the practices described herein as you can, and then also learning more about the philosophy as you continue your practice. No matter how much you accomplish materially, intellectually, physically, and so on, only by adding spirituality to your life can you actually reach your highest potential. And this practice, as outlined in this book, will help you do that. Many years ago, it was expected that the practicing yogi learn how to meditate for long periods of time, even years, without interruption. This book teaches you how you can begin to apply the basics of Bhakti Yoga into all aspects of your life, even up to 24 hours a day. Even sleeping can be done for Krishna's service, but not that we oversleep. This means that every minute of the day can have some connection with our practice of Bhakti Yoga, and thus we can also be engaged in meditation for long periods of time. The main thing is that if you chant the Hare Krishna mantra in your japa meditation up to the standard of 16 rounds a day, follow the 4 regulative principles, learn how to do or attend the arati of the deity, associate with other devotees who are practicing Bhakti Yoga, and honor Krishna Prasada when eating, and continue to study such books as Bhagavad Gita or Srimad Bhagavatam or other authorized texts, then you will make great strides in your spiritual development up to attaining the direct reciprocation from Lord Krishna himself. Then you will realize the importance and validity of this process as others have. A person should also be serious and eager to take up this path, and he or she must continue if there are to be any significant results. It is like tending a garden. It must be done carefully and continuously if you want to have anything to harvest. You cannot change your mind later or change what crops you are growing halfway through the season if you want to see the results. You have to stick with it. So I have one other mantra that I use, which is never give up. Never give up. Never give up. That mantra has served me better than anyone can know. No matter how I feel or how things seem to be developing, never give up. Often I have seen that just when a person is about to make a major breakthrough, they give up, or change their mind and lower their determination. Then they have to pick themselves up later and start again. Do not think that the illusory energy or our memories of past material attachments will not try to hold us back, but that is only the mind, which must be overcome. There are many instructions for that in the Bhakti Yoga philosophy. However, remember, this is a joyous process, and compared to other yoga systems, it is also very simple. You can easily get a taste for the things you do very quickly, which will help you continue in this process. Every step can offer greater and deeper insights, new perspectives about life and yourself, and how to be truly happy. As you go deeper, you will see your real identity as more than just this material body, and also your relationship with God will become increasingly apparent. God loves everyone, and He is only waiting for us to turn toward Him. And Bhakti Yoga is the direct process of turning toward God and asking for His help. The more we ask and pray for it, the more that help will be there for us. We only need to become increasingly qualified to recognize the assistance and reciprocation from God that has always been available, like the shining of the sun. It is always there, though it may appear to be dark at times. But if we do not hide in our closet or somewhere, the sunshine is bound to reach us at some point. It is there for everyone if we are willing to receive it, and Bhakti Yoga is the process by which we become qualified to receive and recognize the loving mercy that God has been sending us in so many ways.